went to get it. Went up and came down. Went to hit it and I punched the ladder. It was very fast. Nothing worked out. No staple went in. No, nothing
worked.
Nothing worked. It was it's classic.
It's just that, sibling drama, that's fine.
What? Sibling drama? Oh my god, I know. It's funny because TV and I are just such buds. Like nothing really bothers us. We're pretty funny. Like we're a riot, and we just kick ass the whole day. It's really funny. When we fuck up and we're like, Dad, come here, Dad. Fuck. Like the good thing he's like the best in the business because I'm a rookie.
That's funny.
It's kind of the place.
But I do we textured a whole. My sister and I knocked down the whole house. We're doing some duplexes, and my sister and I knocked down the whole place. My dad textured everything, and my sister and I knocked down the whole place. I did tops, she did bottoms, and there was only a few areas that were needed a little TLC or that we missed, which was awesome. For the first time, us going through and doing it together, back to back, over top of each other, for us to only have maybe 3 spots that needed some TLC. That's fucking
plus.
great.
That's a huge plus.
That's fucking great.
Yep.
You can tell we were scared for our lives as kids to fuck up. We don't. We just don't. Okay, show me 3 times. I will memorize it, and I won't fuck up.
Well, you got that going for you, I guess.
That's about it right now. That's about it.
That's fair. That's fair. I feel like I was learning how, I'm building the transmission for my truck right now, and, I'm learning how to do it. It's taking way longer than, the videos can, do it, half, they're, an hour and a half. They're, done, and I'm like, cool, I spent now 8 hours on it. I'm like, I'm not even...
Hour and a half when it's, your 20th one you built.
Yeah. So I'm, doing that shit, and I'm like...
So many pieces.
Oh.
So many...
Well, this is the first one I've ever, taken apart, even.
Oh,
so,
wow.
I take it, I've done, certain things, on Dodge minivans, replacing a valve body is super easy, those things. But I've never done,
when you do a complete overhaul, actually, the inside of a transmission is just silly. It's...
Yeah, they're very different from, everything else.
Really?
Yeah, because,
everything else is pretty straightforward, mechanical, not a lot of small pieces, just...
Yeah,
work, and then you get to a transmission. You take a transfer case apart. That's super easy. The transmission's just a whole nother fucking level.
It's a lot more like a T-case than I thought it was. I've done a couple T-case clutch bags and stuff like that, those kind of things.
Yeah,
but
just on a way bigger scale.
Yeah, they just don't have as many operational features of this one needs to go in reverse now, kind of situation.
Right. Yeah. I remember building old manual transmissions. That's fun as hell. It's just
there's still quite a few pieces in those though too.
There is, but building one of those versus a newer automatic, the newer 10 speeds and shit.
I'm sure the 10 speeds are crazy because this is a 4-speed.
And it's nuts. So, it's still nuts.
Yeah. There's probably there's probably 300 pieces of it.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, it's
fuck.
Yeah. You pull that thing apart and it's.
Oh.
If you don't know what you're doing.
No, thank you.
But you've got the skill to at least video it and do it the right way. Oh, there's still guys who'll watch a million videos and fuck it up.
Yeah. So I'm trying not to fuck it up because the parts box to fix it was $900. So and if you fuck up one part of it, you can fuck up all of it. So you just start over again. And it's
I just found out how expensive Toyota calipers are. So that was really awesome.
Yeah.
That's expensive.
You just do reman ones?
What?
Remanufactured ones?
No, I don't know. My sister's husband's
They're usually not that bad.
Did I tell you that?
I wanted it. I know my sister's husband's shop has been hurting and stuff, so I wanted to make sure that whatever work I got to do on my car, I'm taking it to them.
Fair.
So I took it to them, and I spent $1,200 on my rear brakes, so that was awesome.
Stuck calipers?
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah. Well, and they weren't gonna. I didn't realize I haven't really been driving it. because I've just been home and working and stuff, and then suddenly I could hear him, and I was like, oh shit, okay, so I need to go get that done. I didn't realize that like something was wrong like the entire time I've owned this car.
That sucks, dude.
So that was cool, and then it was awesome that they're like, well, if you're not gonna get it fixed now, you need to tow it because we don't want you driving it like anywhere. So I was like, okay, cool. Like I love that integrity. Like that was awesome. And I was like.
It always sucks when you have to tell a customer that. They're like...
Right. Well, and you know what? Like, and I knew it was bad. Like, I knew it was bad. I knew something was going to go wrong soon. So I was like, okay, I have to get something done pronto. Like, and I wasn't driving it for a reason because I knew something was up and I didn't have the money to get it fixed. Mm-hmm. So, I'm really glad that I went and got that fixed. I'm really glad Terry did it. My sister's husband is totally, like, he will lose sleep if he doesn't do something right. Like,
that's fair.
he's that kind of mechanic.
That's good. That's
really
good.
Yeah.
So
Even though he's a little mad at me right now for reasons I don't know. I don't know. Like I know that he won't, like, you know, like he won't fuck up my brakes. Like he's not that kind of a brother-in-law. I know I'm a little much sometimes. I get it. So I mean, all right.
I disagree, but okay.
It's the worst. It's the worst to tell somebody that they have to tow their car when you know that they're not.
Yeah,
if it's a customer that you know you're going to tell them it's going to suck, they're like, okay, like I'll tow it or whatever, just get it done. When you know it's going to be a customer that is not going to get it towed,
and they come and pick it up and drive it, you're like, oh.
Well, they're just worried about like just the safety and it coming back on you.
Oh yeah, the liability. Oh,
it's huge.
That's huge.
We had one guy. He came in with like a Mercedes, and I don't know if like a rod broke or what, but it had the heaviest knock I've ever heard. The picture of a diesel had a problem times 2. Like it was bad.
That's always fun.
I was like, yeah, man, you got to get it towed. Like it was coolant in the oil like crazy. Like it was all sludgy and gross. So like, dude, you got it.
That's horrible.
Like you got to get it towed. It's not gonna last. You're gonna end up on the side of the road. I'm surprised you aren't already. Yada yada yada. And he's like, okay, well, let me grab the keys and let me get some stuff out of it and call a tow truck and. Then you hear, son of a bitch, he just tries to pull off. Like, whatever, man.
Oh. Well, once you, like, state it out loud, like, you're usually okay.
Yeah.
I like this one customer had, like, this is probably the first time that I had to, like, tell someone, like, no, you can't just, like, take it.
Ooh.
And he was like, or she, rather. It was, like, this, like, it wasn't even that old at the time. I think this was, like, probably, like, 2004 or 5. Mm-hmm. And I think it was, like, a 99 or 2000, like, Grand Cherokee, and like they had like I don't know jumped it, like it was like the front suspension was like barely hanging on, like when she rolled in, like it was like she's like yeah, it's a noise in the front end. Would you look check that out? Like it was like a standard like oil change scenario, and it had like the torsion bar was like broken.
Oh fuck!
Which like so like the front end can just go like this, and we're like. You know, I'm like, I think I was like 20 years old or something like that, like 19 or 20, and I was like, this car is not leaving the shop without like a tow truck or being fixed. One of the two. Like that's the only 2 choices. And she didn't believe us at all, like would not take it. We're like, we will not give you the keys until you call a tow truck. Because this car will not be leaving the shop without being on a tow truck.
Gosh, yeah.
Very angry person. And that was like one of the first times I remembered like, oh shit, like, these people do not care about safety whatsoever.
Gosh, and then sometimes it's not that. Like, sometimes it's like, sometimes just money is just a big fucking issue.
Right. Well, the thing is, like, you know, we offered her to tow it back on the trailer, too, like, that kind of stuff, but she still had to pay for that. Like, it wasn't going to do it for free. Like, for, like, an oil change for, like, a new customer. I'm not doing that.
Oh, right.
Like, you know, if it was, like, a good person, like, I knew, like, was going to come back later and do it, like, yeah, totally, like, that kind of situation where she was just like, nah, I was like, I will not be letting this go. And I've never been called so many names by a customer ever before. Like, she was not a friendly person.
It sucks. In the state of Colorado, you're technically not allowed to red tag any vehicle. Like other states, if it is unsafe, they can hold your vehicle until you fix it or get it towed.
Really?
Yeah,
in Colorado, you can't legally hold somebody's vehicle for that kind of reason.
Yeah, so apparently it was legal.
So like, if they come and they pay you for what you did and everything, you have no safety or not. You have no reason to hold their car. Damn. You can actually get in trouble for it, which is stupid.
Wow. Well, we're one of the few states that doesn't have like inspections, which is a very interesting thing too. Because most, it's probably like I'd say like 60-70% of states have a inspection.
Have some sort of safety inspection by the state.
Yeah. So
Because like all the heavy duty DOT stuff has to have it.
Yeah.
Like the standard personal cars don't, or a lot of states, even your standard personal car has to have like a yearly safety inspection.
Some of them are a little
That's
bit
one thing I
excessive,
liked
but-
about. Well,
Yeah.
see, the military was a little excessive, but the military, like every long weekend, every 3-day weekend, like before you could go anywhere, your car had to be inspected. So I'd always have to go, and it had to be by one of the higher ups, and so I'd have to go find somebody and take the car over there, and they'd be like, somebody have to walk the car, make sure everything works, and then I could go to work.
Right.
Or I'd have to leave in the middle of my shift to go have somebody do it and get back, so that's like then we could have the car for the weekend. Which, what the fuck? It's my car. Like,
Yeah.
but still, like I get the liability. I mean, you are owned by the government. Something happens to you, that's a problem.
Yeah, they don't want to get back in them. Like that's things like
Right.
like states like some of them are excessive. Like the one like where Evan lives in Maine. Like there's like if there's any like visible rust, you can't drive it.
Yeah, they
Which
go a
is
little
funny because
bit
everything
beyond.
rusts like crazy out there.
Right.
And a little bit of rust is a safety issue. A lot of rust is a safety
I
issue.
saw a Maine license plate on my way over here that said the plate said Tipper. Tipper.
Interesting.
That was it. I was like, I wanted to take a picture of it and send it to Evan and be like, "Is this one of your buddies?" Tipper.
I mean, maybe.
I'm so sorry.
That's like
I'm
the guy
gonna have
that's
to
all
clean
sorts
your
of random-
floors. Like I'm like,
I didn't clean this week either.
I'm so.
It's-
Good thing you got one of them. I'm gonna make.
I have
I'll
two.
earn it.
I
You're
have
gonna earn it today.
I have two of them even. So
Good.
I'll just have
Good.
them back.
I'm just
It's
gonna
fine.
shake off.
Yeah, I need a mop and shit. It's pretty. It's not like gross, but it's like dirty.
No, it's all right. I mean, I have kids all week, so I get fucking peaches. Oh man,
Fucking
I'm.
peaches
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm teaching them so all their fine motor skills, and I had them have spaghetti and try and learn how to twirl it, and so. I have 6 of them around the table, and I'm just like going around to each of them, like putting the fork in their hand and helping them figure out how to twirl them, and like helping me figure out how to twirl them, like,
you have all those,
all the
like-
way around. Oh man,
all
and
those
then like
kids
it
anyways,
just
it's
gets
just messy,
everywhere. Oh gosh, it's just a mess, and I love that it's just me there and all these kids, and they nap. Oh my gosh, I don't know what it is. Like I get kids to nap, and it's awesome. Like every single
That's a
one of my
skill in
kids nap.
itself.
It's awesome. It's pretty legit. So I can go and I can clean. I can do all kinds of stuff while they're sleeping, which is
That's a huge
so
plus.
nice.
That was the worst thing. Like when I like work on cars, when like the parents don't care about like their car, and it's just disgusting.
Oh god.
And you have to like
yes.
do something like in the interior, and you're like,
Oh man, sometimes
So
our
gross
minivan
sometimes,
was so
man.
bad. I mean, I'd forget sodas in the 3rd row in the cup holder. Oh man.
well, you get like the paper cups from like fast food places, and they just
Fucking McDonald's
seep
cup.
through.
The kid McDonald's cups are seriously the cheapest cups ever
they're the
made.
worst.
They're worse than like Listerine Dixie cups that you keep in the bathroom.
They're horrible.
They really,
People's interiors of cars are just gross.
they can be super.
So
they're
bad.
either like usually pretty clean or just gross.
Yeah, either they're clean or they're just like. We had this like one
Yeah.
customer that was like my mom's friend from like way back. They used to work together like when we first moved here, and she was a customer until she like I don't know what happened to her. She might have died. She smoked like a train, so it's possible.
Oh fuck. Okay.
So, but like you get into her
Well,
car,
that's-
and it was
that's-
just like.
that's pretty nonchalant.
Yeah,
Very-
she just like well, and that I always say that because she smoked so much that we wondered how she survived to like 60 years old. Because,
Oh
like,
shit, yeah.
Because like you'd get into her car and she'd just like have like an ashtray, but
It was always full?
didn't need the ashtray because it was just everywhere in the car. It was like
Oh,
it was
man.
where like Eric would get into her truck. She had a truck at one point where it was like a 2-door like 2-wheel drive Dakota, and like Eric would like go put like face mask on to get into it to drive it into the shop.
Oh
And
god.
like we had to like sometimes like get it from like Greeley and shit. It was just the grossest shit. It was so
Many other ones
Oh,
where even a
man.
face mask won't work. Like a bunch of cigarettes and like just junk, whatever. But when you have like old food in there,
yeah.
especially
Oh,
if they got
man.
like it was a minivan. They had like 4 kids. Like I think they had triplets and like a 2-year-old.
Oh.
So just
So
because you
you're
look
just
back,
not
there's like
prepared
4
for it
car
at all?
seats. You get in there, or the worst, and it sucks because some people have a harder time with it than others. But like when you get in, and it just reeks like bo.
The
Dude,
baby
it's-
smell is the worst for me. I hate it.
Well, I've gotten used to it.
Yeah, yours is actually not even bad. Like I didn't even know it. Like other than the slight pee smell. Of it.
Yeah, that was really. I didn't smell that on the way over. We got in the car to go get beer, and I was like, "Do you smell piss?" He was like a little bit. It's like, because I haven't, same, like, I've been home.
You're right.
And I haven't really driven that car.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what the? So there's like nothing in it. Dorothy usually isn't in it. It's like there's not like a hidden diaper somewhere, like something.
Right.
It's like, what? Why does it smell like pee in here? It was kind of weird.
Yeah, it was like just like a faint like
stale pee, just a little bit.
Like if you like go into a building that hasn't been used in like a month,
Ooh.
like that kind of like where it's like you like go in the bathroom like
stale.
you're like put the seat up, god damn it.
Oh
like,
yeah. Air that shit out. Come on.
The BO is always the worst.
BO's bad.
You're pulling it in. You're just leaning out the window, driving because you can't.
Yeah.
A mask won't help. It doesn't matter what you.
There's sometimes like when you like do like it always seems like the shittiest, like the fullest of garbage cars need a heater core. And so like they leak like all the the fluid, like all the coolant down into the inside anyways, and then it's also like this much trash.
Full of trash. And then you're taking the dash apart and there's like wrappers behind the dash, like how the fuck did this get back here?
Oh my god.
Like someone was taking out the little vent, like shoving trash there and then putting the vent back.
Sometimes it feels like that sometimes.
I was like, how the...
Because you're like, on like almost every car, you like take the whole dash out to do a heater core. Like there's very few that are easy. Most of them you just have like the whole.
And the ones that are easy don't like. The new cars, they all suck. The ones that were easy were like old trucks. Sometimes had just a little service hatch where you could unbolt the screws and slide it out. And it was awesome. That lasted for what? 4 years?
We're lucky that like we don't have like a big problem with them here because like elsewhere where like it freezes a lot. Like heavy freeze and stays that way and then warms up. Those ones have like rust areas where they just rust through.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, I mean, I couldn't imagine working on cars in like the Northeast. That would be every time we get like a rusty car here, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh man, I know. When I was looking at, I looked at the Sequoia I have now, and then same day we saw this one, and then we saw another one for sale in Longmont that looked nice. Like real clean. I was like, oh shit. And it had much lower miles, about the same price. And I could qualify for it. So I was like, all right, cool. So we drove the one that I bought over to that one, and then we drove that one like down the block and like pulled over and looked at it, got underneath it. There's fucking rust everywhere underneath it. Even inside where the seatbelt buckles were. Like,
well, those trucks are
really
notorious for it anyways. So like the like that generation of pickup, not the Sequoias, but the pickups, they actually had a recall or a customer satisfaction recall basically for like the upper like cold states or whatever, where like you could replace the frame because they rust out so bad.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like Toyota's been like kind of a problem with that for like a long time. Like,
sure.
Like this reminds me of another story with Toyota way or it's fucked kind of situation. It was like a roughly similar year to yours, like an 02, 01.
Sure.
But it was a Tacoma, and it come in and it made a bunch of weird noise. It felt all dumb. I was like, yeah, there's something wrong in the back. Well, we pick it up, and like the back like sags like heavy.
Oh shit.
And then I was like, I stood on the back of it and it like just like bent down, like because the frame was so rusted out, like it was like separating the frame, and I was all. And then we ended up having to weld it, which you should never do, ever. But the people were like, yeah, whatever, we'll sign whatever, just weld it, see what happens. And I was like, okay. So we're just taking the torch to the fucking frame. So what you do is when you really need something like penetrated, like heavy, when it comes to like welding, is you like heat the material up around it. And then when you put the plate on there, then you weld on the heated material. Okay. So like it basically like fuses it a lot deeper when you do that. But like... yeah, whoever buys that in the future, hopefully it doesn't go anywhere because that was...
that one was fucked.
Yeah,
oh man,
people do weird ass shit. We've done that too, like to one of our trucks. My dad, we had bought like a brand new... this was 99 or 2000. We bought a brand new Chevy pickup. Okay. And then like 8 or 9 months later, it got hit by a garbage truck while my dad was driving it. It kind of fucked my dad up. Still kind of fucking in this situation, but... So, like, it got hit by a garbage truck doing, like, 50 or 60 miles an hour. Like,
holy shit.
On, like, 287, like, between Fort Collins and Loveland.
No way.
Oh my God. Since the truck was new enough, the insurance didn't want to total it out, so they put it in the frame machine, straightened out, all this kind of shit. And then, when it was this regular truck for a little while, it was fine, but then it basically turned into a shop tow truck for all the Pulsa trucks. And we hooked a trailer up to it, and it always sounded like the hitch was falling off or some bullshit like that, like for a while, and I was like, there's something wrong with this shit. And, I was too young at the time where I couldn't really tell my dad. I was like, he was just like, whatever, it's fine. Well, a few years later, this is probably like again like 04, 05, 06, something like that. We're gonna go take it down to like Race Toy Cars in Denver. This is it, it was a truck. We pull the shit in there or whatever,
Right.
and we I put it up there to do like servicing before we took it to Denver and all this shit. Like it needed it anyways. And I was walking around the truck and I just saw some light where there shouldn't be light going through.
Oh fuck.
And I was like, the whole behind the axle, so before the spring perch in the back, but in the back, behind the axle, so there's I'd say this much room. There was you could see all the way through the frame. So we're towing shit with this fucking pickup with the frame fucked up. So then we did the same thing. Well, at that point it was too late to the insurance should take care of this because it shouldn't have never left that way.
Right.
But I mean it was many years later, and so we just welded that bitch up, and it sounded so much better and it towed so much better because the box wasn't holding the trailer on.
Oh my gosh! Unbelievable. That could be so bad.
That truck got abused. That was I probably had 150,000 miles in that truck before we sold it 212. A half-ton Chevy pickup with a trailer on it. I had a lot of miles with it.
Oh man.
But yeah, was that that one was and then it drove fine after that, perfectly great.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know how it didn't have other issues with that one. The box was the whole frame at that point for the trailer. It always had the trailer on it. The trailer never left the truck.
Oh, wow.
So, it was just this is the normal noise, whatever. I actually had the hitch brake on that one with the truck on the trailer. And luckily, it was right up front of the shop. I was, pulling up to, turn the corner, and it was all... And I was like, what? Because we had the trailers fall off and, balls get worn out.
Right.
But yeah, it was I was like, oh shit, it fucking, and I was like, oh shit, no, it broke. Just on the ground. I was like, thank God this happened right here and not elsewhere. Cause that would have been a brutal call to my dad. I'm like, I don't know how we're going to fix this on fucking I-25 right now. Let alone if it would have been safe at that point, it probably wouldn't have been.
No way. Unbelievable.
Want a beer?
Sure.
I have Sourados, which are not super sour if you want to try mine.
Thank you.
But they're pretty good. They're from Snowbank here in town.
Yeah, I'll take one of those.
One of those?
Thank you.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Thank you very much.
Pretty good. You all right there, Travis?
Mm-hmm.
You struggling? Thank you.
Burps. I also have some chicken nuggets if you want. I forgot, as we were ordering food at Wendy's, I was like, oh shit, I should have asked Sarah.
Oh, no, you're good. You're totally good.
Baconator.
You're totally good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This fucking guy.
Started laughing once I ordered it.
There's this video.
We have to show her the video.
I don't know where to find that.
Just look up Soup Wendy's prank call.
Okay.
I broke a tooth on a Baconator.
Yeah, we talked about this where you broke one on there, and then I cracked my fucking crown on a
it's still
spicy
a
chicken.
guilty pleasure. Baconator, that's my go-to. It's totally my go-to.
Prank call.
Next Friday I'll stop by Wiley Roots again, and I'll grab one of their something.
Yeah, we still need to go get beers by your house too.
Yeah. Yes, I'm decorating for Christmas right now. I'm pretty pumped.
So we were joking about when we went up to the drive-thru, and then he just orders the bacon, and we just start giggling. And he was like, "Shut up," because he just couldn't finish it.
Joke. Oh god, that's fucking funny.
Because we were just like giggling.
It's like,
about
how
it.
much someone dude?
Yeah, we were like giggling. Well, did you hear about the time that he like blanked out in the middle of ordering at Wendy's?
Yes! You're just sitting there. And you're like, oh, the fuck?
You're gonna order your food?
I wasn't ready for the question. It
I'm sorry.
was one of those
I'm
situations
sorry.
where you're like,
Repeat the question.
you're not ready for a follow-up question. So I ordered a chicken sandwich. Well, yeah, you've heard the story. She was like, what was it? She asked if I wanted original grilled or crispy.
Yeah.
Blanked out for a good 25 seconds at the drive-thru.
I just like hear the awkward like, whoa. Like, she didn't say it, but like it's.
You can feel it. So eventually I was like, what was that?
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
I've seen you do it in person too, though. Like straight to a person's face, like order beers.
Do it again.
Have I?
Oh yeah, you definitely done that.
With beer, there's always so many options, man.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. The kids. Okay, so I taught the kids how to wash their hands, and there's a song to it and everything. And so my Sophia, when she sings it, it sounds like she's trying to say tops and bottoms. So tops and bottoms. And it sounds like she's saying boppin' bombas. So boppin' bombas. Boppin' bombas. In between. If you need hands. Oh man, they're so cute. They're trying so hard. I'm all teaching them the Thumpkin song. Did I tell you that?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, I'm teaching them. Do you guys know the Thumpkin song?
No. No idea.
All right. You ready for this?
I don't know that I am, but here we are.
Okay, so one, it's teaching kids which finger is which finger, right?
Okay.
And then teaching them how to operate each finger individually. So it's very intense fine motor skills and then hand-eye coordination because they're watching me do it and then telling their brain to copy me, right? So, where is Thumpkin? Where is Thumpkin? Here I am. Here I am. How are you today, sir? Very well, thank you. Run away. And then you go all the way through your hands. When it gets to the middle fingers, I have them like stick their whole hands up like this, and I call it tall man. And so they're trying to figure this out. And then I go to the ring fingers and I have them to do this, but they still do this. Yeah. And so I'm trying to teach them. But I still have to like throw this in there, so then when they're like parents, they're like doing it with their parents, they accidentally do this because fucking A, it's hilarious.
Might as well.
Like, you might as well. Like you gotta teach them the right way, but you know they're gonna fuck up a little bit. It's great.
It's always fantastic.
Oh,
It's like little kids and when they like cuss is my favorite.
Oh,
I would struggle like. If I was a parent, I would struggle very hard at that of being like, no, like we shouldn't.
Sophia copies my sister. My sister has road rage, so my sister is like a blonde, like porcelain skinned, like just like me, just like adorable, a little more petite than me. She's like precious, she looks like a 12-year-old. You can't.
She's
believe
just
she had
like
a kid.
me. She's cute as hell.
She's cute as fuck. Cuter as fuck because she's also a mom. So then she's like, she's got her 2-year-old in the back seat. Somebody cuts her off, and Sophia in the back street says, "Fuck you!"
I love it. It's so funny.
And then she's in the back seat the other day, and she's like, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you." And then Terry's like, Sophia, do you think you could say something else? She's like, "Fuck you, fuck you." She does this shit on purpose.
They're smarter than you think. There's like this one video, I think it was like a TikTok or Instagram or something like that, where like there was like this one this little boy looks just like I looked when I was like 5 or 6 years old too, which is kind of weird. But like this mom was like trying to like rant about something, and he's like trying to make a sandwich behind her, and he's all, "I need help with the fucking sandwich!" And she's like, "What?" Like she doesn't say anything, she just looks, and then all quiet, he's like, "I need help with the fucking sandwich."
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. He's super quiet. The mom looks back. She's like, "What?" He's like, "I need help with the fucking sandwich."
Let me see if I can find it. It's so funny.
It's really funny.
Just because like he's like so like, "I need help with the fucking sandwich."
And she's like, "Excuse me?
Oh my god.
I need help with the fucking sandwich."
It's so.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh man, I love it.
I that's why I would struggle so bad with like, again, if I was a parent, I was just like, I can't have you doing that. Like I grew up in a shop too, so like my dad was like, whatever, I don't give a shit. And he never gave a shit what I did anyways, but it was like, yeah, just do whatever, it's fine. And so like, you know, like in school, like I get in trouble all the time for just like running my mouth. Imagine I still get in trouble for it.
It's weird.
Oh wow, same.
Yeah, it never went away. I help with the fucking sandwich.
Oh man. One of my students smacked my butt the other day. She walks up to me, she's like, taps my ass and walks away.
Okay.
This is not a search system.
I'm like, I'm making breakfast, leave me alone.
This is not a search. This
Go
is,
dance, okay?
There's a, is my child masturbating too much? Yeah, this is not. I literally.
If you have to ask that question, the answer is probably yes.
I literally put little kid. I need help with the fucking sandwich, and then this is what I get. I'm afraid to click videos.
No, it was the fucking jam.
Was it the fucking jam? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's so. I need help with the. I wonder if it was like something else that was kind of like. I don't know a jam that has like something that's like close to that, but it was so loud.
Jam. Fucking jam.
It's so funny.
I said what I said, Mom. I need help.
Yeah, it might be one of those.
Did I fucking stutter?
Did I stutter? And to show you how much I look like that little kid, I'm gonna find a picture real quick. It's pretty silly.
Oh
like,
my god!
I look
This is Dick's kid.
just like that kid. It's kind of silly. Like my senior year, or my junior year of high school yearbook picture, my dad threw away all my shit apparently.
Oh.
So I can't bring that in to actually show you, but like I look like fucking Daniel Radcliffe in Harry Potter, like straight up.
Oh my gosh! I did the man
think you've
Snapchat
shown me those
filter,
pictures,
and I look
yeah.
just like my dad. Like just fucking like my dad. I gotta show you this. This is fucking hilarious. Because then I also did one of him in the woman filter, and he looks like his fucking mom. That's
Yeah, I mean, genetics, they hit hard sometimes.
They work.
I don't really look like either one of my parents. My head is too round.
It's very bulbous.
It's a very round head for sure.
Oh man. Oh, okay. So the picture I have of me with the dude Snapchat filter, some guy on Snapchat was like, "You look cute." And so I sent him back this dude Snapchat filter, and I was like, "You think?"
Oh my god.
You look like a Saudi.
Oh my god.
Like a Saudi. So here is white trash New York and Amanda outside of our trailer in like 90.
Oh yeah. Fucking
Like early
A.
90s.
Oh, so cute. Oh, cute, just like that fucking kid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Imagine
my
if I had a little
God.
bit of hair, because like I usually had it was either a buzz cut or a bowl cut for sure.
Oh, I love it. Yep. Oh man.
And Eric had the bowl cut on that time.
There's a boy on my street. What was his name? Justin, and he had a bowl cut, and he was just beautiful. And he snapped a CD in front of my house, and a little piece of the CD like grazed my cheek, and he touched me. He was like, "Oh, you're okay," and I was like, "I need to go inside." That was my first real crush.
Fair.
But it was that bowl cut. Oh my god, I was a true '90s kid.
Oh, check out these pants that I'm wearing. A little bit better. What's a better picture?
Yes. Oh, about it. Oh my god, it's so
they're
freaking
like parachute
cute.
pants for sure. We were so white trash though.
Oh
That was
god.
like, there's so many pictures of that shit. Like my sister like archived them all.
Here's my dad as a woman.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know the difference, to be honest. If you didn't know that
Oh my
was your
God.
dad at that point.
Right? Oh man. Okay, I gotta show you my sister. As
You
a
are
dude.
making a mess over there.
I know. Here's my sister as a dude.
Yeah. They actually do. Those filters like do like an oddly good
They
job.
do a real good job.
EII guys smiley face with hearts.
Hey!
Hey, what's up, Hannah?
Here, let me see what I look like right now. Right now with my hair back, I probably look like a real dude.
The real.
I got a real dude. Yep.
Real dude.
Here, let me move my braids.
Wow, dude braids.
Dude.
You look far less saucy in that one, but the other one you look like.
I know.
You look kind of like Hussein did.
Nothing. We're just looking at how great I'd look like as a man.
I'm guessing this is yours.
That's not mine, actually. No, I don't.
I don't think it's
think
Travis's.
so.
It's probably somebody else's.
Probably.
Figure it out later.
Oh man, it's hilarious.
My head is just round, so like I'm sure that it looks silly as shit.
Yes. Oh man. Oh god. Well then you need to do the girl one. Let's see what Dick looks like
Let's
in
see
the
what you
mirror.
got.
Dick.
It has
as a
trouble
woman.
hiding beards as part of the problem I've seen. Oh my god, it's not even a real person.
Let me see this.
It looks like a cartoon character. It looks like a cartoon character. It doesn't even look like a fucking real person.
Dick is pretty. Oh man. Yep. Yes.
Now it's getting blasted, I see.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. That just looks like a cartoon character, man.
I was trying to upload the picture to our comments.
Wasn't the Reface app like a Russian like thing to like get people's faces for AI shit?
That's at least the rumor.
Yeah. I'm more afraid of the Russians than the Chinese. That's why like I just started the TikTok account, so we started throwing clips up.
Oh yeah. Whoops.
Smash.
Smash. Yes.
Start throwing clips up, try to get like a little popping on there, maybe get some more people watching, kind of situation.
Yes.
But,
I get it.
But who cares?
Who cares? You're right. They probably already know everything anyways, so there's that.
Yeah. I don't know. That shit kind of weirds me out too. But I think with like my cornhole set, my cornhole stuff, and all of that, I was also thinking about doing drywall tutorials with my dad. Just because I'm pretty and posting videos will go viral more than my dad.
Well, like this was one of those things where like you start throwing on like being a pretty girl like definitely helps you like get started.
Yep.
Obviously, you have to have something like to back it up after
Right.
that. Like that's
Yeah,
what
like
I
the
told-
cornhole stuff. Like
Yeah.
That's a skill.
Anyways, woman truck, medium light skin.
I love how it says like
white woman shrugging. Crazy bitch shrugging. They need to do an emoticon that looks like a fucking Karen. Karen shrugging. 'Cause you know exactly what that bitch
Oh
looks
my
like.
god, there would be so much angry Karens.
Fuck those bitches. That's why we need that. We need to have an angry mullet man.
I mean, moles are kind of in the jam right
They
now.
are. Well, then he also needs to be wearing an American flag at the exact same time. Because
Required.
accurate.
Required.
Because stereotypes are real.
There is a reason for them, and like people like stereotypes are bad. Like, no, like there's a reason why stereotypes exist. Now, should we always just judge people on them? Definitely not.
No.
But they do exist for a reason. My favorite ones are like ones that I don't find that bad.
I put mohawks. Yes, we need to have like a mohawk dude emoticon. Yes.
Mohawks are just. Every person with a mohawk is trying too hard.
No, I love kids with mohawks.
Kids
with mohawks are fucking badass. Every time I see a little boy run around with a mohawk, I'm like,
I'll agree with
dude.
that. I just think like every dude from our age range that has ever had a mohawk tried way too hard.
I had a mohawk. Hannah, you remember when I had a mohawk for Crazy Hair Day?
Yeah, you were doing it for a purpose.
It was on purpose, and it was long hair, and it was fucking huge. It was ridiculous.
2.5 bottles of glue later.
Oh my god.
I hope you used glue on that, not
Oh shit, yeah.
Shit.
Oh yeah. Like my mom and I, we got up at like 3:30 in the morning, and we were like gluing and hair drying, and gluing and hair drying.
It takes forever.
Forever.
I definitely will say it takes a long time. Like I applaud that.
Mm-hmm.
But the same thing, like going back to stereotypes, like ones that aren't like bad. That I'm like, why are you like doing that? It's like
I think I need to throw more coals on.
What?
More coals. I'm listening to you.
It's like when you look at like old white people when they're making fun of like black people about liking like fried chicken and watermelon. I was like, who the fuck doesn't like fried chicken and watermelon?
Right.
Like,
you asshole.
Like,
Everybody want that
if
shit.
that's a stereotype, I want that one on me
okay.
too. Like,
Wait,
come on.
flat down. Because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, fly down.
Okay.
Yep.
Thought so. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yes, you know what? The coolest and also most racist thing that I've ever seen. I'm not sorry. Fuck. I have leggings on. Should I just like sag? Like, I can do that.
Speaking of racist stereotypes.
No, all right, okay. So I was down in the dirty Louisiana, and I was sitting outside of a dollar store, and I watched this dude with darker pigmented skin than I.
It's okay, I got you.
In white tank top, because what I wanted to say was a white beater. All right, so this motherfucker is jaywalking across this fucking street to the dollar store on a mission. He's like 6'5", skinny, like huffing it to get to the dollar store. And he's got this long gait, and I'm leaning outside the car watching this dude. I'm like, he is serious. Like, what is happening? And so like we're talking to friends and stuff, and I'm just watching this dude. He beelines into the dollar store, and like not 3-4 minutes later, he comes huffing it out with his giant ass watermelon. Like going back, like jaywalking across the street. So serious. I was like, that is probably the most racist thing I've ever seen. Like, are you fucking serious? This is real life right now?
Yeah, well, you like turn it to like even like white people, like how racist they are. Where it's like, you know the dude when you see him.
Oh man.
Where you're like, that dude is like super white.
Oh man.
Super trashy.
He
guarantees he has a fridge full of Budweiser.
Yep.
Like, those guys, like you just.
I
like,
dated
see
one of them.
Well,
but it was Coors Light.
Same.
Same.
Like,
no, but it's true.
Like, the thing is, like, those guys won't have a Coors Banquet. It's only Coors Light.
No, it's only Coors Light, dude.
Oh man. Don't fuck up their beer. Don't do it.
It's this. There's just that you just know the type. There's always that guy where you're like, all he does is drink Budweiser. I live with one. I mean, he's here sometimes. But.
My dad was that way. So my dad in the 90s, my dad was always like this, covered in drywall, but he also had the cut-off shorts and a beautiful mullet. Quote my mom. No.
That's fair.
Been there.
We're not pushing on nobody, but it's an offer. You know.
But he always was drinking Budweiser. And my sister, we have a picture of her in a onesie. She got a hold of a beer one night. And so we got a picture of her in a onesie with a can of Budweiser, like her hair, like just out of the bath. Oh my God, so funny. But it was always Budweiser.
White people stereotypes are like the best, I think.
Oh, I think so too!
They're so much more funny than the rest of them because like they weren't made by white people, so they're way funnier.
Oh my gosh. I think if you're like, I think that's one thing I love about my relationship with my nigga Mo is that like, one, he is the blackest dude you'll ever see. Like, like
Right.
that. And he calls me my nigga Sarah, and I am the whitest person ever, right? And he introduced me to a room full of niggas, man. Like, oh my God, as my nigga Sarah. Like, thank God I had weed with me. Like, thank God I had weed with me.
It's like one of those moments where like, fuck.
Oh, man, because when I was like, what's up, niggas? They were like, and I was like,
I may have fucked up, but I can return.
Redemption of the baggie!
I remember like being like,
but our relationship is like the whole.
You let it just be what it is.
Yes, and he's
he's
like this little white girl from Colorado, like gives me all of the like Colorado hippie ridiculous stereotype, and we love each other with that. Like it's not this. Anything, and if we were to ever say something that offended somebody, like we would like call each other out,
right?
Like,
you have to say
and you have to have that kind of relationship. With,
well, that would make life so much
easier
easier if that was the case. Like like one of my friends, you know Stefan, I'm sure.
Yes.
Stefan, yeah.
Yes.
So Stefan is also dark as night. Like in a dark room, just smiles. You can see his teeth
right.
on the walls.
Right. Exactly.
He's one of those like, and he and I have like a good relationship, and we talk about bullshit, and, like we do whatever. But like every once in a while, I was like, we were leaving Trailhead, and we were all there was a bunch of us. We were hammered.
Special.
You can park that for a second, just because I need to make another one here shortly.
Ow.
You okay?
Yeah.
You struggling there?
No.
But so like, whoever was walking out in front of us, like they said hi to him first, or in front of me, because I had to like say goodbye to everybody, like I always have to do.
Right.
So I'm saying like goodbye to like the bartender that I know, whatever. I come up and they're talking to him. He's got this other guy that I don't know, who's also just super dark, and I'm just hammered. So I walk into Stefan and I'm all, "What's up? It's my black guy." Like just kind of like roll up and I give him a hug. And this other guy was just mean mugging the fuck out of me, like bad.
Oh.
And for anyone that's not from like Colorado that's watching, there's not that many black people here. They don't really exist. So like when he's like,
"Hey, they called it Vanilla Valley."
Yeah, it's no
for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And so like fucking, I go give him a hug, and this other guy is just like, he just called you like a very racist scenario here, but you just like gave him a hug, and it was like so funny to me because he was just so mad. But I've also seen Stefan literally turn a 55-year-old racist man not racist.
Ooh,
like
yep.
super duper racist man. So when I was working at the bar still, and this dude rolls in, super southern drawl, was like from Louisiana, and
we know
he immediately started like snickering or whatever underneath. And he was like a very like nice guy to me, like a friend. He's like, "Yeah, my daughter's like graduating from the CSU and all this shit." And I was like, "Okay." And then he said like saw Stefan, and he was like, "Rrr, rrr, rrr." Well, then somehow like over the course of like the next like 2 hours, Stefan had like made him his friend.
Nice.
And then so like I said like something like as a joke, like just giving Stefan shit or whatever, and he's all, "You be nice to that black man." Like that, he like literally flipped bills in like 3 hours.
Oh,
like, to the point like him and Stefan like went to like a concert, like a bluegrass concert downtown, and like all that shit. Like and the next he like saw him the next day for lunch and shit. Like he literally turned this guy that was like racist as shit to being like going back home and being like, "I don't know how to tell my buddies I'm not racist anymore." Like, and I was like, that's like what it should be about, because once they're like, they're people that are racist get experience it, they're like, "Oh shit, this shit's dumb. Why am I racist? There's no fucking point."
Right.
And it was just like one of those moments, like see it happen in like 3 hours was like the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I was like so like, what? Now he's mad at me for giving my friend shit, who he didn't even like when he walked in here, based off of fucking bullshit pretenses. Like,
just picture him going home to his wife and just walking super distraught. He's like, "I don't know what to tell the clan."
Yeah, it was like kind of one of those moments where I was like, this dude's like changed from just like going to his grandma's
Came in super racist, then Dick says something, "Oh, don't be racist."
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh, hey, man."
Like when I said it wasn't even like it was just like a fucking like do this like you fuck like do the shot or something like it's like as me as I am.
Yep.
So he like it was just so funny. He's like you be nice to that fucking guy. Like I'll fucking fight you. Like he went off. I was like,
that is so
okay,
funny.
like that was a significant change. And I'll take it. I'll take that change.
I think it's yeah.
I mean, also Stefan's like, as black as he is, and like all the stuff that he does, like that is like like black pretense. He is kind of white too. So like,
Oh, man.
it's like let's go to a bluegrass concert. Like, this, like I don't do that. I'm blacker than that. Like,
I got stranded at like 3 in the morning in Washington D.C. on G Unit Street with my nigga Mo. Thank God I was with him, because if I was with my sister.
Well, I had a friend in high school. We were like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like, because a couple years ago now, I went on a heavy. Like, I'm hesitant to say it anymore because I used like. I think it was about 2 years ago. I said it so frequently.
Oh yeah, that was. Yeah, it
like,
was bad.
Bad.
You were bad.
It was like internet white kid, but in person.
It was bad. I was saying it so. He's like, dude, you're gonna say the wrong place.
This is Mo.
Okay.
Like this is his life. Like this is like just partying, DJing, photography in DC.
Sounds fun to me.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. He's definitely one of the best people. I mean, he's a really good dude. Definitely a party freak. But
yeah, it was to the point where we'd be at like Tony's or a bar, whatever, with no black friends,
right?
and I'm just saying it.
Like today and Seth.
And at Tony's at 11 o'clock at night before COVID, upstairs, you shouldn't really be slinging that word around.
Probably not, yo.
So,
Oh man,
nothing ever came of it.
you're
but,
really lucky, you know.
Yeah,
You're
but
in
we had to, like,
fucking
shut
Fort
it.
Collins.
Yeah.
Like,
We
you
had
could be anywhere else in the United States, and you would have been murdered that night.
Yeah,
Meh,
whatever.
what else?
But yeah, we had to, it was getting bad.
Come see.
Yeah, we had to like
It's what it
shut
is.
it down.
Well, and then that's when Freaky Friday by Lil Dicky came out.
What?
When
Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah.
where there's that straight lyric where you just say it 10 times in a row.
Oh my god.
I was like, yeah, it's my jam.
It was bad. There was like several times where I'm like, shut the fuck up. Brosev did that to me one night in front of like a black dude too. He like he was trying to be funny to like this. It was up front of the Nard, and it was this year. I don't even. Remember.
It's not a good icebreaker.
No, and this kid was like, luckily this kid was chill or whatever, and his name was like Kodak or something. It was something weird too. It was like a weird name, like straight up. It was like Kodiak or Kodak, or it was like something like very like not like a person's name. It was like a company's name or a place's name. That was his name. It was weird. I bet if I asked
Traditional Georgia name.
yeah, if I texted Brosev, he probably remembers because he said it out loud and was like visibly like, oh shit, like you should have said that out loud.
Oh,
But yeah, I was like, and I was just sitting there like, luckily that kid up front of the Nard was like super chill, and it was like, okay, we're all right.
Yeah.
He was super like, I get it, you're not trying to be an asshole, you're just an asshole. Like,
do you remember that dude D? He used to hang out with JR. More my age, but they used to come to the hookah bar a
I
lot.
don't know, I don't remember a JR either. So
D is like, well, another tall, dark, and so dark. One time, we were racing. I was in my mom's minivan.
they're actually pretty fast and unloaded.
Yes.
So.
Oh yeah. I was in my mom's minivan, and we were racing some other kids to the movie theater or to the mall or something. We're racing, and like we're at the same stoplight, and it's about to turn green, and D jumps out of that other car's window and jumps into my window. All 6'4" of him into the car window as I'm like driving down the road like that. I did not believe that he was going to make it through
Some
the window.
Fast and
like,
Furious
oh.
shit.
Oh my god. It was hilarious. It was a good time.
Yeah, and I'm sure it scared other white people in the city. So.
Oh my god. Well, they probably thought that I was getting mugged or something. Because let me show you what this gentleman looks like.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Somebody was like, "What the fuck?"
They're like,
All the scared white
everyone,
people.
this dude is jumping this girl's minivan!
especially in this fucking town, where everyone's afraid of nothing.
Oh my god. So funny.
You're like, calm down, calm down.
So yeah.
Yeah, I remember like being like early, like, you know, like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, like going to like hip hop shows in Denver.
Oh yeah.
And being like the only white kid there, because like that was before like here, especially like hip hop was like really like, you know, pronounced and that kind of shit. Anyways, and you just,
Right.
One small radio station that was, you know, it wasn't like quite the pop music that it was in like the late 2000s.
Right.
So like, yeah, I'd like show up to like, I don't remember what concert it was, but it was like I was the like only white kid in this like pile of like, and they're all looking at me all weird. I'm not a narc, dude. Like, I'm just drinking beers too.
Yeah. Chill out, bro.
Yeah, it was definitely like a different time for sure. And that was like, I think it was at Cervantes, before it was Cervantes. I don't remember what it was called. But it was 5 points before they had like really cleaned it like all the way out. So like it was like you could get in big trouble if you were like
Oh yeah.
holding on to your stuff like just the right way. It was only a couple years later that it was not a problem anymore, but because then they like got used to like white people being around. Because that was more the problem with that area, was they were just like, why are these white people in our area? Versus like actually being like bad.
Right.
Because like I would always walk through there. Like Buddy Hector from college, he was just one of the crazy people I've ever met in my entire life, and he was like illegal, like Mexican going to college here. It was weird. Like he drove like this like 79 or 80 Oldsmobile Cutlass with like fucking like suicide doors and shit, and he was like the most like flamboyantly like just. He's kind of an asshole, like, but he was like very nice to me for some reason. I don't know why. He was just mean to everybody else. But yeah, he would always like talk a bunch of shit. And I'm like, and he'd drive all dumb and like, you don't like you'll get deported, dude. Like, stop. But I don't know. He still did it. That was Denver for me. We used to have huge parties at his house. Even I don't know how we didn't get in trouble as 19-year-old kids, like throwing huge parties.
Oh fuck.
No fucking clue.
I know. I remember my paintball buddies, Brad Thorne. Him and all of our buddies. Gosh, I knew Brad Thorne before I knew anybody at the hookah bar. I've known Brad Thorne forever, since I was like maybe 14, 15. There's this buddy, Brandon, and his family had some really cool property out in Parker, and they threw a rager every summer. And this one year, the first year he did it, the cops rolled up. Like, we were sitting outside, and the cops rolled up, and there were flashlights, and then I looked at the house, and there was a hill behind us, and people started telling everyone, and then I just saw, like, it looked like ants crawling up a hill, just people just running, just fucking running. I was from, like, 2 hours north, like, I ain't fucking going nowhere.
Right.
Like, no way. So I hid in a closet. It was great. It was great. Like, they had a really cool crawl space closet thing, like, it was carpeted and lights. And
where was this
It was
at?
nice. Oh, God, it was down in Parker. And
Yeah, Denver would be a little bit rougher in those time frames to like get away with that kind of shit.
Yeah, well, and then like the year after, we had wristbands, and so like everybody could come in, and cops couldn't roll the property, so cops were literally just sitting outside the fence, like just waiting for people to leave. It was hilarious. Like there was a band, like there was oh my God, it was.
I mean, that was like all the parties through the shop.
Fucking awesome.
Same way.
Yep.
Here in this town, you just walk right by them. You just like leave the house and like when it's like. When they're like, time to break it up, you just kind of like, as long as you're not like running from them, they don't think anything's suspicious at all, they just do it. That's how it used to be here. I don't know how it is now. But.
I know, God, I'm so glad I don't have to worry about that anymore.
I
going to house parties from this block to this block and down the street and walking into all these random people's houses, just partying. I mean, I miss those days.
I miss those days. The kids around here don't party that late.
I know. Really?
They party till like 8 p.m. and they're done.
I don't understand.
I didn't start then until like 9.
Oh God, we didn't off work until 2.
There was a fun group of dudes when when Dick lived in that house.
Yeah.
The guys who lived in the house, like when we first started hanging out.
Yeah, they were pretty chill. They were.
And they would actually like party late.
Nice.
Like the only people we hear now are the girls, like 3 houses down.
Oh God.
But when we're outside, we can hear them partying from like 8 to 8:30.
Yeah, and they're done. Like the kids are like. The guys that live behind us now, they don't even do anything. The kids that lived there last year, they would like go to like Fight Club occasionally, which was kind of funny to like watch. Like you'd be sitting on the back like smoking a hookah like on the couch, and like they'd be like, and they're like, okay, break it up, we're done, and like just go back. They're like, what the fuck is happening right now? And the kids that lived next to them, again behind the house next door, they would party pretty cool. Those are the kids that I iced, and so they were pretty chill. But they were done at like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the summer. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And then.
It makes me feel like I was a really bad kid.
Kinda.
Because I was partying until like
we still
breakfast time.
I still do that. So it's like, but the kids that live behind us now, they're of
I was going
African
to
descent
Denver
also.
for
So they're very like low key because they do not like they're very afraid of like white people like being mean to them, kind of, which is kind of weird because like again they're like 19, 20 years old too. So it's like.
Yeah.
Everybody around here does not give a shit. Like,
gosh, hate that.
Like we'll wave to them like when they'll bring the dog out. They're like they won't even like they're just not even.
Oh no!
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, guys.
Oh god.
As we're blaring fucking disgusting music out anyways, and smoking hookah and drinking beers until fucking 5 in the morning in the porch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not the breed. Like, I don't even, like, see the girls down the street at all. They never leave their fucking house.
No.
Ever. I see, like, the girl that lives next door, she rented out the basement from the old lady. So she's pretty nice. She's also kind of weird. She's like one of the few people that, like, lets her cat out. So it's, like, just roaming around. I'm like, what are you doing?
Whatever. There's some cats that roam around the alley and stuff around my house, and I just... when my dog comes over, I just hope you guys don't come into my yard. Like, you would 100% die. Like, but I think it's also nice because I don't have, I have an open field right next to my house, so they're being like little, like alley cats. That's nice because then I don't have mice coming into my garage.
That's a plus.
Yeah.
That is a huge plus on that one, actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised we don't have, like, around here, like, there's not, like, a whole lot of outdoor cats around here. We don't have, like, mice issues. We have more raccoon issues.
Really? Well, I bet.
If you leave the garage door open, like, your shit's, like, trashed.
Oh, God. Fuck that. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to worry about that either.
Yeah, raccoons are...
Well, gosh, I don't have an HOA or anything like that, so I have an alley, so I can leave my trash out right at the alley. It's so nice.
Plus, for sure.
Nice.
We don't have any of that here. We don't paper trash anyway, so we just put it in the roofing trailer and just get rid of it, so...
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, unless Scotty doesn't, like, take it out for, like,
Love when
3
people
weeks.
pay me.
It's plus.
Really nice.
Especially, like, 8:30 on a Friday.
They have until midnight to pay me, or they get late fees.
Nice.
So, yep, I got a family that still has to pay me, or they get like a $40 late fee. Like, I've been so nice, and like giving people like the whole weekend. Where it's like I can't. I literally am helping you raise your children. You better pay me though, and on time.
Well, that's definitely like one of the things you got to do is make sure that like people pay you.
Yeah, and like I'm pretty cool. Like if you communicate with me, like, hey, payday's not till Saturday. Can I pay you Saturday? Cool, no problem. You let me know. But if you don't pay me by midnight, like late fee.
Well, as long as it's in the contract,
I haven't had one late fee. Well, my contract says so. So I'm actually have a nicer contract now, but the one that they had before is like 10% every day that they're late. So like could be an extra $100 this weekend. Cool. You can be late. But I don't want you to be late. Right. And I don't want you to drop your kid off on Monday and be like, I can't take your kid because you didn't pay me. I don't want to do that.
Right.
Because your kid looks forward to coming and hanging out with me every day.
That's it.
So I don't like that.
It also makes people pay, though. If you're good, like, it makes people pay. Like, it's easier for them.
Yep.
Well, and you live like, Windsor's like, there's not really like a slumlord scenario in Windsor, like at all. Like there's no like barely making it by people. It just doesn't exist over there.
Except for me. But like, that's fine.
Yeah, but
I am the slumlord.
I am. Paper Planes, my song.
It goes all of us at one fucking point. So, like, I'm definitely like, we're middle class as fuck these days, but growing up, like, I was definitely like trailer trash as it got. So.
Oh man.
Yeah, the small pickup with a topper on the back, yeah, that's when you know you're with 2-wheel drive in Colorado.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No matter how new, it's trailer trash.
I miss my pickup so much. God.
I don't like toppers on trucks, period.
I also don't like toppers.
It just
on
looks
trucks,
stupid.
period.
Just get a fucking Suburban.
I
Well, the
mean,
problem is they're so much more expensive, and if all you're putting back there is like tools and stuff.
if you're in the
Then you get a
construction field, I
box.
see why you would want a topper. I get it.
Yeah, so like I get it too. Like
I get it if it has a purpose, but if
I
it
used to
doesn't have a
definitely
purpose,
be-
you're stupid.
on the like just get a Tahoe, Suburban, Expedition, or whatever. But that's when they were close in price. A starting price for a Tahoe right now is $50,000.
It's ridiculous.
You can get a truck for $25,000.
Yeah.
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 So like even a 4-door, like a pickup that has 4 doors for for around $30,000. So if you're in a topper costs $1,000 like for a nice one.
Mm-hmm.
So like I get it. I still think it's dumb, and I think they look dumb.
My family bought a topper for my Toyota, the Toyota that I had. You remember that?
Yeah.
One, thing? Okay, so we bought that was our family's first family car. Back in that was our first new car too. So back in 95 when we got that thing.
Yeah, so that's like
Or
how
no, it was we got it in 95, 94 or something like that. I knew it's an 89
Okay.
or 87.
So it's a couple years
So it was a
old.
couple years old. But that was our first family car. So it was my mom, my brother, me, and my dad in that. And then we had my sister in 95. And so then my dad got a topper and one of those little bench seats to throw in the back.
Oh my
And that
God.
was our
your,
family
Your
car.
dad is
So-
very similar to my dad.
Yes,
My
so
dad-
it was me and Brody in the back, and then my mom in the car seat, in the little bench seat, in this little bench.
So we had my dad bought it brand new. He got a loan from my grandmother's, let's just say boyfriend, because he was more like a grandfather to me than her. Like
Right.
that's you,
It's not me.
not you. I was like, that's coming from where my phone is. I was like, that doesn't come out of my phone. But it was a 1991 GMC Sonoma, two-door,
Oh, yeah.
long bed, stick
Yeah.
shift,
Yep.
4-cylinder.
Yep.
And he put a topper on. He removed the rear window
Yep.
and put shit so the heat would go in the back. And we
Yep.
had that when we moved down here in '91.
We would just open up that window, and we just you guys got heat? We had a blanket.
That's exactly how that worked. We had that truck till '95. That way, then you got an extended cab, which for 3 kids in a man and wife scenario is still rough.
We had that truck until 2011 when we lost the house. We had it forever.
Yeah, that's a long ass time.
And my brother was a special child, and fucked that car up many a times. When he was strung out on meth, they came in, he owed somebody money, and they stole his bike and tore that car apart. So that's why I didn't have door paneling on it. But yeah, I love that thing. And then he was fucking high when he put the bar that connects the front and the back, 4x4. He put that on backwards. And when I got it back, when we took it back from him from Arizona, when we got it back, that thing fell out in the middle of Highway 34 in
Super
traffic. Oh God, with my sister in my car popped up all crazy. We were on the left lane, just turned left, oh God, crazy. And then this crazy dude looked like a fucking vampire walks up to us in a fucking trench coat. And Stevie and I are in the car, and he comes up to us, because he's gonna help us. And I grabbed that, emergency bar, because our emergency brake, my brake wasn't there, so I just had the bar. That was my weapon of choice. So I pulled that out, I was like, I've got this. I don't need your help. My dad's coming. I got this.
There's that stereotype again.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's... My parents were not safe either, so...
Oh man. Well, gosh, and they were young and figuring it out. My mom was 21 when she had me. And I remember she was also driving without a license oh my God, okay. So they were moving north. They were moving from Denver to northern Colorado, and it was foggy. And they had to get my mom's Honda and my dad's truck, one of the last loads, and me. And so we had to get the last load up, and it was foggy. And my mom was following my dad, my dad was following my mom, and a cop cut my dad off and pulled my mom over because her plates were expired and she didn't have a license. And I was in the car, and so my dad knew what was going to happen. And so they all knew what was probably going to happen. So my dad's walking up, and this is the 90s, and so he's got his long mullet, right, and his long trench coat. and he's walking up in the fog to like towards this police officer, and the police officer got the scared shitless, ran back to his car, and like it was over.
Random.
Like what the fuck?
Yeah, my parents were pretty young too. Like, you know, my dad was 26 when I was born. My mom was not even 18 yet. There's a problem there, but like that's besides the point.
Yeah.
But like, you know, like my dad at the time, like when we first were growing up, he had a pair of like 69 and 70 Chevy pickups, and like one was like the work truck and one was like the fun truck. That truck the fun truck still exists. This is the one I'm talking about. But he was just kind of like one of those like hillbillies. And this is South Dakota too, so they're like a decade behind also. Like already, so like this is like it was in the 70s, like in the 80s,
right?
But like,
ain't it funny how that was like how like everything like in different areas, more rural areas,
yeah,
like,
it was
a little decade behind.
Rough for sure. But in this one truck, it was a 2-door short bed, Chevy pickup, and honestly, I still love those trucks. And like, my uncle owns it now, and I would like. He's got like way too many kids, so I'm like, hey, like, why don't you like bring that to me because I love that truck.
Yeah.
But my seat in the truck had a pair of buckets in the front. My seat was one of those plastic like children's chairs.
Yeah, the little folding in the middle.
No, it was just like plastic, like you had like the little kids table, like those like colored chairs.
Yes.
And like flat backed and like flat bottom.
Yes.
That was what I sat in as like a fucking like
a foldable chair.
Not even foldable.
Oh god.
Hard plastic.
Yes.
Bullshit chair. And that was like the center chair for like me to sit in until I probably was like 7 or 8, and then he got rid of the truck at that point.
Oh gosh,
but I was like, looking back, I'm like, that was not.
My dad had a little Dodge that had 2 little like fold behind things behind the 2 front seats. And that was my brother's and my seats for a little while too. I remember that. I love those things. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like when I can, I want to have a car that isn't reliant on technology. Like, I don't want it like as far away as I can get.
I want nothing to do with that.
So, you don't want anything.
My Mustang. So I still have my Mustang too.
Yeah.
It might have got driven to the like one time, like probably before you were there, but it like. So it's a 73. I've owned it since I was 14, so I've had it for 20 years now, which is kind of crazy to say. But, so yeah, I've had it since 2000, and when I'm deciding what I want to do with it now, like, to like, what kind of money I'm going to put into it, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And I really just want to make it electric.
Ooh, really?
Yeah. Because I love, like, electric power anyways, and that's, like, where I want to be, like, I always race like electric toy cars, like all those kind of things. I always like they were like my jam. Yeah. And there's this company down in Texas where he like specializes in taking older Fords specifically and makes them electric and like restores them and does the whole thing. Yeah. And he's got this like it's a 67, I think, 66 or 67 Mustang that does a standing quarter mile at 180 miles an hour.
What?
Yeah.
What?
It will burn out. It will spin tires at 120 miles an hour.
What?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
So like,
I
feel you.
I just want to have one that just like
you want a Model T.
I want something that not necessarily that like I wouldn't mind like an old like bench seat pickup like that just doesn't have it like an older 4-wheel drive like.
Yeah, see,
like older truck, like it doesn't have a whole lot of technology in it.
If I own any of that stuff, it's all getting updated. It's all.
Well, see, there's some updates clearly that I want, but there's some of the technology things. See, there's some shit that I'm like, I don't want anything to do with that because if shit fails, I'm all like.
Well, you know what's funny about that?
I have this like weird, almost like I kind of think I want to be a prepper sometimes, kind of thing. Like I have there's like I mean I think it's also like. Because I'm single, so it's like okay, like I want to be able to take care of myself. So if technology fails me, and like there's like my car doesn't work because of an electrical thing, I know I can't fix electrical. I can't do that.
Well,
but there's some things that like in an older car, like I could figure out and I could fix.
Well, and this is where I'm gonna like debate that a little bit too.
Please.
Because if you look at how cars are,
I may be naive. Correct.
So this is this is something that I have arguments with like. Because
I don't want to argue.
No, like I'm not saying like you specifically, but I'm like old guys, like one of the guys that works for my dad. He's like, "Fuck our new fuck." He's just one of those guys. But then like he drives like a fucking like a fucking 2000 diesel pickup, like that kind of shit.
A Beamer.
Yeah. But like if you look at how like long cars used to last, like actually like on a daily driven scenario, those kind of things, you have to do a lot of maintenance in the, when it was like 60s, 70s cars, those kind of things. They still had a lot of maintenance that you had to do at 15K, 30K, and then you threw away the car between 75 and 100K. That's why so many cars got crushed. So like, one example that I have of this situation is like, take like a 67 through 69 Mustang, okay? Those are very desirable cars right now, and they're very expensive. Rolling chassis with no title go for 10 grand. Like, with nothing on them. There's not even rolling chassis, just chassis go for 10 G's.
Right.
And the thing is because, so like back in the day, those are just regular cars. Those are like your Toyota Corollas, like your things like that. Most of them were sold with 6 cylinders, and they were just basic cars to drive around. Yes, there's some cool versions and things like that. But what happens is when they were done with those cars, they just got crushed. So like they sold 1.2 million of those cars in 3 years. There's probably, I would say, between 50 and 75,000 of them left.
Wow.
So when you look at that, they were just regular ass cars, and the reason for that is once they were done, they just got rid of them. They didn't know they were going to be worth money and that kind of shit. And they probably wouldn't be worth the money that they are now if they were kept around those kind of things too. So like there was a lot more maintenance to do to those cars to keep them on the road. When parts did break, they were still just as expensive because that was like the mainstay point at that time frame. So like, and cars were cheap then too. You look at it was a tenth of what your yearly makings were in the 70s.
Right.
Whereas now like a car now costs the whole thing.
Of my income.
Right. And even like an affordable car is like roughly pretty close to a full year's pay now. Whereas then it was very little. Houses were they kind of just all went this way because wages. That's another topic.
Too many more rabbit holes.
Another topic, but
there's not
cars last
mushrooms.
way longer. Now they're maybe like not built the same because they're safer and that kind of shit now. So like when you do hit something, they kind of explode, which is better for a person. But like they just didn't last as long. So like I hate carburetors. I hate points. I hate like all those things and like while the transmissions were simpler, they also blew up a lot faster and those kind of things. So like the only technology that's still kind of stuck around in the situation is like differentials are kind of the same. Like some things have a little.
So in a zombie apocalypse, Dick, what is your car of choice?
One that runs.
No shit, Sherlock.
At that point, I wouldn't really care as long as it runs.
Honestly, I would probably. I'm fixing my Honda right now. It's probably right around that range of vehicle.
Yep.
Because they're still like they're more simple than cars in the 90s and the late 80s to work on because there's not as much vacuum, there's not as much wiring. They're much more simplified in that way. Plus, they're so much more reliable as a vehicle overall. Plus, they make enough power for the size. They get better fuel mileage and those kind of things. While having they're very simple to work on. The only thing you really need is like a scan tool, and even that you can usually kind of figure out what's going on with it without that. And they're actually probably easier to work on than trying to like get a carburetor to run like a certain type of fuel and those kind of things because they're much more adaptive.
Okay.
Like there's a race with old carbureted cars where it starts at the bottom of a climb and races all the way to the top.
Okay.
And part of the race, like fuel injection, and you have all the sensors, it accounts for altitude. So like you could drive a car from here to California, no problems. It'll adjust itself. If you do it with a carbureted car, you have to stop along the way and adjust a bunch of shit because it doesn't adjust for the fuel to air ratio.
Okay.
The stuff like that, which is carburetors suck.
Yeah. So the thing is, like when it comes on like you learning how to do it, I would even say that it's easier to learn on like an early 2000s fuel injected car to learn how to fix it than it would be to do carburetors because carburetors are like they're finicky, they get stuck, like they do weird shit, and that's why like when I'm saying like I would take like I love the old body styles and that kind of stuff. Like I very much like again like that Chevy pickup like those like late 60s, early 70s. They're like one of my favorite vehicles of all time, and like I would take all like the simple fuel injection shit that you can from the newer stuff, like mid 2000s.
Yeah.
Toss it in there.
Yeah.
Make way more power.
Right.
Than without having to spend all the money on the deal.
Right. Okay.
I want an old square body Chevy with an LS swap.
Oh.
Yeah.
Be perfect.
So yeah,
see, okay.
And as far as a vehicle like you want, like, cause you want like the styling, you want like that, like it's still like kind of a shitty vehicle because they don't drive
but
around.
It's not
but
shitty.
So like that's kind of like one of those things where you just like you upgrade like brakes and like suspension components, like cause all that's like pretty similar.
Yeah.
Even from like back in the day, like you don't have to add like ABS or any of that trash on top of it.
Right.
It's not trash either, but like you don't want to add all of that stuff because that's what makes it complicated, not the actual like drivetrain and that kind of stuff. Whereas like when I'm like I want to make an electric car because I want to like go fast. I want to like I want to be like what this thing makes no noise and does 0 to 60 in 2 seconds kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like no, I want one of those long square old pickup trucks with the windows down going down a dirt road. That's what I want.
There was one of the worst carbureted cars I ever had to work on. It was when I was working at a restoration shop. It was a cool car. It was I think a 70 Cuda.
Okay.
But a lot of those engines were 2-barrel 6-packs. So it was a little 2-barrel carburetor, but there were 3 of them on top of the engine. So not only now you had a carburetor that's already finicky and shitty, now you had to make sure it was linked and timed perfectly with the other 2 carburetors so it ran perfect.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, that kind of... It was a thing where it made more power, it was a little bit more efficient, but it came with a cost of maintenance.
Of a lot more maintenance. And that's like the things like motorcycles from like the 80s that had like the quad carbs and stuff on those are just like the absolute worst to work on. Because you have to like sync all the single carburetors and all that shit. Like, single 4-barrel carburetors, like once you get like set up, they're usually pretty good for a while.
Okay.
But I really
multiple carburetors at a time.
Yeah.
It's like a motorcycle.
Okay. I like to watch American Pickers, and I like to watch their episodes.
You look like it right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I just came from.
I've been picking angles all day today, man. Oh, man.
I just had to throw that joke in there. You look like you watch American Pickers.
I love American Pickers. I love that show. Oh man, but now like you guys talk about the carburetors and them talking about like okay, all this is making sense because when they're talking and negotiating, I'm like, dude, I gotta clean out all this shit, like, and so I understand. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's just one of those as like a.
Okay. I love learning this stuff.
And that was the biggest pain when I had my 85 Ford. It was an awesome truck, but it was carbureted. And the most annoying thing, because the fuel quality in Colorado is not like the greatest.
Right.
It's not the worst, but it's not great.
Right.
So all it takes is some shitty fuel to get into your carburetor, and it'll actually like gum up into like this gum-like shit. And the holes inside the carburetors, like you stick a needle through them. They're super tiny. Oh. So the smallest piece of debris or gunk or anything.
Yeah, the fuel pressures are so low too, because you're looking at like 9 psi on a fuel pressure, whereas on a you have to deal with it, later cars, but you're looking at 60, 70 psi, which can clean out stuff a lot easier.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at like the new GDIs and diesels, where you've got 2 separate fuel systems with the low ends, like anywhere between 60 and 90, and then it goes through a high pressure fuel pump, and it comes out anywhere between 10 and 30,000.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So like, and that seems like you don't want to go that far. Like I won't say like, hey, like run like new stuff, because it is a lot more complicated when you have problems. Like there is much.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of like it. I find them similar to work on because you can like. They're easier to diagnose because like there's ways to tell what the computer's like seeing and those kind of things, so you can like get your direction right. So like it's not like, and they're actually not that hard. Cars aren't that hard to work on in general, in my opinion. Mainly because I've been doing my entire fucking life, but here we are. I think that.
Well, see, and then I'm like, I don't think kids are complicated, but some people can't paint.
Right. But I also think that, and much like the same way, I think that anybody can work on cars.
Right.
Especially like the general maintenance stuff. For the most part, it takes no special tools or anything. It's just kind of like they're very simple.
Like on my there's like I would like to learn now that I have a different car. Like I don't know how to change the oil on my bigger vehicle, and that's something that I want to learn.
It's
probably. And then I think I'm due for my spark plugs to be done too. So.
Okay. Well, I can show you how to do that all if you want. You're perfect because you can crawl up in there because you're.
Yes, I can.
They're easy. They're on that thing. The spark plugs are so fucking easy.
Yes. Okay.
They're like.
Cool.
They're
what kind
like.
of car do you have?
I have a 2006 Sequoia.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, they're like right on. They're so easy.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I can help you do that.
Cool.
It'll take like a half an hour of me just like teaching you, and you can just do it.
Okay, cool.
In the next half an hour, like
Cool.
an
Yeah,
hour
you need
long.
like 2 tools.
Yeah, you need a 10 millimeter
Which I have that 5/16
A spark
in
plug
my laundry
socket.
and a
basket.
spark plug socket.
I
So-
have your
about
socket in my laundry basket.
Okay.
I want you to know, I have not misplaced it. I have it. Every time I do my laundry, I'm like, I need to give that to Dick. I do that like 3 times in the week, but I don't do laundry on Fridays.
That's the same problem. I discussed the same problem. My ID is like cracked and broken.
Oh shit.
So like every time we're at the liquor store on Fridays, I'm like, shit, it's fucking broken. But then it's Friday, so I don't think about scheduling it or whatever. And then the next Friday, oh fuck, it's broken. Like that's
Right.
like this. I understand that like fully.
man.
But yeah, it takes like you unclip like 8 connectors that are super easy to unclip, and then there's a 10 millimeter bolt that you pull all the coil packs out, and then there's what is it? A 16 millimeter spark plug socket with a long extension. Pull the spark plugs out, piece of cake.
Okay, cool. Yay! Alright, cool. I'm
And then the
excited.
oil change is probably easier than every car that you've ever owned.
Really?
Because
What year is it?
I think it was
6.
6. So like I guess like the
No, it's got that shitty cartridge filter.
no, it's still an old 4.7.
Oh, okay. You're
Yeah.
good.
So like
Super easy then.
They're a little bit like odd to get to, but like
With my little hands, it might be okay.
that one, it depends if it has a skid plate or not. Because if it has a skid plate, then like with my long arms, it helps like to get down
Okay.
there to like do it. Because you do it from the top and you reach
Okay.
all the way down and you unscrew it. But if it
Okay.
doesn't have a skid plate, it's right there and it's gravy.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Like
Oh, I'm so
yeah,
excited.
super easy.
I'm so excited.
You have one of the easiest vehicles to service. Period.
That's so good to hear.
Like,
Because that's
honestly-
something that I like. Because I mean, it's something. I mean, if it's something that I can do, I'd like to be able to do it.
Yeah, I can literally show you no problem. I can do a timing belt on one of those in like an hour.
Cool.
They're fucking easy. The whole
Yeah.
vehicle is easy. The
Pretty
hardest.
Yeah, Terry did so when he did my brakes, his company, they did a whole text message, full diagnostic of everything. And so, like, I have all the breakdown of everything and stuff with my car, which is kind of cool. Like, I've never experienced something like that.
Yeah.
I was like, that's pretty thorough. So it's like, oh,
Well, I'm
spark
glad
plugs
it's becoming
and
more of
oil
a
change.
standard because it's
Yes.
really nice.
It's really nice because then I'm like, okay, cool. Because then as a consumer, like as a customer, I can prioritize like what I got to get
Right,
done.
and like as far as like anything that you like need to learn how to do on that, again, it's probably one of the easiest vehicles to work on.
Oh,
period.
cool. Yes. Well,
Like-
and like my front brakes are what I'll need to do next, but I don't need to do that right this minute.
Like the only thing that's like kind of weird as far as like normal maintenance goes
Mhm.
is like the transmission fill is a little weird, but they're not super hard either on
Okay.
those ones. It's just like you don't have a dipstick; you can just fill it up. Like if you drain it, you have to like go underneath and fill it up underneath.
Oh,
But it's still pretty easy. Like
okay.
everything on that is gravy. There's some weird stuff like with like when you like if you have like electric like problems, like the fuel pump is a 2-speed on those, and the wiring. Like I'm used to it now. Like but the first time I had to like deal with one of those, I was like, what the fuck is this? Because it has like a double relay situation. Like one is like the high speed and one's the low speed. And like when you first like dig in the wire diagram, you're like, what the fuck is this? And then once you figure it out, it's great. But that's like the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that's like weird on those. Everything else is again, it's probably the easiest vehicle to like do anything on. It's like
Oh, that's awesome.
so yeah, like that's like a perfect
Cool.
vehicle to learn anything you want to learn on.
Sweet. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to buying you a case of beer and showing me a thing or two.
Yeah. Spark plugs are gravy, and everything's cheap for it too.
Sweet.
So it's like that 4.7 is basically the same engine from like the 90s 4-liter LSs and the Lexuses. They're the same exact all the way through.
Fucking
And it wasn't until like 07 that they changed anything as far as the pickups go.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the 4.7s are gravy.
That's awesome.
Gravy train all day. I love working on the full size ones. Now in that generation of 4Runner, they're
It's a lot
kind of
different.
garbage for some reason.
Yeah.
Like they're like the same. Like they have like all the same parts, but like I don't know what they did.
They
But
were
like
they weren't put together.
yeah, they're kind of garbage.
Really?
I
So
don't know why.
the 4Runner I have is the best 4Runner they ever came out with, in my opinion,
I
engine-wise.
agree.
I mean, my 4Runner's got 350K on it, and it runs perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But there was
Mine's at
two versions of that
210.
V6 in that year. There was the
Well, they have the same V6. It's still a 3.4.
no, because remember there was a 3-liter and a 3.4. The 3 liter was garbage.
The 3 liter was the one prior to yours.
No, it was still made in my body style.
Okay, but that was the earlier engine. But like,
Yeah.
I'm talking like the 05s, like those are the V8s, and then they had the 4 liter V6.
Yep.
And those ones are a little. They're not as bad as the 3 liter ones, because the 3 liter ones are
3 liter ones are
garbage.
garbage.
They go through head gaskets like crazy.
Really?
Which is funny that Toyota has like this like super high reliability, but like those 3 liters,
Those engines suck.
they had recall upon recall upon recall.
If that one had that engine, I would have gotten it. Even for $300.
But yeah, like the 4.7, like, but those 4Runners of those years, they're just like, I don't know. Like, there's just something wrong with all of them. Like, they just
Really?
don't work right. Whereas you get the Sequoias and Tundras were like solid vehicles other than rust.
There's gonna be that sweet
Yeah.
spot between the late '90s and getting into the late 2000s. Like that's where it's good. So it was updated, but still simplified. And now it's
Yeah.
updated, and they started complicating things again, which is how many different onboard systems there are.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. But you have the perfect vehicle to learn how to work on cars.
Sweet! I'm so excited. Thank you. I love
Yeah.
that stuff. I'm so excited.
Yeah, piece of cake. And again, like when it comes to like timing belt time, those kind of things, like they're really simple to do.
Cool.
Like the first time you do them, they're a little funky because like for some reason Toyota decided like in those years actually like yours, they don't have like proper like they have timing marks, but they have multiple timing marks on the camshaft side. Timing belt gear. Yeah, it's gear. Timing gear. Duh.
I know what you're talking about.
But like they have like multiple marks, and once you know which one you're supposed to use, literally I can do them in an hour. I can teach you how to do them in a couple hours.
Multiple timing
Sweet.
marks is the worst fucking thing anybody ever did.
Why aren't they just like very visible in things? Because like there's like Volvos that have no timing marks on them.
Well, just like my grandpa's
Wow.
Jag that he used to have, I did his timing chains on there for him, and but it was an old Ford motor, the 4 liter. I think it was a 4 liter.
Jaguars is a 3 liter or the 2.5.
No, 3 liter. Yeah, it was a 3 liter, but it was that
the
Ford motor.
Durotech, yeah.
And on the crank, where it bases the main timing off of, there's this little reluctor wheel which passes by a sensor, which is what tells it what time it's at. But there's 2 different ways you can put that on for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
So I put it on, I didn't notice it, put it on, wouldn't start. Then eventually I had to take it all apart again and found that it went on 2 different ways, but only one way will run the car.
Motherfucker.
Right? It's just, and there's those little things like too, like when you know, like when you've worked on, like the first time you work on anything,
It sucks.
it's
Yeah.
terrible. Like,
Oh, yeah.
You
and
get-
then that
Yeah,
second
today.
time,
My
like,
first day doing all kinds of shit. Fucking.
right?
Yeah, I felt so new today.
Well, the thing like doing like drywall, I don't do any of that shit because
Everybody hates drywall.
I don't do wood. Like
Yeah.
you have your, I'll work with metal a little bit. Like I can do some things with it.
Did you see that I welded my patio furniture this summer?
Mm-mm.
Dude, I welded seats on my patio furniture from that
I
landlord
like
that kicked
working
me
with
out.
metal. It's
Yeah.
fun. If you have good
Yeah.
equipment.
Good equipment
I'd
makes a
like to
huge
learn how
difference.
to weld more stuff because I've got ideas for some pretty sick projects.
If you have shitty old metal and a welder that's 40 years old, it's not going to be a good
Or
time.
a flex welder from Harbor Freight.
At
Terrible.
that point, you go to the parts store and you get battery cables, a battery, and a bunch of rod.
Just arc weld that shit.
Yep.
Well, if you want to learn to weld, I'm okay at it at MIG welding. I
I
can
definitely want to learn how to weld.
I can TIG weld a little bit too. I'm not great at it. A lot of it comes down to is I just don't have a lot of time on it either.
I didn't get a lot into TIG welding. I got really good at MIG welding. The biggest thing is learning how your machine works and where to set the wire feed speed and the heat. And once you get that down, it's fucking.
It's having a good machine makes a big difference in MIG welding too.
And then just wanting to be, you get that satisfying buzz. It's such a good noise.
You get like the little wave going.
Especially like it sucked because part of when I worked at that restoration place, there was parts where we have to box in a frame, and that's welding 1/4 inch steel to 1/4 inch steel. You clene it off and you just
You just get it fucking hot as fuck.
You do one bead all the way down the car and it's fine, but then you do the part where you have to like replace a body skin.
And you have to be
on
like
a
super
crease, and you have
tactful
to
with it.
And you have to like tack it separately and make all these rounds so you don't heat it up and warp it.
Yeah, or blow holes through it.
Yep. And then you got this big fucking bubble of weld where you have to fix this hole
And
that
then
you
just
made.
grinding for fucking
Yeah.
half an hour. Yeah, no, like welding's a thing too. Like again, if you want to learn how to weld, they got welders.
Welding's fun.
I put seats on all of these. There's like 6 chairs.
Nice.
So those are my first little beads.
Those actually aren't bad for their first time.
Yeah.
I will say
Pretty good.
that's not bad.
I did
Again,
good.
That first, I mean, you're looking at that first time that it was like a pretty hefty material. Because when you learn,
Well, no, the seat. So the chair frame itself was super flimsy. It's that patio furniture metal, so it's bullshit cheap metal. But the seat
then
that I
you
was
did a really
using,
good job. Like this front one on this side, like the lower left, is like the other ones. Like that one's pretty good too. Like you did a pretty good job.
I did a pretty good job. There's like 6 of them. I think
I'm kind of jealous actually. That's your first time. To be honest.
Well, and I think it's because I use a wood burner on like teeny tiny space.
Right. Yeah, you did a good job on that. I would say for first time.
Thank you. Here's that Dalmatian that I had for a month that I had to put down. That sucked.
It's a brutal scenario.
That's that bit. Gosh, where's it? I thought I had a picture of all of the chairs. I don't know. When you come over, you'll see them.
Okay. I mean, you've been saying come over, and
Yeah.
then no invites. It's fine.
Well, fuck, sorry. Well, gosh, we can come over anytime. I'm gonna get a real Christmas tree. So I have a little Christmas tree, and then I have a 5-foot one that I put upstairs in the classroom, so the kids have a Christmas tree. And then I'm gonna get a live one because it's my own place, and I have a cute little wood stove, so you have
They're
to have a
going to
real
be
Christmas
pretty
tree.
hard to come by here, I think, because of our fire situation.
Well, I've seen some places, and you're right. But but I think that I'll be able to find one. And I'm pretty excited about it.
Cool.
I'm really
Be excited
about it. I'm excited.
But yeah, that's.
And I have a bunch of time off for Christmas, so we can have a Christmas party. We hang out.
Let me know. I sit here most of the time, so.
He's lazy as fuck.
Oh gosh, okay, well then I'll just tell you, hey, I want to throw a party, and then you can invite everybody to come over.
Okay. I can do that.
Deal.
Or you could invite people to your own party.
Yeah, but then it's like, but I know a lot of people. I'm like, who would I invite? And I'm like, I don't even know who I want to hang out with for that long. But I do have I have enough little kid cots. I could have plenty of people sleep over there.
I don't think I'd fit in a little kid cot.
You don't.
You need to put 2.
Yep.
Lengthwise. You're
Yeah. Oh man, it's so funny.
I'm just thinking about the width is not going to work out, like, at all.
fine. I'll sleep on my side. It's fine. We'd be like stepbrothers
Yeah,
were
just-
sleeping in the bed and there was like knees past us hanging off the bed.
Just let me know. Again, I have a pretty open schedule and I can leave.
Well, and
do
I like to
whatever.
cook, so I eat food all the time. So yeah, I'm just gonna come over and eat some food, and then walk over and have some beers. But everything's closed again. Just kidding. We can't walk over and have beers.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we can go get beers and then bring them back.
Yes, we can definitely do that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fairly open. I don't do. I do stuff, but like
I want to get a dartboard. I feel like I need a dartboard because then I have something fun to do.
Dartboards are fun.
I fucking love dartboards. I love hanging out in the garage with a dartboard.
Yeah, I'm kind of so-so on the dartboard, but
I'm not very great at it, but I think it's fun.
it's just not quite my jam.
You're
Like,
so on bar games in general besides foosball.
I love foosball. Yeah, I
You
don't
know, but, you'll play pool, but it's not your favorite.
No.
You'll play darts, but it's not your favorite. Like we
Yeah.
go hang out at Trailhead downstairs, play darts, but
Yeah,
it was
foosball
mainly
table,
like me and Seth playing
I'm
darts.
down for foosball.
Foosball's
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
A good foosball table.
Yeah, I've been still looking, seeing if they're available because I have all of this room right now. So
Oh
a
man.
foosball table would be dope. That would be actually rad. I kind of want one now.
Yeah.
More. I'm just spending too much money on other shit right now.
Build one.
I can't build a good foosball table. I mean, I probably could.
I mean, the wooden frame is easy as shit. You actually put good.
Didn't I discuss them not that great with wood?
You can't build a box.
She's expensive.
I can build a box.
I'm good at it. I'll help you. We can build it together.
The hardest part would be the rods, but you can get like good bearings.
Yeah, that's fair. Just I got some automated cleaned out bearings. They're fucking super spinny. Yeah, we can make a nasty table.
Dude, we can make something sick.
Dude, you gotta make a custom silly 8-person foosball table.
Let's
That'd
take
be
a
fun
picture.
as shit.
Just like have like you can add on,
Dude, that'd be crazy.
like open it up and like pull it back. It's like a fucking like sectional table.
That'd be dope. You
Fuck
just add your
yes.
leaf to the middle. Dude, that'd be sick. You could add. That'd be so cool.
That'd be
yeah.
Can
crazy.
you imagine an 8-person foosball table? A little bit wider, way longer, obviously. It's like a giant field. That'd be nuts.
Fucking easy.
Yeah.
You have a fucking rod with like 12 people on
I
it.
got enough room.
Oh
There's a whole
yeah, we
empty
could
room.
build
Oh, I thought you were talking about
something
vertically. I was like, it's not gonna be that tall.
No, like I have like a whole
Like,
room
yeah.
upstairs here that has like nothing in it at all. So. Yeah, I
sick. We
think
could build something fucking cool.
football table with the jam again. Yeah, I'm not like again darts, pool.
I just need
I like
to have.
skee-ball,
I like skee ball too. I like all that stuff. Well, and I made a skee ball cornhole set.
Dude, just turn
So it's just
upstairs
like-
into a little putt-putt course.
Fuck yeah.
This seems like too much work. Yeah, and again, my problem
Depends
is
how nice you
I'm
want to
spending
make
too much money on like other shit right now too, like fixing the truck.
All you have to
Becoming
do is get a
expensive.
hole saw, drill holes in the floor, and put a little solo cup down in the hole.
I think Scotty would be pretty pissed.
It's his job to fix that kind of shit. Not
Yeah,
fix it, but he can build it.
That's why this bathroom is still not done in 2 years.
Yeah, I was asking
What's
you
wrong with the
about that.
bathroom?
What?
Have
What's
you
wrong with the
looked
bathroom?
in that bathroom?
Yes,
Bathroom's not done yet.
fully functional bathroom.
As a,
You're gonna shower in there?
With the bidet, yeah.
With
You stand in
the
the
bidet?
shower.
I'll shower my asshole, but not the
No,
rest
if
of
you
myself.
stand in
Are
the
you
shower.
gonna stand
So-
in the toilet?
I don't think I told you. You haven't been around since this happened. So, when Evan was here the last time,
Yes.
we went to the comedy show.
Yes.
And then on the way back, like, Wiggett called me. He was like, hey, like, well, I'll be at your house. I was like, okay. So we get here, and him, like, that's just like, he plays a league of pool on Thursdays typically. I don't know how they're doing it now, but, so him and V were like, tossed.
Oh.
When we show up. So me and Evan come back, and Wiggett spilled like beer all over my keyboard, all this shit.
Oh fuck.
But at one point, so we told V how the bidet works, how to
Oh
turn it
god,
on.
did she use it?
Well, she didn't
Kind of.
use it.
She washed her face?
Kind of. so we're all sitting out here, and I hear like a squirm, like kind of like I was like, is she like crying for some reason? Like this is like 3:34 in the morning. It's very late. And then like the noise, like he's making the, and I'm like, what? Well, Wiggett goes in there and he's like, oh god damn it. And so I walk over there, and she's literally like standing in the fucking like bidet spray. It's like if you're not sitting on it, it sprays up and out.
Well, yeah.
Like not up, but like this
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And so she's like,
Get it nice and fresh up in there.
yeah, she didn't know it was gonna spray at her. So there's
Oh,
just
duh.
water and shit
Everywhere.
everywhere.
Oh,
But
My
yeah,
house
so
is so
if
destroyed.
you stand in the shower and turn the bidet on, you could eventually get clean.
I mean, the shower head
Fair.
works. It's missing half a wall.
All right.
Well, that's why like that's a lot of water for a missing wall, where the bidet is just a little bit at a time. Yeah, right.
It's like camping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can put it that way. It's like camping.
Oh,
It's a very
man.
glamping scenario, but
Let's get some Flex Seal.
just get like the plates. Yeah, those like harder plate Flex Seal. No.
No, just go to the dollar store and get Flex Seal and dollar store plates.
I think we'd be better off if we got like some styrofoam or something
Oh
from the
yeah,
dollar
that'd be
store.
fine. Just get some styrofoam coolers and just cut them out and just put it there.
Yeah.
The styrofoam
Yeah,
from a
no.
refrigerator box. Use that.
I mean, again, since I'm pretty much the only person here at this point, I just had to shower myself. So.
Cool.
I just got to use it today for whatever reason to go home. So I don't know. I was like, okay, do your thing. I mean, it's your shower too. It was weird.
He's like not here, but no.
Yeah, there's a lot going on
working,
now. That one.
working things out, but not.
Yeah, there's a whole.
Oh, sure.
There's a whole spiel. There's a whole spiel for sure.
That's special.
But yeah, it was. So I just used that bathroom, which also needs to be done because it's all fucking trash too.
That sucks.
I mean, this whole house is like. I mean, it looks nice, but like, there's no insulation at all.
Oh.
Yeah, so like, if you walk around like upstairs, I can hear everything. no matter how quietly like you walk.
Oh, that's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's a little brutal sometimes.
I
Like,
don't like that. I don't like that. I'm like such a private person. I'm like, no. I don't like that at all.
yeah, like we have like like if you sit here and like there's like no sound, like you're just like chilling or whatever, and like the heater turns on, like all of the fucking like vents like vibrate inside, so it sounds like someone's walking upstairs.
Creepy.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. There's been like people are like, "Are this place haunted?" And I'm like, "No, it's just shit turning on."
Yeah.
Like if you turn that sink on to a certain point, you hear the pipes rattle.
Ew.
Yeah, if you turn the cold on, like just like a little on, it'll go,
Oh, weird. Oh, no.
electrical's all fucked up. That's why this is light's not installed, because it doesn't make any sense. I don't know how it worked prior, because
There's a lot of wires there for one light.
well, so part of the thing is like that light switch turns on this one and this one, right?
Uh-huh.
And he added on the other one too. But this side of it, for some reason, is like tied into a bunch of other shit. Like there's a light in here that doesn't work off the switch. So like it's like I don't know. I legit don't know how they have it wired. And like all the wires is like garbage.
Well, I'm sure.
and-
Like, what year was this built? I mean, it probably has been rewired.
yeah, it has actually.
Really?
Well, there was a grow down here.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, that makes more sense as
That-
to why you don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so before Seth moved in, when they first got this place, was that room was like their messy washroom.
Oh,
Yeah, it had like
It was
sink and stuff.
disgusting. It
Yeah.
was like full sinks along the whole wall. It was just like it looked
Oh, no.
sticky and dirty and just like it had been used
Man.
for cutting and cleaning.
Gosh.
And like the
I
room.
miss knife hits.
And yeah, the room, you go into the laundry and to the left, and that's probably where they were growing it, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a grow there. He had grow outside too for a while.
Wow.
That's the easy
But
way
yeah,
to do
you
it.
like look at all the vents. Like there's like multiple holes in the ceiling of the garage because it vented out into the
Yeah.
garage. So like when we have like that, when I run that cable for when we're outside,
Yeah.
Just
it
sticks
runs
through that
through
hole.
the vent in the garage
Oh, wow.
into that room over
Oh,
there.
wow.
Yeah, you can look in the garage, or even if you go into the room, you can look out the hole and you'll look straight
Oh,
into the
wow.
garage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's why like I like keeping that door closed in the wintertime because it gets fucking cold as fuck down here. If you don't,
Right.
like, I just like stuff like towels under that door so like it just doesn't like vent in it because the garage
Yeah.
isn't not insulated either. So
Oh my gosh, I'm so blessed. My garage is totally insulated. Everything is super nice. Even my garage door is insulated. Everything is
perfect.
super nice.
We insulate.
Yeah, I stay pretty warm. Like if I use a little space heater in there, I can work
not
out in
bad.
the garage in my shorts.
He insulated the garage door in that house. That was funny as shit.
So
He like spray foamed it,
Oh god.
and then it became much heavier.
Shit.
So like he was all drunk and he spray foamed it too, and it was too cold. So like that's like all my stuff used to be in the garage. Like as far as like I had a room inside, that kind of stuff. But like all my like the couch that's outside now was in the garage.
That was
Like
the
my computer
spot.
was. So like it was like my spot. Like that was a cool spot. Like did you spill like it's kind of like this where you just wipe it up. It doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
Spilled so much beer in there.
But like it get fucking cold in there because it wasn't insulated or like that. Like there was some insulation in the walls, but the door wasn't insulated at all.
Oh.
So then he decided like he spray foams a lot for like his company and things like that,
Right.
in attics and that kind of shit. Which
Yeah.
it does do a lot of things. but,
Oh
like,
yeah.
He didn't get the tank hot enough because it has to be pretty warm to spray that shit.
Oh yeah.
So he didn't get the tank hot enough, and he was all hammered doing it. So it was all clumpy and bullshit. Like it made it much nicer in the garage. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But it
Looks like shit.
bad.
It was, it was funny. That was many a good time in that garage.
A lot of good times in that garage. It was the best too. Like in the summertime, like I'd be playing games or whatever. Like you just open the door.
We'd be up to like 3 a.m, garage door wide open. It's great. We'd order food, and they just were like outside practically.
Yeah.
Just chilling on the couch in the summer, playing games and drinking and doing whatever.
As a summertime festivity, sitting there in the garage was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like again, if you had more people that could fit in the garages, they just hung out in the driveway and just
Yep.
chill or whatever. It was super rad. I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, I'm hoping that next summer we can get together because I've got a nice backyard, the lake's right there, and then a big old open field, so we can play all kinds of games next door. We can play horseshoes and all kinds of stuff. 'Cause nobody's
I'll
not
get down
free.
some horseshoes.
Oh yeah, I'll play anything.
What was the beer frisbee game?
Beersby. I was just thinking about that. I love Beersby.
Oh yeah, where the pole and the beer
Yeah,
on top.
Beersby's-
Yes.
God, it's such a good fucking game.
Yes. And some of my archery buddies, they've got a few games like that. I'll have to have them come over and play.
Yeah, I like outdoor like party games.
Yes. Yeah.
There's-
What's the
One of my
nail game
favorites.
that's like Prost? Where you get like the stump. And
Oh,
then,
yeah.
Like you have to smash the nail in with like one hit. It's like the
Oh,
Yep, you have to toss the hammer and smack it
toss
in.
it, catch it, and hit it with one. Yeah.
that one's always fun.
Yep.
Yeah, I like drinking games when they're outside. I guess.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
or
the
even, like,
blowing
house
the nails
party
and
games,
stuff,
and then-
that's really fun to play.
Yep.
But I'm also like a big fan of like Rage Cage kind of games too. I love Rage Cage. Remember that one?
Mhm.
Yeah. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, to explain it.
Have you ever played Rage Cage?
Nope. Do tell.
So it's, you just, on the table you get like a good amount of cups. Like if there's 8 people playing, you've got maybe 30 or 40 cups.
Oh shit.
With a little drink of beer in each. And there's the death cup in the middle,
Okay.
which is like filled with all sorts of random shit.
It's basically
Yeah.
a King's Cup.
Yeah, pretty much. And so
That's
and
kind
then-
of the goal, is to make it gross.
Yeah, so then you've got 2 ping pong balls. Instead of like standing next to each other, you start by taking a drink, you drink it, and you put the empty cup down. You have to bounce the ball into the cup. And if you bounce the ball into the cup, you can pass it on. If Dick's, and it goes clockwise, so if Dick's kind of
Okay.
behind me, he's trying to beat me in, because if he stacks my cup, the
Okay.
stack moves on, and I've got to grab a new cup and keep going. And you just kind of keep going around the circle until the cups, eventually will disappear and someone gets that bitch cup. And there's a couple things. Well, if you make it like on the first try, you can pass the cup to anybody. So
Okay.
it's like constantly just trying to fuck over whoever's got the front cup.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny as shit. And then the cups keep stacking.
Mm-hmm.
So as it goes, they're having like 15 cups in a stack. It's a little bit hard to bounce that thing back up into a 15 cup stack.
Uh-huh.
It's a fun party game if you've got a lot of people.
Okay.
It gets really rowdy. But you have to have a lot of people. Because like a couple of people, it's just boring.
Oh, true.
It's like flip cup with like 3 people. It's not fun.
Yeah. The slip and
I
slide
played
flip
flip cup
cup.
with my grandma. She killed it.
Yeah,
That slip
Yeah.
and slide flip cup looks really fun.
we can do that.
Ooh, fun.
So there was,
I have a hose. This is plastic. We're good to
was the
go.
video we saw, there was, yeah, they had a nice hill and a table at the end, so you have to slip and slide down, get to the table, and then do flip cup. And then once you land it, the next person will slide down.
Oh,
It
okay.
was just,
Oh, so
slip and
you
slide
need
just make
2
things.
slip and
I haven't
slides,
played.
so you got one team against the other? Fuck yeah, I'm all about that.
Well, the one we saw was just like they just had a giant sheet of plastic that just ran down the
Oh,
whole
just a
hill.
huge sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
We did slip and slide fucking wiffle ball a couple years ago.
So much fun.
Fun.
So fun.
I'm all about
We got
it.
in trouble last year for it, so we didn't do it this year. But
You get off my work.
that was a whole fiasco. But yeah, like we basically we just put a bunch of soap down, a bunch of tarps.
Fuck yeah.
Just like white builders tarps, and then water them down the wiffle ball.
Hell
So
yeah.
sliding into bases. Apparently, I wasn't there for this one. We did it once. We didn't have any problems. They were doing it another time, and it wasn't even a cop. It was like a park ranger.
Uh-huh.
Brings this fucking heavy ass pickup onto the grass, like in the park,
To come yell at you
to
guys?
come yell at them saying that the slip and slides are ruining the grass.
Yeah.
But his big truck.
Just drove
What?
and peeled out on the grass. Nice.
Well, it would have been one thing if he
And
was
my taxpayer money is paying for your dumbass? Fuck you.
Well, the thing is, too, is people were trying to get me because he came up, and obviously we're drinking in public park. We're not supposed to be doing that. I get it. I understand. We also play
beer.
well, just any booze out in Fort Collins you can't have.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in Windsor you can have 3 too, so.
Do they even make 3-2 anymore?
Uh,
Because now that we have
we
full
can
strength
pretend.
in liquor
We
stores.
can pretend.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 3-2 course. How many have you had?
Well,
Enough.
he came up and our pile, usually our foul line is just empty cans, and we clean them all up, and that's never an issue, because we're adults, and nobody's fucking 15 doing this shit,
What a concept.
right? And he comes up and he's all, and if he was hey, you should be doing this, pack it up, see you later kind of situation,
Right.
we would all yeah, we understand, see you later.
Yeah.
But he is being an asshole.
Right.
He's we're gonna take pictures, do pictures of all of you, blah, blah, blah. So I start
Here, take this one.
I start at that point again. I'm
Dick
mouthing
came
off.
out.
Yeah, I'm mouthing off, blah blah blah, to the point where other people are we gotta go. He's getting arrested, this, and I don't. I definitely use my white privilege a little bit when it comes to like these situations.
No.
I should. It's my advantage in this situation where it's like a cop against me. I'm definitely doing it. So like I'm being a dick back. Like if you're gonna come to me being a dick, I'm gonna,
Nice to meet you. My name is Dick.
yeah. So like I'm gonna like roll back in. So I was being pretty mean to him to the point like he was getting frustrated. And it was like stop. I'm like, what is he gonna do? At this point, I'm ready for the ticket. I don't give a shit. Like, what is he gonna give me like a $50 ticket?
Right.
I don't give a fuck for me just mouthing off. I don't whatever drinking. What is a drinking in public ticket? I don't even know. I've never got one. I've lived in this town and we just drink all the time.
So
We walk to the bars with beers in hand. Like I don't even know, and I've done it for years. So it's like, at this point, I'm like, fuck it. I'll take the ticket. If you're being an asshole, I'm just gonna fucking tear you apart. We don't need none of that. Like, we weren't ruining shit. We were watering the grass. Go fuck yourself.
We were washing the grass. It had coronavirus.
Well, the thing is, like that lawn used to get like tore up. I noticed they play lacrosse on it.
Oh gosh.
So they put
It was like dead grass already.
No. Well,
yeah. So they put like the stake in like shit already. Like they were already trashing it. It was designed to be that field. That was what that's what the city league would play on was that field. So it was no problem. And I don't know why he just had to be an asshole with it. Again, if he was like, hey, like, not supposed to be drinking, like, pack it up, see you later kind of situation. Right. Of course we would have done that. No problem. Right. I wouldn't have said anything out loud whatsoever.
Pulled up like a dick.
Yeah. Doing a fucking, like, 180.
Gosh, do you remember the house I grew up in out there? That would be perfect. Perfect for all that shit.
Fuck yeah, it would have been.
It'd be perfect for all that shit. Gosh, if we still had all those freaking... Travis, I used to have a dirt bike track in my backyard. And we still had that tabletop. That would have been so fun to race down. So fun to race down.
I miss riding dirt bikes.
Oh gosh, I
haven't ridden one in a while.
I still have my TTR.
Yeah?
Yeah, I need to take care of the back tire and change its oil, but it's good to go.
Fair. I mean...
I think I still have boots, too. I think I have everything I need. I just need to... Now I have a vehicle. I can take it wherever I want.
That's fair. Scotty's always he's got a 250 and a 125. That just need a little bit of TLC to go again.
Yeah.
So does the boat, but I haven't done that yet either. So
my dad's got a 250.
250 is a perfect bike to ride.
Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. My buddy Brandon, that came up from Louisiana, he's as big as me. If I wear these boots, I'm taller than him. Or if I wear my cowgirl boots, I'm definitely taller than him. But he races a 250F.
Yeah.
So he has to like use a stand to get up on his bike, and he whips that fucking thing around. Like, it is the funniest thing in my opinion. But watch this kid; he looks like a toddler on a 250F. Like,
sometimes it's a better case because you can throw yourself around on it a lot more. You get the weight moved around.
Oh my god!
I mean, that reminds me of like back in the day. Like there was this guy that worked at he worked at like my uncle's shop for a while, like way back in the day, and then he also worked for my dad too. Later, but he rode a 450 dirt bike all the time, just always. It had lights and shit. It was like a enduro bike, so it had all the lights and everything. But he was like probably like 5'3".
Oh yeah.
Or 5'4", like tops, like just king.
Yeah.
And
this is him being all fucking Gucci or whatever with his bike. He's so fucking small.
Yeah, I definitely got that in the stand. But yeah, he'd get like in the shop and like he would kickstart that bitch off the side of it, get it running.
Oh, yep. Take off.
Jump up there and fucking roll. And I was like...
Yep. And it's like a jump.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you were 6 foot tall, you were dunking all day. Like, but yeah, just... Seeing those little guys like ride bikes is always good because they're not really designed for like tiny people.
No.
Like ever. Even like, small CC bikes just aren't. Unless you're, buying children's bikes. Just don't work that way.
I can't wait. I can't wait for my kids to have bikes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so pumped.
I love their bikes.
It's the best.
It's been a long time. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to ride my snowmobile this year since both the areas that I would ride are burnt down.
I know.
Yeah, I think.
What have you heard about snow?
So Albany's actually mostly okay itself. They saved the lodge.
Cool.
Even though it kind of burned into that area.
Yeah.
The lower section of Snowy's gone. It's all burned. And it was all beetle kill anyways. It needed to roll. But like Fox Park's gone. Keystone's gone. Like I know several people with no more no more cabins, like all sorts of stuff. From what I know though, the north side of 130 is okay. So like and that's good riding too. Like don't get me wrong. So it's just a little bit longer of a drive. But that's probably if my sled ever gets fixed. I gave my dad all the money to fix it. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. It's been like 11 months now. But it's fine. But like hopefully that gets done because I'd really like to ride my sled this year.
Yeah.
This year's been so hard that it started with me blowing it up. So like it's been blown up for like the whole year. I didn't get a ride. I got a ride one time last season.
Oh.
So like I'm ready like to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm definitely this is half the reason why I'm fixing the truck too. So I'm just get the trailer, don't have to like borrow nothing, just fucking go.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully I get a ride because I haven't got to ride dirt bikes. I was gonna go like rent a side by side in like October, and obviously that didn't happen because of fucking fire shit.
Right.
So like I just haven't like done anything.
Oh gosh, I know.
Like we only got to go to the mountains like one time. Like we went bike riding one time at Winter Park, and that's the only time I got to go at all this summer. Yeah. So like I haven't
been able to do shit this summer. I've just been working, like being into one house that I was like ready to go, and then like had to move and then redo everything.
That whole shit sucks.
Fucking sucked. But like I haven't had like much of a vacation or anything. Like my Friday nights over here have been my breaks. This is my vacation.
Right. Well, you're always welcome to be here. I like it. Man. So
yeah.
But yeah, like like my vacation was like because I had all this like I was like supposed to go to fucking Boston and Maine and all that at the beginning of the shit, and then like everything.
So now you have a bunch of like vacation time.
Well, I have unlimited vacation anyways now.
Oh wow.
So like as long as my shit's getting done, it doesn't matter. I just request it off. Like I have all of the end of December off from like the 24th all the way into whatever like the 5th or whatever.
Shit, yeah, I've got that all off too. Yeah, I'm let's see, my last day with students I think is the 22nd of December.
Okay, well,
unless I don't think I'll have my every other week kiddo. Let me think. No, because I'll have her this week. Won't. Maybe. Yeah, I might have her for a little bit, but I might not. Just because of the
Well, let me know. Again, I have the whole...
Like, I was like, man, like, wouldn't it be cool if all of us who have been good, like, we can go get an Airbnb and go somewhere.
Well, the thing is, like, I was kind of planning that because, like, it's Kate's 30 that week.
Oh, yeah, on the 29th, that's her birthday. Yeah.
So, like, her boyfriend, and she was like, let's go to Vegas. And I was like, yeah, like, whatever. Now everything's closing down again. So I'm like, well, that's not going to happen. Because going to Vegas is like $100.
Oh, God.
So, like...
Well, dude, I had a kiddo's mom just go to Vegas. And I was like, so is that mom quarantining or what? Like, I can't...
Right.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like...
Right. I agree.
You decide to go to Vegas, and there's a fucking pandemic going on, and, like...
Well, that was things like, if like I went...
And you leave your kid, like, you have to quarantine away from your kid, right? Like, this, right?
No, they don't, apparently.
They don't.
So, like, it was one thing, like, the three of us were going to fucking go or whatever, and I was like,
yeah.
Well, yeah, if we do that, it's fine. Like, me and Kate work from home, and like, her boy has to go to work, but, like, if he has to work from home or he's got the shit, then he's fucked, but he doesn't have to see anybody else. Right. That's the thing. Like, there's nobody else that has to, like, deal with that. So, if I end up having to, like, quarantine...
Yeah, you're already here.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so I have that whole week off. We're probably not going to go anywhere at this point, so...
Well, gosh, like her birthday's a Tuesday. Mm-hmm. To get an Airbnb on a Tuesday, fucking easy.
Gravy.
So gravy.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was like, it was like...
we go to the hot springs. They've got deals on the hot spring stuff. Like, you just have to wear a mask in some areas.
Fine.
Like, if you go to the hot springs for her birthday...
Yeah, I've never
at the hot springs and be warm. In the snow. Getting shit-faced.
I'd be totally down.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah, like if you figure out if you have that one kiddo or whatever that week.
Yeah.
But I know she has the whole week off too. So
cool. All right. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, well, because I only took this. Even if we didn't change our vacation shit like at work, like I was gonna have 3 weeks off this year anyways.
Oh,
so
gosh.
like I was gonna be okay anyways from work at least. All the other shit that I do is can be moved around and all that stuff, so it's not that big of a
Yeah.
deal. But and so like I was gonna I was gonna go to Boston and Maine for like a week and a half, and then like all that stuff. So like I haven't left the state in a fucking year, which is crazy for me. Because last time other than the one sled ride was in January, but since last September since that last Spartan race, I haven't done anything.
Yeah, I went to Washington for New Year's last year, and then I went to the Vegas archery tournament in February. Other than that, I've been home.
Yeah.
Like literally home. I was gonna go out of the country for the first time, but.
Well, and that was kind of my what was my deal for next year as I was planning on doing, because like my sister lives in London.
Right.
My other sister does. And so I was gonna go. They've been like trying to like get me to go out there for like a while.
Yeah.
Just I haven't had like the funds or the times, that kind of stuff. Like they're like, we'll pay for the flight or whatever. Just like come see us.
Come see us. Wow.
And well, the time like for most of her shit too is she travels like China. All the shit's like, and it's all she pays for it, and then her company pays her back. So they have all the flyer miles.
Oh yeah.
So like all that stuff.
Wow.
And so yeah, they've been trying to get me to go out there because they've been there for many years. Yeah, they've probably been there for 10 years now.
Oh wow, Dick.
So like, and I just haven't like been able to like go that way.
Yeah.
And but I want to go out there with Wingate.
Hell yeah.
Because I want to go to Goodwood Festival of Speed, which is typically early July.
Cool.
So I don't know if they're going to do it next year at all. But that was kind of like my plan for like next year was like plan that shit to like go out there because we want to do that. And then he's got a bunch of cousins that live in France. And whenever they come out here, they come like, hey, like, let's hang out, that kind of shit. And they're super fun, but they're also like the crazy. They're like these like all these like French blonde girls that are related to Wingate, so they're crazy as fuck. But they're super fun.
Yeah.
And so like I want to go out there and like hang out with them and that kind of stuff, and like spend like 2 or 3 weeks like fully out there.
Fun.
But that was like my plan for next year, and now that's not happening probably either. So.
So tough.
Yeah, until like either everybody's like, well, just let people die, or
I know. I told my sister she can't get pregnant right now because I told her that we wanted to go to Mexico for my 30th next year. So I was like, okay, if you're gonna get pregnant, you're gonna get pregnant before the end of November so that you can have your baby before we go to Mexico.
Fair.
But now that we might not even go anywhere. Like,
well, that'd be still rough to be pregnant with like all this shit rolling around too.
I know. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, because like the hospital situation's fucked and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm really glad there's like I know a lot of doulas. I know a lot of people who have babies. Like there's a girl I know, Kyla's little sister, had her baby at her house. Her second child had her baby at her house, in the kiddie pool. At their house, like in the middle of the night, like they did it all by themselves. Her and her husband knocked it out.
Wow.
They didn't have anybody. Yeah.
That's
fucking ballsy.
It's ballsy and balling, to be honest.
Yes.
Like to be able to do that shit. That's wild. I don't.
Yep.
Like there's so many reasons why we don't do that typically anymore. Is because like there's so many birth like
things can go wrong.
Yeah. Like.
But there's also so many times where nothing goes wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just like letting your body do what your body needs to do. And it's like some people get way too caught up in this emotional thing, and they make their body shut down.
Well, that's a huge problem with it too. When it's like you add on like all the stress of like being in the hospital, like going to that and doing all the stuff, it makes it much more worse. Like
it can in a lot of ways.
It makes it worse, not much more, but like it makes it worse. And that's just generally adding stress to like childbirth is crazy to do, and like even like. That's like why like a lot of women like they have like the whoops babies is because like they like they were relaxed, like everybody's not stressed. That's why like people like couples that typically like want to have children, like trying to have children, because it's so much more difficult because they're so stressed out about doing it. That like their bodies are like, why are we gonna add more stress to the situation?
Right.
Why are we doing this?
It's like us. We tried for a while.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
Like 4 days. 4 whole days.
It was rough.
It was a long 4 days.
You totally tried.
It's about a month, okay?
But there was like, I was saying about that, like that truck that like my uncle has. My uncle, he's not actually my uncle, he's like He was like a childhood friend of my dad's. Or that family was a childhood family of my
I have
dad's.
an Uncle Troy who's not.
Yeah, he's only like probably like he's probably about like 15 years older than I am. It's like, you know, not like super old or whatever.
Right.
But him and his wife is very much like she wanted like kids like real young, and she wanted however many God would give her is kind of her like jam, which I think is crazy.
Yeah.
To have like just like, but for many years like they couldn't, it just wasn't happening. And I think like it was probably like 4 or 5 years like they like why is it not happening? Like she's just kind of one of those ladies.
Yeah.
And she caused so much stress. So then once like the first one happened, then another one. It was like 7, and I was like, Jesus, that's way too many. Stop.
Oh man.
You should have stopped at like 4, got something like done. But like once they started popping out, she's like, yeah, I want all these kids. I'm like,
man.
That's fair, but like when you're the dude, you're the only one working, trying to like make it work for that many people.
Oh man.
You know, in this economy, even in South Dakota, like rough. But you know, like her last child, like her mom lives in Denver, and it's illegal to have childbirth in South Dakota, so she would come down here and, you know, take care of the whole situation. Well, her last child, she like went to like, you know, all this induced like 20 some hours of like being in labor, just didn't happen. And she's not the kind of person that's like C-section or whatever. It's like, no, it's naturally gonna happen, that kind of thing. And that's perfectly fine too. Well, so then she went home to her mom's house and like got to like go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and the baby just goes on the floor. It just like no anything, just cunt. Yeah, talking about a $35,000 fucking ambulance ride.
Oh god.
Because she's also hysteric at this point in time. Like, oh my, the baby's right in the dome. Like, I get you a little bit, but like, yeah, like straight up, like what? Like, yeah.
Holy cow.
So like, yeah, it's like get that stress away from it helps a lot.
Oh yeah.
With those kind of things, like, I have another story of like a weird pregnancy scenario too. Like, it happened to be with the person that passed away last week, his mom. Mm-hmm. But she was like, she came into the shop one day and with a new baby, and we're like, "The fuck are you doing like with a new baby?" She's like, "Oh, I didn't even know I was pregnant." And I've heard these stories before, never seen or heard anybody like personally. And I know a lot of people that this has ever happened, like where she just didn't even know she was pregnant at all, like at all. And this is like her 4th kid, so like she should know something, I would think, but didn't know whatsoever that like she was pregnant, and just like
was she fat?
She thought no, she just thought she was getting fat.
How do you not see that thing move?
I don't know.
Like you watch it move.
Well, I've been eating a lot of real meat lately.
See it. You can see it.
Yeah, she's not necessarily.
Maybe I should cook my food a little better.
She's not like the most like. I won't call her dumb, but she's not like.
Well, clearly she didn't know she was pregnant. She's not fucking brilliant.
Yeah, she's not brilliant.
Oh
but like,
my
yeah,
God.
she was like,
I don't think you
I
need
just
to be
thought I was getting
brilliant,
fat,
like-
and she like went to the bathroom and like told me this like here's the thing, like on the toilet, and she was like, I didn't even like. It was just like she's like, yeah, it felt weird. And I was like, no shit, it felt fucking weird. Like I've never experienced that, but I can imagine.
Okay, in my mind, honestly, I'm like, bitch, there's a mucus plug. Like, how do you fucking miss that? How do you fucking miss that? Did you just have a gaping hole?
This was just the.
What is your problem?
No,
girl.
I'm not kidding. Like, I've heard these stories, like, they're always like that fable, like, oh, she didn't know she was pregnant, or this kind of shit, like, that kind of shit, like.
I think that's bullshit.
But apparently it's real, because, like, I believe her when she was like, yeah, I just didn't even know, like, for, like, yeah.
I'm not buying it.
No, she totally was genuine with it. Like, I've known this lady for a very long time.
Your 4th kid, you're not huge.
Yeah, she's not a big person either. She's not, like.
See, you feel it.
But there's also, even if you didn't feel it move, there's a difference between getting fat and like a pregnancy bump.
Right.
It's very different.
Apparently, but she's not the only person this has ever happened to. I've just heard stories. And
it's the only person it's happened to.
I didn't think it was real.
Personally.
Much of the situation right now where you guys don't think it's real, I've never thought it was real until she was like, yeah, I didn't even know. And I was like, that makes no sense to me. It's still, and
Next.
she's very genuine about that situation. Where I was like, she was like, I just thought I was getting fat.
See, I wouldn't like.
I was hungry all the time. I just started eating, so I just like, and again, she's not like the most brilliant person on the planet, but like, she's always been genuine and that kind of stuff. So like, I've never had a problem like with this like being like a lie. She's like, just like here you go. Like, and I saw her like a week prior.
I just thought it was
Situation
constipated.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So like.
That was a giant turd. Wrong hole. Fuck.
Yeah,
A 10-pound turd.
Can you imagine getting up off the toilet? There's this little baby in there. Like, oh, jeez.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't like the actual water broke scenario. She's like, I need to go to the bathroom like really bad right now, and like rolled in there, and then was like, I'm sure like at that point she realized it, but like prior to that she didn't know.
Fucking crazy.
It's funny. Not only did I not know I was pregnant, I didn't even know I gave birth. I just thought it was a big
It's
poop.
like a fucking I thought it was like paper towel like sticking to me, and like.
I got off the toilet, went to check the size of my poop, as you do, and it was a baby.
But yeah, and again but that runs back to like the no stress on the scenario when you have like low stress and nothing's going on, like where you're just like, again, she's just kind of oblivious to like. Again, she made us not have had like morning sickness problems or any of those kind of issues. Maybe I don't know how big I can't recall how big it was like when it was born, but it was a full term like scenario, so maybe it was
fucking crazy.
Yeah, wild.
It's big enough that you'd know. I'm telling you that.
Well, you don't know. I don't know. I would think so.
I know for a fact I've never been pregnant. If I knew, like if I was, I'd think I'd know about it.
It's like that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie where he's pregnant. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. Mr. Mom? Is that what it's called?
No. I know what you're talking about,
No,
though.
It's like a early 90s Schwarzenegger movie.
Wait,
where
am I?
he's pregnant.
Is it Mr. Mom?
I'm pretty sure it's Mr. Mom. Yeah, it's Mr. Mom.
The whole having.
Oh,
lots
yeah.
of kids thing.
That's the 80s. Sorry, it's 83. It's very old.
It was a funny movie.
But it's really... that cannot be. That's not the one.
How
But
many
there is a
kids do
Mr.
you
Mom.
and Mikkel want to have?
Huh?
How many kids do you guys want to have?
The city.
A city.
Little village.
That's good.
No, probably not like 3
Okay,
or 4.
so stop for a second. I type in Mr. Mom, okay? So like this...
Oh, Schwarzenegger pregnant.
No, like literally I typed in Arnold and it pulled up that. That's the first...
It's because they're always listening.
You're right.
Yep.
That's the first one.
Isn't that so funny? When you're like, that's exactly what
I am hoping it's because they put Mr. Mom in first,
Yeah, right?
but Mr. Mom's not the one. Junior is what it's called.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Funny.
that movie is... It's him
I said Mr.
and
Mom was
Danny
more about like
DeVito.
a stay-home dad
Oh,
kind
God,
of thing.
that's funny.
It's silly as shit.
That's funny.
I love Arnold Schwarzenegger because they're all silly as fuck, except for like the Terminator. Like
That's funny.
Every other one is just silly as fuck. What's the kindergarten cop?
Yeah.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I've always said like I'd probably have 3 or 4, but it would depend on how much I'd like my husband. If I want to have 4 of him, maybe. I had an ex-boyfriend tell me he wanted a baseball team, and I was like,
That's too much.
"You're an ex-boyfriend.
That's too much.
It's a lot."
Even for the right
baseball
person, that's just too much. That's irresponsible.
And that's irresponsible. If you're not Mormon, you should not do that.
If you're Mormon, you should not do that.
If you're Mormon, you should definitely not.
Yeah, you're just spreading weirdness. Stop it.
You're spreading a cult. Knock it off.
Stop it.
Stop it.
That's how COVID happens.
This is
Knock
how
it off.
COVID happens. Oh man, my sister and her husband, they're so cute. They've been together since they were like, she was 15 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've been together for 10 years now.
Yeah.
And they want to have another kid. And then she also has been talking about wanting to have another puppy, or she wants to get a puppy for their dog. And so she was kept showing her husband pictures of this dog. He's like, you know what, Stevie? Fuck it! I don't care what you do. We'll have babies. We'll get puppies. Fuck it! And slams the door.
Oh, you're just over it.
He's
Fine, whatever.
He's all trying to be responsible because the financial issues that everybody's going through is overwhelming. And they want to do all that stuff. He wants to have another kid, but he's like trying to be responsible. And my sister's adorable and like gives him her big old blue eyes, and he's like, "Fuck it! I can't
That's funny.
You all can have kids. I don't want kids.
You don't want kids?
I already did it. I don't want to do it at all. My very not absent but not absent parents made that a thing. Like there's that whole. It's like there's a word for it where like the oldest sibling like has like a, becomes like a parent scenario. I can't remember the word for it.
Yeah.
My parents like took it like to like basically the maximum without being like neglectful is kind of the problem.
Still neglectful.
So yeah, we're like, like my dad would go to work, my mom worked nights, where she'd just pass out, and then like she would just get mad at us for being children.
Right.
Oh my god, I fucking hate.
Wait. Click on it. See what happens.
It's bigfollows.com.
I know.
So I'm going to block.
Want to be famous?
Your mom wants to be famous.
Yeah, so like my mom would just be mad at us for being children. So it just ended up me being like the ultimate like kind of parent scenario. Yeah. So like there's a reason why me and Amanda are like the same person, but she's just a nicer version of me. But like if you like our personalities are like very similar. Like let's do everything. Our humor is the same. Like everything's like very similar. And Eric rolls in that realm a little bit too. Actually, quite a bit. If you really like talk to him, that kind of stuff. Like he like was very similar to me and Amanda. So what happens is like I already did it, and I really don't want to do it again. I love kids. I love children. Like so when you have all yours, like even when Dorothy's around, I play with Dorothy, that kind of stuff. I love it. But I just do not want to have the responsibilities again.
Yeah, you say that.
And I've been this way for many years.
Wait until you fall in love, though. Like, come on.
That's working out well for me, too.
Come on. It's not working out in anybody's favor who's single right now. There's a pandemic going on. Come on.
It's been that way for 15 years, so shut up.
Still, hey, I'm a bat in 1,000, okay?
I don't even get a bat, is my problem.
I need a bat. Bat the douchebags away.
So yeah, my thing is like I really don't. And again, I love kids. I love being around. I can be Uncle Dick all day. Not an issue.
I can be Uncle Dick.
Well, and that's the thing is I also like don't like around children. It's call me Nick typically, especially when they start like learning words where it's like calm it down for a second. Yeah.
That's funny.
Just to make it easy for school. That's kind of like more of the problem with that one.
Yeah, Dorothy's starting to realize that I pee different.
Oh yeah.
I did the doors open. She's just pee.
You're right.
Oh no.
Yeah. Now you're gonna
Yep.
start dictating that one a little bit differently.
Just shut the door now. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. You're not allowed to come in anymore.
Well, and the thing is, like, they should learn that early too, where it's different, and that's okay that it is, and like those kind of things. Where
Yeah.
Well, she'll go up to my couch, be like boobies, and she'll like pull her shirt down. I was like, those aren't your boobies.
And those are mine.
Those are Daddy's boobies. Leave them alone. And she's like, what? She'll just look at me, and she just hears Daddy's boobies, so she comes over and then pulls my shirt. She's like, boobies. She's like, different kind of boobies.
Kids are
but yeah, I love the scenario. I really don't. I just do not. I have been this way for a very long time. Again, I'm like the right person will make it open that kind of thing possibility.
Right.
But the reality is I just don't.
Yeah.
I already did it. Like I already policed myself enough that I didn't get in trouble somehow in my life. I don't really know how. Being that I haven't been arrested yet.
That's hollow.
Yeah.
Not even wood, dumbass.
Well, there's wood somewhere in there, so.
Not where you knocked.
Yeah.
I got
But I haven't been in trouble where I had every opportunity to be in, maximum trouble, maximum drugs, all that kind of shit. Where it's I've been lucky on that. I grew up in an auto shop with a bunch of it's a pretty high percentage of drug addicts and that kind of shit and degenerate people. I grew up in a trailer park. There's a lot of that, especially being oh, you get free reign. Just go the fuck outside. Leave me the fuck alone kind of situation. So, all of that, I had every opportunity to be
Maybe you should
terrible.
upgrade from Tinder.
upgrade from Tinder, I don't get any love on Tinder. None. I don't get matches at all. I just delete that shit. It's not been on there.
You need to get on like Match.
See, I've been looking at
Like,
online dating stuff, and like
farmers
I haven't
only.
filled out a profile for anything, at all.
Right.
But it's like, because it's like, okay, what do I want? What am I looking for? You know,
That's fair.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sit here and fill out. If I'm looking for something serious, like I ain't gonna fill out something for fucking Tinder. Like, you ain't gonna find serious on Tinder.
FarmersOnly.com.
Right. I might find a redneck somewhere.
Plenty of fish.
So most of those are all run by the same company. They have
Christian
the same
Mingle?
people.
There's more
Yeah,
that
it
I know.
totally works out for me on that one. The very atheist person in the room, Christian. Totally.
You'll be fine.
I'm good with people doing what they want to do. And that includes you guys, but it's like when I can make devout Muslims question their faith, I'm not for faith.
Muslims should question their faith.
Why? It's the same as yours.
No, it's not.
Let's not get into that conversation.
It actually is. So in Islam, the main difference is that Jesus is not God's son. That's actually the main difference between all three of Abrahamic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Islam, the main difference is that he was still a very prolific prophet, but he just wasn't God's son.
Right.
So like the Judaism and Islam is more similar than Christianity is. Christianity pulls away a little bit, but they're actually like similar, like values, similar like structure. I mean, it all came from First Testament of Judaism anyways. That's where like a majority of the Bible came from. Most United States, like English Bible, came from King James and the Catholicism, so like there's significant differences there. But as far as like the actual like belief system, it's almost exactly the same between the three of them. Yeah. So like, Judaism runs like the Sabbath is Saturdays, whereas Christianity is Sundays. Like, that was the end of creation with that. Islam doesn't believe in it the same way, so they don't have like what they call a holy day. They have a holy hour. Is kind of the idea. That's when they do like the pray towards. Yep. So like as far as like with the average like. Yes, when it comes to extremes, like there is differences like in those, and especially with extremists like Muslim Baptist Church and, militant Islam people, like they're very, if you're against us, you're not for us kind of thing. And that's where religion becomes a problem, is in that where like they stretch it to the maximum of what it should be and what it shouldn't be. Whereas like if you look at the basics, they're all very, very similar. Yeah. And that's why like that was actually where like a lot of like with Muslim, our Saudi friends and all that, were like they didn't understand that either. Where like you're very like Christianity is very different. I was like no, like and we went through like all these like scenarios and like how it came about. Because if you look at like the Old Testament's probably about 400 years older than Christianity, 400 or 500 years older. So like that's Judaism, and then Christianity is we had that rough time, and then. Islam is about 300 to 400 years younger as far as like a standardized religion. Once they really put it onto that spot, but then we have like there's so many offshoots of all of them too. And Protestants and I don't know any Islam scenarios on that on like the offshoots, but there's plenty of them like because like the largest population of Muslims now is actually in India, and they like India, Malaysia. Indonesia, they're very, very devout Muslims now. So it's, if you really look at like the fundamentalism of each one of them, they're all the same. It's all the same people with slightly different names.
Yes and no.
Well, if you actually want to have a discussion that we can do that.
This is something, I've spent years studying all of this, and so I find this stuff fascinating.
Right.
That's a long conversation.
It is very long.
That's a giant wipe-off board of me like breaking down the timeline of like showing you how and where and when and what started and the events of which, so that you can see the differences between religions and truths and facts and history and archaeology.
And there's a lot of that. And the thing is, like the Bible and the Quran and the Old Testament, they are very much a giant history book on each one of them. And so like it comes from different perspectives of different people and different times and how they.
And I think that's what I love the most about like the Old Testament is that when a lot of people are looking at all like studying religion and history and all of that stuff, like that is one of the most like that is the most truthful depiction of history in that time frame. And it has such a giant layout of so many different events that happen that otherwise are undocumented.
Well, and the big problem that I have with like generally Western religion in general is that when it's translated between languages, there's no clear and direct translations.
Sure.
So
that's something that I studied heavily is like how and which and where did the translations happen, and did they how could they have been?
You've done more than the average person, and that's a big thing. So like I had an issue with one of my cousins once where he got into a church here in town that I don't really like, but that's another topic.
Sure.
But he went very militant Christian.
Sure.
Very militant, like if you don't believe, you're not a part of my family kind of situation, this kind of stuff. And at this time we got a discussion about it, and when I brought that like specific fact up and how like it was written, and again like when it comes to the way that we view a lot of it here in the States comes from King James, and the way that it's different from the direct translation from English to Latin anyways, from like much older books of the Vatican and things like that. He was like, no, it doesn't work that way. And I was like, it does, because language doesn't. There's a lot of words in in other languages that we have no replication for.
Well,
that we have no way of doing
English is such a lackluster language anyway. So when people are trying to translate from Hebrew and Greek, which is such a luster language, when you're breaking down, the Old Testament, and you're breaking down Hebrew and Aramaic, like you're breaking down words and the fractions of the words. So when you're going to study and like you see something that says, if you're like a description word, like any sort of adjective that we have in English language, when you find it and you break it down in one of the original languages, you see what they're really trying to say. And so and that kind of study, that I find that fascinating. That's because English is very shitty. Now, King James and all of that stuff, like what you're talking about as far as story and translation and how things went, like a lot of things before that there was written language, it was verbal. And so a lot of the Old Testament, a lot of every story, anything that's ever
they're going to be slightly variation.
Not necessarily, because a lot of people, when you are learning and you're telling a story, you learn a story pretty well verbatim. The only things that are slightly different are like descriptive words or things like that, which is easy to understand.
But when you're doing like a course of like the course of like let's take like the first 90 years of like when it was spoken language versus when it was written down and before printing presses and all this kind of stuff. When you discuss something and you change it over three generations, because average lifetime would have been 30 to 40 years at the time, and you wouldn't have learned it heavily until like you're 10 or 15 years old. When you have that like large translation gap, you can have a story that your grandmother's told a ton of times and that you've told a ton of times, and your story is going to be different than hers, even by like a tiny amount. Now, how much we know it changed is harder to say and hard to, put a quantifier on it if it changed at all. It may not have changed at all. And those kind of things, it's hard to put a quantifier when there's no other written history around it. And that's where we do take like them as their history books and their lessons learned and those kind of things. And that's the way that I look at it. Like, I have no problem with people like, like you're my friend, I love you, like those kind of things where like, if you believe in like those kind of things and you're very much like this, and this, whereas like I can be like, I look at it objectively and those kind of things. And the reason why I was turned off of religion was actually due to a person in a church literally being against me and what I needed it to be.
Yeah.
And
fuck that.
Yeah. So and that made me question it then when I was a teenager, like barely teenager. And then for many, many years I was very much agnostic and that kind of stuff, where I'm like, yeah, there probably is, but like I don't know if I believe this, or this. And then to where, for many years it was like, at best I was like a very happy, like agnostic, like I could totally believe this kind of shit, versus like angry atheist, which was like, I'm not there anymore, but like I still like roll that way where I'm like, just listen to what you're saying, you're crazy. Like, and that's kind of like the difference with that. I have no problem with people believing it. It's when they try to like shovel it on me where I'm like, this, and this, and this, and this. And that's one reason why, like, when I say like I made them question, I wasn't trying to sway them any way,
No,
which
but
way or
it's,
the other.
well, and that's the cool thing that I've loved about my journey in figuring things out is that I've figured out that God wants me to ask Him questions, and I better ask Him all the questions because if I don't because if you're sitting here and you have doubt about how you feel about yourself and your purpose and everything like that, you better figure that shit out because that'll eat you alive.
It does.
And
It's
it
hard.
really does. It's hard, and so and that's why I've really enjoyed figuring this stuff out and those questions writing them down and then figuring it the fuck out.
Yeah,
and being open to figuring it out because I don't want to sit here and be blind and feel fooled.
Right.
And I have the wool pulled over my eyes. I've had that, and I've been manipulated. I've been in that place where somebody's yelled at me and all that stuff. I've also been in abusive relationships where people have used and weaponized things, which is not acceptable, which would easily make everybody mad, and that's why I was soapbox Sarah in the fucking first place. And that's why, and that's why I feel so much more comfortable in being authentic and how I feel about stuff because I've not only one, it's something that I've felt, but two, it's something that I know. And being able to know things and be confident is much different than feeling like you've had something shoveled down your throat and you're just believing it because your parents did.
And that's a big problem with modern Western religion in the first, especially right now.
Religion, period.
If we looked at the way that the church was very rough for many centuries. It was run, very militant and crusades and all that kind of stuff. That was kind of the way that it was ran for many years because they were basically the government for the world.
Right.
And but something that they did do for many years also is they actually championed science.
Oh yeah.
And these kind of things. And it wasn't until about the late 1600s, mid 1700s era when they really started being science is trying to making our people question us and that kind of shit. Versus them trying to figure out a lot of science up until that point was definitely run by the church. You look at Leonardo da Vinci and artists, all these things was all run by religion to try to
fascinating.
Yeah, trying to figure it out.
History.
I do too. Well, that's why we're so doomed to repeat it when people don't fucking look at it.
I know.
But so we learn, they were very much a champion of this, why is God doing this? And then, the little parts that God's doing it this way, and this is how we're making it operate. And that's something that I can get behind and that kind of stuff. You may not have answers to questions now or whatever it is, but we can figure it out. And when they stopped doing that in Western society, that's when I became, as far as when I started looking into it, that's when I became very separatist and moving away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, science and logic and that makes more opportunities for me and my brain and how it operates. You say how you're confident as a person, that kind of shit, that going on there. I have that from the other way. Whereas I know that the way that I feel is when I die, I'm fucking gone. Mm-hmm. So the way that I'm going to live is the best that I can now and trying to just continue operating in the best way possible because there is no extra. Whereas some Christians, they look at it my best life's not even here. I'm not even in the best place right now. Let's bring that on there. And that's where, I know plenty of people that are very much into religion that love their life and that are very nice people and they're very fun to be around and you're a prime example. So if I didn't like you, you wouldn't fucking be here. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's I can accept when people aren't on board with what I say.
Right.
As long as we can discuss it and those kind of things where it's let's bring up all this stuff, and if it's because it's God's will and this kind of stuff, that's perfectly fine as well, as long as we go down to the core and the small
Let's
reasons.
talk about it and not be assholes about it.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing. Yeah. Whereas if I'm discussing it with you today, where he was whoa, because he was worried that it was going to get fucking crazy, and I was
no, that's not why I said that at all. I just don't care to talk about it. I think. My conversation is very short. I'm a Christian. Religion is stupid. That's the extent of it. That's it. Religion, because I was born.
I love that.
I was born and raised a Catholic, which was fucking awful.
Yeah.
Because it's that very militant situation
and
where
it's a religion.
You get your fucking aerobics workout in while you're at church, and it's super fucking just weird. Everyone's weird about it.
The only time I want to be on my knees.
When I'm fucking dick. No.
Thank you for finishing my sentence.
For God. For God.
Because that's what I
okay?
was going to say. Sucking dick for God. Amen.
Same.
No, and that ruined it. And then I was the agnostic atheist for a little bit.
Mhm.
Then I got back into it, but I have a relationship with God. Nothing else really matters.
Yeah.
Religion's
Well, that's fair.
fucking stupid. That's what fucks up everything. No matter what you believe in, the church and religion most of the time will fuck shit up.
Do this shit.
Like, it was when we were at one of the churches. Michaela wanted one of their pastors to marry us. He refused to because he didn't like the place where I was in my path with God. He didn't approve of it, so he refused to marry us. And that pissed me the fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, really? Because if you're such a disciple of
Yeah, that was
if you're such a disciple of God, then you should.
disciple.
If that's really how you feel, and that's what you're gonna call yourself, then you should be like out there actually trying to like spread and like help people get into it and promote it instead
And
of
actually get married.
acting like get off your fucking high horse.
Yeah.
You're not Jesus, dude. You're just a dude who talks about him.
Yeah.
Like,
You're
I'm not
like
talking
me.
shit about where you are. Don't fucking think you don't know me at all.
Right.
You're just gonna base
And
this
I'm
whole
actually trying to make this
situation.
relationship right and get married. So what you could do is you could be a leader and help me with
Yeah,
this.
I'm not where you're
or
at.
Not.
I'm not where my wife's at. I'm getting there. Why is that a fucking problem?
Right.
So that we don't go to that church anymore because of that.
Sure.
It's just
Yeah.
Well, and that's
it's that kind of stupid shit.
Yeah.
It's people and religion,
when they
which
play
unfortunately is a lot of church, that they just
And that's
they
not your role.
standardize too many things.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not your role to play God.
No.
It's
well,
not your
and
role.
that's the big thing too. With like again, a modern day Christian is very much like, I mean, honestly, for many years, a Christian scenario, they took it upon themselves to be judge, jury, and executioner kind
Yeah.
of thing, which is actually totally against what the scriptures write for.
Exactly.
It was always God was the decider.
Right.
The God was the one that made
Your
decisions.
job is to love and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like it's just like similar
That's
to
exactly
a
what
teacher,
it is.
like a lot of things with that. Your job is to not tell people what to do, is to share a way of how to think.
Right.
Period. That's it.
And that's
You don't force shit on anybody. You don't shove it down their throat.
Yeah.
You can try to spread it, teach people, do that thing. That's fine. When it starts getting aggressive and you're forcing it on people and you just won't shut the fuck up because you're so fucking holy, that shit pisses me off.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, and
Those are
that's
the kind of people that ruin it for other people.
Those are the kind of people that, and God talks specifically about those kinds of people and how He feels about those kinds of people. And how He feels about those kinds of people, I don't want Him to feel that way about me. So if I'm sitting here and I know that I have a relationship with Jesus and I have a relationship with God and I'm in a relationship and I have friendships with people who don't see the same way,
Yeah.
it is not my job to say anything other than loving them. And if if I ever step out of line and I'm not loving you, tell me. Because
I don't think I'll ever have that problem.
I know, and I don't want that either. And
Right.
I don't, and that's important to me, and it should be. Because if I say that I'm a Christian and you don't feel that way about me, that's a problem.
Scott. 'Cause that's a dog. Or just a random person.
Well, the dog just walked in your house.
It's not.
Boo.
I was like, it could be Kate, but
It is Kate.
It's Kate.
Hey, Bear.
Oh my God!
take over this
Hey, Hi, Shoot! I haven't seen you in a minute.
I was like, does it really sound like it's not rocking in?
No, it was very small.
And then like Blue was first, and I was like, it's Kate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't seen you in a while.
I'm gonna cover you in
That's
shit.
okay too.
I moved in. Like, I'm not leaving this spot.
Stomped off right there.
No, I just sat here. I haven't stomped at all. This is sitting.
What have you been doing? What are you
Drywall.
doing? Drywall.
My dad's a drywall contractor, so I've been doing drywall
Oh
on my days
God.
off. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, super cool.
I'm like, fuck,
Yeah.
I wish I could do something like fun and creative right now.
Dude.
I'm just like, I don't.
Dude, I'll have a woodcraft party and you come over to my house and you do
Deal.
outside. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh,
Okay. I'm trying to buy some shelves in my garage so I can organize it so it's much prettier in there because right now it's.
So I'm just gonna get messy before you get clean.
Yes. Hi, Chef.
That'll be
Oh,
some
what?
fun. Hey,
Hi.
That's me
Hey.
all the time.
Oh,
you're fine.
How are your guys' Thanksgivings? I hate to come in and take away the party.
No, good.
Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Good. I'm so glad you're here. I've missed you.
Oh my gosh. No, it's fun. I was like watching it because I was just at home by myself today.
Were you?
And I was like, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna go.
Yep.
Oh,
So
I'm
here
so
I am.
glad you
I went to
haven't
my
been
truck
on
for a
in
little
Scooch.
while, and then I came here
I
and did
saw your
nothing.
story.
So,
Well, I saw your story from yesterday.
yeah, I didn't do one today, but I got more done today than I did yesterday.
I did drywall all day yesterday, and then I did it again all day today. And when I got done doing drywall yesterday, I went over to my parents' house. I got to see my Nana without a mask, which was awesome. She lives 2 doors down from my parents. She came over, we played Cards Against Humanity.
Yes.
Oh my god, did you see my Snapchat story?
No, I didn't. Oh, because I'm not. I mean, I'm on Snapchat, but I deleted it off my phone.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So my
that lasted
Nana,
about like a week.
Yeah, it only lasted a scooch. I was like, I'm back, and then I was like, no, I'm not.
so my Nana, first cards we played, I had the black card, and this was her white card. That's my Nana. So my Nana is 81 this year. 81 in a couple weeks.
Alright, I'll just say it out loud, so like if anybody is.
Oh yeah, everybody has to know.
Everybody has to know.
Plans this week, nothing but kale juice and gross. Jerking off into a pool of children's tears.
That's fucking amazing.
Gross.
My Nana's a winner, you guys.
Way off camera.
Oh my gosh.
No, again, I'm going this way. I'm going this way.
Do it.
No, Dick, I moved.
I'll just adjust a little bit here.
Oh my gosh.
No, so did you guys make
Sorry, I had to
amazing
pee.
food? No, how was your Thanksgiving?
It's good.
Was it? Did you make an amazing turkey? Did you make turkey?
Did you make a ham?
Turkey.
I don't know, you're Hawaiian, I guess.
No, we're having our Hawaiian Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Oh, that's
What's
sick.
Hawaiian Thanksgiving?
Hawaiian food.
Oh, fucking A, like pineapple?
Hawaiian pizza, dude?
That would be a really joke. If you brought a Hawaiian pizza tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
That would be so
That would be
funny.
fucking amazing.
I'd laugh so hard if you brought a Hawaiian pizza.
That would be funny.
Hilarious.
That would be fucking sick.
That would make me die laughing.
I like
Got it.
Hawaiian pizza.
I'm all about it.
I had a turkey sandwich. That's what I had. That I made.
Told you to come over.
Yeah, well, you didn't really like text messages I got on Wednesday. You didn't respond.
I'm gonna
to.
be honest with you that on Wednesday, you texted me on Wednesday.
You texted me first.
Oh my god, dude. I was so drunk on Wednesday. It started with mimosas,
Well,
and then we
because
didn't
we
eat
were
until
here
like
Tuesday
7.
night, and then you came back over and drank more.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was okay. It was just fine. We made this amazing turkey though. We made herb butter, like, which you couldn't
Yeah.
get, but like it was fucking. We're like, you put it on the bird, right? And then we were like, well, she put like we watched this video from TikTok to learn how to make a turkey.
Because we learned everything from TikTok.
Yes. But like, she was like, put chicken stock or vegetable stock in the bottom of it, right? So then you can make gravy later.
Right.
And we were like, ooh, I had like a cup of chicken stock. We threw it in there. It dried up, like cooked right
Gone.
out. We were like, oh no, there's no moisture in here. So we just filled it up with white wine.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
That it turned out, from what I remember, amazing. It was so good. It was like really moist. I was like, this is like the best turkey I've had. Because usually I'm not like a turkey person. I'm like, they're usually like kind of dry and like not the
They're
best
always
thing in the
dry.
world. And this thing, I was like,
Cook.
damn. It was amazing. I was like, we accidentally made an amazing turkey because we were all kind of
I'll say I've never
too.
fucked up cooking bird.
Fucking A. I'm all about that.
all the edibles, dude.
Dude.
I had some like weed chocolate. I was like, this is so good. And then I at like 7 o'clock last night, I was like, I am not okay.
It
I
happens.
was drunk and high, and I was like, I have to go to bed now.
Wake up 2 hours later, eat the rest of your food.
Well, good. Well,
Sweet
and it's
potato
like
casserole.
it's a little like kind of
Just the marshmallows on top.
It's like humbling because you're like, I woke up and like I was like, I'm wearing the same pajama pants as everybody else is. Oh yeah.
It's still Thursday.
I was like, oh god. Fuck. It was fun though, and it was cool. And so like for the first round of doing a Thanksgiving like kind of by yourself,
Nailed
we
it.
were like, we didn't make half the shit that we were supposed to make.
Oh, you don't
Like
need
it got
it.
down to I was like, I'm not making sweet potatoes. I'm not making no salad.
You didn't make a salad?
Well, I was gonna make like this. It's a really good like spinach salad. It has like bacon in it, and then the dressing is like bacon and vinegar. And it's like just fucking yum. And like, and
Okay, very white.
and yeah,
right there.
I was like
white girl alert.
Well, I boiled I like did hard boiled eggs
Yum.
and everything in the morning, and I was like, we're over it. But remember, I told you we had gone over to Lucille's and bought the whole thing of gravy because their gravy over there is the shit.
So good.
So we bought like a big tub of gravy from them so we could do biscuits and gravy in the morning, and we sure fucking did. It was frozen, so it was fine.
Yum.
We were still drunk when we woke up yesterday anyway, so it was fine.
Perfect.
Dude, I don't even know how I don't know. Like
Yeah.
after 2 days of that, I was like,
I'm sure, because again, like when you were over here, even like you were on one still from. I mean, I took a nap so I could work a little bit in the morning Wednesday. I went to sleep at what 5?
yeah,
Is that rough?
yeah, flavor switch.
Okay. So I went to sleep at like 5, and then you left like 20 minutes after I went to bed.
And I did not sleep.
Yeah, because yeah, I don't know.
My mom was gonna call me at 7. I was like, I can't miss that call.
And then you came over like 11:30, I think.
Yeah.
So you were only gone for like 4 or 5 hours. And then you came back and we're just drinking beers again. So I was like, okay, I guess. And then you were going to Rio after that. Did you guys go?
We did.
Okay, so you were. I'm sure you were
not okay.
litty titty for Rio.
For like a first impression that you like want to be positive towards like your person's friends. This was not that day. And I feel so bad because like John was like, and then we got in this huge fight in the middle of Old Town, and I was like, we did. And we don't fight like that ever. So apparently, yeah, it was not good.
Whoops.
But I mean, it's all fine. But just I was like, oh my god.
It's fine.
So I took a time out
fine.
today from like everything. I was like, I feel bad. I feel
Were
like
they
an
going
asshole.
skiing today, anyways?
They're going tomorrow. They changed
Oh.
it up because their friend was also flying in today. And they were like, just meet us up there. And he was
That's
like,
fair.
okay. And then they like we were all shaking
That-
last night, so it was like, oh, we should just
$150
stay.
fucking Uber right up there. It's fine.
I was like, how is it? He must have been renting a car though, because there's too many people to be fitting in one car at that house right now.
It's fair. It's fair.
I don't know the situation.
You know, being pack the bitch.
I don't know. Yeah, I meant throw somebody in the trunk. We used to do that in high school.
I mean, we still do it.
Yeah.
Funny.
Well, we're
Yeah,
going
like
to
it was
drive-in.
only-
We don't want to pay for this other person. Get in the trunk.
Fucking unload blankets.
It wasn't that
Don't
long ago. There was like
worry.
12 people in the Envoy coming from Denver at a concert, so
Yeah.
that might have been too many. But
Well, I mean, you know, when you're packing like a Kia full of like people and somebody's sitting on somebody's lap, somebody's probably going to say something. No, wait a minute. Are you guys high and drunk and driving up the mountain? Shit.
that's fair.
That's not good.
That's fair. What's up, Bear? You're so happy.
He's so happy.
So
He
happy.
slept all day today in my bed because he's been at John's with Tucker, you know, and so they're wiped out. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave, and then he was like, I'm going with you. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's fair.
I hate to leave him home.
Well, he's always welcome here. Your water bowl is still up from Tuesday anyway, so. Yeah. I guess, yeah, because it was Wednesday when you brought him over, I guess. And he was like super, like, hyped, but like
He was
also
just
like,
really like stressed.
yeah,
out.
he was like freaking out. Which is weird because he doesn't typically do that over here.
But he doesn't. But back to like what you guys were talking about. Sorry, I came in and destroyed the.
Oh no, I was.
I'm like, hello, I'm here.
It was on the tail end of like a fucking religion discussion.
We're talking about the differences of religion and why religions can
Well,
suck.
I'm glad I missed that.
Not can.
It wasn't
They
anything
do.
bad. It was just a discussion. That's all it was. So
I mean, it's sick to like have those discussions with your friends, especially when you stand on different sides of it. You know, and it's cool to have like those discussions where everybody can be like very kosher with it and not be like feel offended or get defensive or
Right.
anything like that. Because I know definitely that we have friends that are like, we can't talk to them about anything.
No.
I'm like, but these are like our lives.
no, you can.
I
I was pretty nice about all of that. I thought.
know. I'm just fucking with you.
Somebody's
We definitely-
crying in the
we
mirror.
have
He's like
friends
crying in
like
the
that
mirror
for
later.
sure.
It's fine.
Big buddy.
You know, I'm actually gonna be smoking another turkey next week too.
Why?
Because we got another turkey.
You think?
You bring
I don't
some
think
over
you
or
want to get.
Yeah,
us
so
They
I'm
were
gonna-
only
it was
78
actually-
cents a pound, Dick. My parents stocked up on turkeys too. They were all so
What are
we
you
bought
doing?
3. I was like,
I
what?
I don't
think
like
you should
turkey
just
that
try one.
much.
That's what I know. I've been saying this my whole life. And then we
Because
made that one.
so
and I was
I'll
like,
bring you some because you've never had anybody cook it right.
What?
It's not that fucking hard.
No, I've had plenty of people cook it right, and there can be good turkey. I just generally don't like it.
I'm just saying that if you really want to do an
Well-
amazing protein that's a real crowd pleaser at any event,
Steak.
is a honey baked ham.
Yeah.
Fucking
Every time.
Every
You
time.
can't hate it. They're so
can't
fucking
hate-
delicious. You're like, I don't like ham. Oh, I do.
Except for there's Saudis in it. Oh. Except for the Saudis.
Or
Well, the
anybody
Saudis
could-
never came to
anybody
any of
could.
our celebrations anyway.
Mine did. I don't know about yours.
The only celebrations they invited me to
His
was
birthday.
I mean, Fahad's like one of my
for me to
best
roll
friends.
joints for him.
There you go. Yeah.
That's the only time I was invited. Sarah, do you have any weed? Can you teach me how to smoke weed? Yeah.
Well, that's sad
Can you teach
because
me how to smoke
again, like Fahad's like one of my best friends. Like straight
Yeah.
up, like every time I talk to
Oh,
him, it's
yeah.
like we talk for like 2 hours, 3
That's
hours.
awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, we used to get invited to like Eid and stuff like that.
I've definitely eaten.
And that was really fun.
A
But
lot
I'm like,
of
I've
weird.
also eaten all day. I'm not a part of this.
I've eaten some
Fasting
weird.
moment.
Yeah. Ramadan's a little weird, but
Oh, it's Ramadan. Yeah, not
Yeah.
Eid. But yeah, so like with Ramadan especially, it was like,
Yeah.
yeah, I do want to come over and hang out with you guys. And
Yeah.
it was like, oh, are we supposed to be hungry for this?
Because I literally just had double cheese.
Yeah, I fucking
I
just
can't remember
like
what
the
the shit
baconator
was.
on the way over there.
Hussein made me one time. I was like, Hussein and like Fahad, they're like, come hungry. So I came hungry, but like, I don't remember what it was called. But it's like this white like
Isn't
paste
that
like
rice?
stuff.
Was that hummus?
No, I love hummus, and they make me hummus all the time. But like it was like this like stuff that like it's very special. We only do like during like the summers and that when we can't go outside because we can't like hunt and do all this shit. And it was really fucking good. But like you ate like 3 spoons of it, and you were like, I'm full. There's no way I can eat anything else. There's
Really?
no fuck. It was. I can't remember what it's called. I'll like ask Fahad the next time I talk to him about what it is.
You
but-
should, because that sounds wild. I
It's-
remember they made us a bunch of food that went. Remember, we were just sitting there eating like a bunch of rice. Does this
Well,
sound right? Do you
yeah,
remember
they used to
this?
like get in with the rice with like lamb or goat.
Yeah, and it would be like this huge thing of like rice with like meat in there, and like maybe some like definitely some seasoning, so it would taste like
And you
something.
eat with your hands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I remember being like, I want to be.
Oh, it's like
can I get a
couscous.
fork?
Like couscous.
It's almost like couscous, but it's like the really long white rice,
Okay.
and then they cook it, and then they throw like lamb chops in there,
Oh,
basically,
yeah.
and it's
Mhm.
like
It's super
really
good.
good.
They got it really good with the guys that owned the Star of India.
Yeah.
And so like they could order it from them, so they didn't have to make it. So we would
Oh,
sit there like when I broke my legs,
Oh,
like
that
they
makes
bring it
sense.
like over all the time.
I'm
And
like,
it's
how did they make this? Because that's like a feat for them. Like you would be like, hey, yeah, let's make dinner, and they'd be like, no, I brought dinner with me.
Mhm.
You want to make hamburgers? I brought them. What? No, I'm making them. They never cooked ever for me. Did
No.
my Saudis cook for you?
I
remember going to Sam's-
Aziz did. but
That's
not
fair.
Andrew.
I remember going over to Sam's apartment, and he had a roommate that was not from the same country, and they like. You would walk in, and it was a fucking health and safety hazard. Like, there was just raw chicken
Oh, yeah.
marinating in spices all over the apartment, and the apartment was like 80 degrees.
Well,
And I
those
was
kids
like,
were a
don't
little
eat
bit
that.
spoiled, to say the least, in their life. You know, like, instead of flying first class, Ricky saved all his money and flew fucking, he'd flow like coach to
Like
back
all of us
Saudi, come back.
peasants.
So he'd save all of the money from that, because his
You get
sponsor
like
paid
that.
him enough to fly first class, but he just didn't save all the money, bought the Corvette. Like, they were all spoiled. The second group of Saudis were super spoiled.
Yeah, they were such like I meant like Yasser and those guys. They were like, oh, we're spoiled, but like at least we're like cool about it. These guys were like, so let me do this.
Like smash all the cars. Remember, what was his fucking name? I can't remember his name. He drove that Jeep. Maybe it might be before you.
That was before me.
Both were there actually. But there was one Saudi. He drove like a Jeep like Wrangler. He was a crazy person. He used to get like whipped back in his own country for like having sex.
Oh.
Like he had like all these like scars on his back. He was just like, I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. And so like.
It's all worth it.
Yeah, like he would like they would beat the shit out of him. They sent him here, and he was still like both. But one time he like
Well,
drove.
you're getting in trouble for having sex. I'm gonna send you to America.
Yeah, because at least like they don't have to like worry about anybody telling anybody there. That's a blessing.
Over here, we get whipped for fun.
Yeah, here we're like, oh my god.
Like,
Yeah, I can just buy one in the store.
He was waiting for a car, and like, they had opened the door, and he like it was like right next to the NAR, and like the wait like opened the door, and then he's like, I don't want to wait anymore, and just drove through the door of the car, and then like just drove away.
Yeah, I was not friends with him.
Yeah, he was super fun though.
Yeah, he was fun.
He was
Or
actually
like-
very
Good time
nice.
though. Good
He
time.
was
It was
very
a good
nice.
time.
Great
Great
guy.
guy.
He actually was very nice. He was again with that spoiled scenario where like there's just like no fucks given.
Tiger do a lot of those in Boulder.
Yeah.
A lot
Boulder
of
was really
yeah.
gnarly about that too.
Yeah, I remember going over to with her a couple times when she was working at Hookah House and going to a couple Saudi's house like after, and then I realized what they were trying to do, and I was like, "We're gonna go. We're gonna go, Tiger." And she's like, "What? These are my friends." It's like,
No,
they're
fucking not.
No, they're
They ain't your fucking friends.
Not.
No,
You
they're
don't have blue
all
eyes.
about-
I
they're
have blue
about to, like,
eyes.
run a train on you for sure.
I know what's happening.
This reminds me of a story from
It's so-
fucking.
Yeah. It's so nuts because I remember, like, me and Dick would sit there with like our Saudi friends, and we would be like, "Well, tell us like the business, what's the news?" So you
The
hear like
second
all the
group.
drama, and like that's how I
Who
knew
was the
that
kid
I
that
was
moved to
not a
Idaho?
part
What was
of,
his
like,
name?
Abdul?
No, his name was something different. He was friends with like the Abduls and Ricky and all of
Long
that.
hair,
Yeah.
very masculine face, very square face,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. What was his
Cannot
name?
remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
I want to say Willie, but that's not right.
No, it wasn't Welly.
But it's something similar to that.
Because we
Billy.
know Welly, like well, or I do. Maybe you are thinking about him.
Yeah, it is him. That's
Okay.
Willie. Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
his name, like, he was called Willie because his name was like,
His name is Waled.
yeah. But there was like that was like they shortened it to like it was extra long. But like right before he moved to Idaho, he was like, "Yeah, we went to the strip club." This is the most disgusting thing I've ever like. So he's sitting there in sweatpants. Girl gets him off in
Oh
the
yeah,
sweatpants.
this is Welly.
Yeah,
This is Welly.
gets him off in the fucking sweatpants, and then he's like, "Yeah, it was all in her hair," and I just thought it was funny, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Yeah, it was so.
You gotta like take 2 showers after that dries
Yeah.
to get that out of your hair.
It was a stripper. I'm just imagining it
I
going
mean, it's almost
around.
like drywall in your
Yeah,
hair.
it's like
I've gotten
no,
out
it
of
some of that.
solidifies.
I've
So
gotten
like
out of
I gotta
them.
do.
Well, it's not
You're
water
trying to cut
soluble,
it.
so it takes a lot to like get it out.
You gotta like cut the molecules.
It's true.
People wonder
There's
why
like
girls
peanut
take
butter in
such
that
long
shit.
showers. I'm like, I want to tell you, you gotta like, it's like, like I want to tell you that I've been in there shaving my legs, but that's not true.
I'm taking the cum out of
I
my
have
hair.
not
okay?
shaved my legs in weeks.
I got a knife. I'm
Yeah.
fucking slacking
I
that
got like a
shit
fork trying
Travis
to
is
comb it.
disgusting.
So that's why girls really shave. So there's just not a cum hair issue.
Basically,
Thank you.
Yeah,
A little bit,
Yes.
yeah. It'll stick around forever. Like,
Ever. Oh, and then it stinks.
Oh, yeah. The pull-out method is insane.
You guys like, and then, you like ever like date a guy who does like the pull-out method is like fine, works 89% of the time, right? Everybody's a good proponent of the pull-out method.
It's true. It's actually,
We're
I think
all
it's
just
greater than that. I think it's
stats
like
on
94, 95%.
It works
It's
pretty
good.
good.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood. We should look it up. But like,
Odds work well.
it's pretty well.
So
yeah,
far, they've worked out in my
I
favor.
like how we go
Most
from
of the
like
time.
a fucking like
96,
serious
60%
conversation.
About religion.
You do. You get like,
All I can say is I must not know how to do it right.
oh my god, you get come on me, and then it's like either get it immediately.
It's 'cause
like,
you
you're
didn't
like,
do
over
it.
in the moment.
Give me a
You have to
fucking
get it.
towel.
Like everybody hop up and like do your
Oh.
fucking towels.
Clean
If
up.
you let it sit, you're
Okay.
like I have
You
crusty
marinate.
skin.
Oh my god.
And now I just smell like
Cum.
salty.
I smell like
It's,
cum.
yeah, it's,
Like you don't like it's like a different body.
You have to loofah.
It's
You
like
gotta
a mu-
scrub
you,
up.
you're like saying
And
that
you're
like
like-
we haven't just like fallen asleep with dick in a hand
No, I'm
scenario.
aware that
It's very
everybody's
much
aware
the
of this.
same.
I haven't done that.
No?
No.
You've never like
Okay, so
super
apparently-
hammered, eating shit?
I've never fallen asleep
Chest
while masturbating. No!
This is like a Chappelle show skit. Take
hammered as fuck.
I've never passed out while masturbating. No.
You're missing out.
No, I'm not. You're not doing it right if you're falling asleep.
Or maybe it's just because I'm so goddamn hammered.
It's not Kim's dick. It's so bad.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Steel wool to
Fuck it,
scrub
baby
this
wipe.
off.
I'm gonna baby wipe it.
Steel wool to scrub this off.
Why do you get to the point where you let it dry?
Okay, so that's what we're saying. We're like, you have to act fast. You gotta get up. You gotta like not let it dry. Because if you do let it dry, let's say you like wake up. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. You're both like shit canned. You're like, oh, pull out method, yeah, and then you just like roll over.
Dead. Exactly. It's not as attractive as it sounds.
Yeah. Well, people love these pornos, so I don't know.
That's weird because it sounds super attractive.
Weird because it sounds hot as shit.
Oh,
Not
that.
Not hot. You wake up, you're
It's
stuck
hot,
to the
sticky,
bed.
and
You're
gross.
stuck to
Oh,
the
you're
bed.
stuck to their old
You're
crusty
like
sheets.
fucking shit.
It's their stuff on their old sheets.
It's
Their pillows smell like body odor.
Being a girl
It's
is sick.
There was a comedian.
Like
that
I'm
was
so
talking about this.
glad, like being able to like leave.
Yeah, like things you do as a girlfriend to not
God.
hurt somebody's feelings.
The things I do is I used to just wash the sheets all the time.
Yeah,
because I'm
same.
like, your shit stinks.
You know what, Jay? You want to throw these babies in the dryer?
Well, that's
You
a problem.
You want to wash your shit? This
A
is
lot
me
of
telling
guys
you that
have
your
like
shit
problems
stinks.
leaving their sheets
I'm
for
gonna
too
wash
long
it. I'm gonna wash your things.
anyways.
Do you want to shove it in there?
Yeah, right.
A lot of guys have problems like leaving their sheets for too long anyways.
Yeah.
There's a specific person in my head that I know Kate knows what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, really?
Yeah,
Where you walk in this person's room and you're like, what is
is
going
that?
on here? Like,
Ooh.
My
Yeah.
God.
we're just like, ugh.
Oh God, I don't miss high school. I don't miss
I
high
just
school
don't-
and
I-
dirty boys' bedrooms.
I just don't.
Well, see, but it was
I don't
like
miss that.
when I started being like sexually active, like I kept my room cleaner than I ever had. In the off chance that I was going to have a girl in my bed.
Somebody to be like, ew, your room is gross.
Right. So
the
I was
older you
like,
get, the less guys think about that, and you're like, I'm drunk here anyway. I don't give a shit. And you wake up and you're all, what?
No, I
What
mean, I still
walk
care.
into?
I called out the fact that my car smelled like piss on the way here.
We've
I
built
don't
up-
know. So I haven't driven my car. So me and Michaela both got laid off like a month ago. So they've just been at home. I haven't really been driving anywhere. Wherever we go, we take her car.
What are you looking for, Sarah?
The car seat's already in her car.
Do you
She's
want to
not
drink?
move it.
I
So
just
haven't
opened
driven
this
my
one.
Forerunner in a while.
It's pretty full.
And I didn't
Wanna
smell
drink
on the
it?
way to here to Dick's
don't
house.
want it?
No, it's, but if you like what you were drinking,
Yeah.
just continue
Hey,
drinking.
listen,
And I'll grab.
Thank you.
I think me and Sarah are louder here, so.
That's not the point. Hey,
We're the
fucking
loudest people. I still have my Nard thing. I want to frame it where it's like the award I won.
Loudest fucking.
Still have
my
my
Nard
So-
t-shirt.
All four of us are very fucking loud.
shut the fuck up. So, but
So
on the
your
way
car
over
smelled like
here,
pee.
from my house to Dick's house, I didn't smell it. We got in here to go get some booze and food, and on the way I was like, do you smell pee?
Oh God.
It was like a subtle, like stale piss.
Oh, I have a horrible story.
And I was like, I didn't smell on the way over here, and I haven't driven or been in that car in like.
Maybe he's just tinkling
Because-
he doesn't even know.
Is that
Maybe.
like the
I've
sweaty
done that.
feeling when you don't
And-
turn your air on for like months and months and months, and then you gotta like blow
That's a
like,
different
the
smell.
mold through?
So yeah, it's a little bit different
That's a
smell.
different smell.
I think what he has is there was like a critter in his car at some
like
point.
a kitten
No,
or
like,
like a raccoon.
a mouse or
mouse
something.
or something because it was really weird because because when I was driving for Z-Trip for that short amount of time,
Yeah.
my car was there for a few days, then it just stayed in my garage, and then I didn't drive my car when I drove that. It just kind of sat there, and then that didn't make money, so I stopped doing it. And then so I just haven't really been doing anything. When we take a car, we take Michaela's car, so my car hasn't really moved. I was
Yeah.
like, why the fuck does my car smell like piss?
So what do? Do you just let it air out, or do
Yeah.
you replace the filter, or
there-
If it gets like bad, I'll
if it
look
gets
into
worse?
But like I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
let
and
it
maybe
air
it's been
out.
like maybe it's been like water from like.
He's just, it's like Dumb and Dumber, or like driving
Oh,
with or in Ace Ventura when he's just driving with the windows down. I remember
We were talking about
when
that earlier.
one of my sisters shit her pants in my car, and the entire drive back.
Hold
it
on,
was
wait,
like-
wait.
It was like 20 degrees outside.
I
and
actually
we
love this
could
story
not-
because I think it's
I
I
hilarious.
definitely pissed myself.
Your
in my
sister
car
shit
once.
her pants in your car.
My sister totally shit her pants in my when I had the Bronco stove.
Uh-huh.
Like before I even like moved up to college, I was still in high school. And my oldest sister was graduating college,
Okay.
and my middle sister had come up with me. I was going back to Brush that night with one of my friends, and everybody else was staying here in Fort Collins. So I picked up my middle sister to bring her up here because I was going to drop her off on the way back. And we ate at this restaurant that is where the Oregano's Pizza place is now.
Right.
And it's like no restaurant can survive in that one location. It's so weird. There's been like
The
so many
Crinos used to be
restaurants.
there. Awesome.
Yeah.
The Crinos was awesome there.
And people, you just can't survive there. There was this like, amazing steakhouse there, but apparently not amazing because Jimmy shit her pants immediately. Not Jamie.
It's okay,
Nobody
I'm not.
knows me on here.
I'm not.
Nobody
Josh.
I'm
My
not.
sister Josh.
My sister, Amy.
Amy's her name.
So like we were driving
close
back.
enough.
She was still in school in Greeley. She went to college in Greeley, and I was like still in high school for this. So we're driving back, and she's like, "Pull over," and I was like, "Jamie, calm down. We'll pull over. It's like a bathroom stop. Calm down. I'm sure you can hold it." She's like, "Pull over." I was like, "What are we gonna pull over in the middle of like I-25? Calm down." Shits her pants
Oh.
at like the back of my car, and she's wearing this like really cute jumper with like leggings because my other sister graduated in like December.
Oh God.
And so she's like all cute and cozy and just blows out my back seat. And
Because I've seen diaper blowouts.
yeah.
Oh.
You imagine going
That's
like
awful.
around a thong and through the leggings into like
Like
the
a thong
jumper
does
that she's
anything in this
yeah,
situation?
Like,
A thong doesn't do
You
anything.
have to turn the
It
shoelace
doesn't
to
anything.
So like we
It
pull
just cuts
over.
it in half.
Yeah, exactly.
It just makes sure both legs can.
turns one
Even
mess into two messes.
distribution.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I felt so bad when I realized what I had done because she was like, "I told you to pull over," and I was like, "I know."
I told you to chill out.
Yeah, and I was like, "Shut up, you're fine." And I pulled over, and she ran into a Wendy's, and it was that went like over into like Greeley where you have the Wendy's and the Target is like right there. And I ran over to Target and I bought her sweatpants, and God, my friend Nick was just losing his mind. He was like, "This
There's
is
somebody
fucking
else in the
funny."
car. He
It was
doesn't
so
have somebody
good.
else in the car.
Well, and like she's known Nick, you know, since me and Nick were in like the 4th grade.
Oh, right.
So at this point, it's like, well, it's kind of a part of the situation anyway. But we drop her off, and this is the part that kills me. So she goes,
Oh, it's you. I
"I'm
thought
so
it was
sorry. When we get back to my house,
You?
I'll clean up your back seat because I have a puppy and I have the spray." And it's like, "Okay." And I was like, "Okay, Jimmy, it's okay." And we get there, and she hops out, and she goes, "So we'll see you later?" And I was like, "Oops, no." You had to like hunt her down to like get her to. I was like,
Except
"It's
for-
not me, it's you." I was like,
Except
"It's a
for
you thing."
you just didn't pull over, so it's kind of your fault.
I
too.
pulled over. I stopped. I put the car in park when I dropped her off. It's not like I shoved
No,
her
like
out the
for
door.
it happening.
Okay, fair enough. But I was like, what am I supposed to do about this? Like, strap on some rubber gloves and clean up my sister's total
You wanna turn
blowout?
Yep.
Yep.
No.
Did I ever tell you guys about my poopocalypse story?
No.
I got some good poop stories.
No.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm so glad
This one. You think you got a good poop story? Let me tell you this one. I used to be a caretaker for adults with cognitive disabilities.
Sure.
First. Okay.
Well, then, yeah.
And so I had a client, my violent client, and he was 6'4" and in a wheelchair, and I could get him up sometimes, and he'd take a few steps, but he was usually in a wheelchair. He was constipated for like 3 or 4 days.
Oh no.
Yeah, for 3
Did you
days.
have to pull the poop
And
out
he
of
takes
his
like a regular laxative, like with his normal medication. So I'm already giving him laxatives
butt?
throughout
And
the
he's
day.
still constipated?
Now that I
Still
think about it, I
constipated.
have a poop
Oh,
story too.
Oh, yeah, still constipated. So,
We're
this
stuck
is day
with
3.
you.
And I usually do like afternoon to overnight, and then I'd get off at 7 in the morning, and I'd do that for 3 days, and then I'd be done for the week. And so I had afternoon, picked him up, took him to the house, and the nurse from their day program came by the house, and they were like, "Yo, he don't poop. You have to insert a suppository." This is my client who later this day like smashes my face. So he's already violent. Anytime he had to poop, he was violent. So he was like already like trying to bash a hole through the van, like trying to. It's like, oh, I'm pretty sure he's gonna poop. Like I'm pretty sure I don't have to do a suppository today. So I wheel him into the house, let him calm his body for a minute. So I wheel him in, and then I give him just a minute, get the other guy situated, start dinner. I'm like, all right, man. I'm like, are you ready? I was like, do we need to go to the bathroom? And he's like, yes. And I was like, okay. So I start wheeling him, and poop is just dripping from the wheelchair. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dripping from the wheelchair. So I wheel him to the door of the bathroom, and I got his gate belt, and I get him, and I lift him up, and poop is all over the gate belt, all over the back of the wheelchair, down the back of the wheelchair, up his shirt, through to his neck, down his pants, and he did it 3 times, and I had to shower him. Total blowout, and I had to shower him. And so as I'm picking him up out of the wheelchair to get him in and to walk him into the bathroom to get him into his shower chair, I pick him up and he's still blowing out. So I pick him up and he's just fucking mad and he just takes my head and shoves it into the fireproof door. Those fireproof doors are fucking heavy, right?
Yeah.
And then I have him. And so I have him and he slams my head and I have to like not drop him.
Oh my god.
And he covered in shit. Just covered in shit. And I had to do the overnight that night. And so he did it 2 more times when we were in the shower, and then he pooped 1 more time in the middle of the night. I had to shower him by myself when I had 2 other clients. I was the only one there. So I had to shower him by myself in the middle of the night, put him back to bed.
This whole level of respect for
That's pretty
caretakers
brutal.
is like insane. Like people don't think about. I know a lot of caretakers that are like, I hate my job, and I'm like, but we appreciate the fuck out of you.
Dude, you know what? Like that,
I also know caretakers that love their job, and I'm like,
Yeah.
obviously we appreciate the hell out of you. It takes like a very like people want to be CNAs because they're like, oh, that's like super easy right now,
right.
and like it's quick money,
It's
and
not.
I'm like, you don't even know what you're getting yourself into.
No, it's a big deal. I'm happy to know that I have like these kinds of skills. So if any of you guys need your asses wiped, dick, don't break your fingers again.
Well, I was going to tell you that story about
I'm
when
real good at it. I'm really
cognitive.
good and quick at it, and I can potty train like a motherfucker.
I have a cognitive
Yeah.
shitting my pants story.
Like I know who I'm taking my child to when I
Yes.
can't deal with it anymore.
I got
Someday,
you.
eventually.
Give your child to me for 3 days. They'll be done. 3 days.
People are gonna be like, "How'd you do it?" And I'm like, "I didn't."
Let me give you her card.
Yeah. I'm like, "Who needs a baby to be potty trained? I'm not doing
I
this."
have a cognitive shitting my pants story. It was around the time that I broke my legs.
Oh.
So it was a week later. So I broke my legs, and they do all the things where you like don't really eat. They give you all the medication, they constipate, all that kind of shit. So for the next, then you start eating, and then for you're supposed to get out of the hospital, and what happened to me would have been like 2 weeks typically. I was only in there for about a week and a day. But typically, so like once you start eating, then they like start giving laxatives like about midweek after you have
Because
surgery.
they block you up too. All that stuff like blocks you up.
Painkillers
Yeah, all
make
the
you
stuff. So
constipated.
I did not take a shit for 7 days.
Oh shit! Literally.
And then it came time.
Like, do you
Oh
get that?
yeah.
It just like blocks
Oh, your
up, right?
stomach
Well-
is so
It's
hard.
really bad.
It hurts.
Yeah, the first few days
I know
honestly
when I have
not.
to like fart because I'm gassy and I'm like, oh,
I need to do some Darwin dog right now.
All I want to do is fart, but I'm gonna hold it in so around people I don't know.
I know. Clench.
Yeah, it's
take a
brutal.
walk.
We're gonna
It's
walk
a
over to the
brutal
window.
scenario.
Yeah,
For
just take
sure.
a walk.
I would
for a second.
agree.
Walking hurts.
I'm just remembering this going through my head, and I'm like, God damn it, why did I tell the story?
Because
So,
it's funny.
yeah, 7 whole days of nothing.
People need to know about this stuff.
People need to know what
And
happens.
then, like,
This is education.
the day that, like, I'm being, like, discharged, like, I don't feel very good because I have been blocked up and this kind of shit.
Yeah, you're.
And then I was like, threw up or whatever, and they're like, you can't leave just yet. And I was like, okay, like, I'm not
my
leaving.
Darwin mug won't make your
But
dog.
then it was like,
This won't make your dog sick if he licks it up.
Oh, that's I don't think he will. Ew.
he's pretty good about that, actually.
Hey, he wouldn't even go into a trash can.
Good.
This one.
Yeah, he's not about that life.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, you need to shit your pants.
So, I went and threw up. They said, you're not leaving yet. I took a nap. Well, I woke up, and I'm like, oh, I have to go. Well, now the only rule for me in this situation is that I can get in the wheelchair by myself, all this stuff, but somebody has to wash me. They're like, hey, like, you're good, you can do your thing, but like,
Come here, nugget.
they're like, you have to be like, take, like, just so you, like, in case something happens, you're okay. So then I hit the buzzer, and she did not come fast
I
enough.
don't think they will
Oh,
discharge you until you shit.
They won't.
So I was actually okay in the scenario for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why.
Your
But-
first poop post break your
Yeah,
legs. This
so
is a big one. This is a milestone.
I was like, hit the button, and it was like, there was no way.
Oh, no.
And I was like, not gonna like break that rule just in case like I wasn't okay to do it for whatever reason. And then I started vomiting and shitting myself.
Oh no!
So, and it was like the grossest like time. I was just sitting there like, and the lady came in, like the nurse, and I was like, I'm sorry. Like I was like not quite crying. But I was like, please, like don't tell anybody. No, I'm telling everybody. It's fine.
Like, because she was gonna be the person that told all your friends. That wouldn't matter. Don't tell anybody this.
I remember the next one was at Charlie's house. 'Cause I went to Charlie's house to make a discharge.
I remember that one time you shit your pants. I don't even know you.
And then so like I had to go upstairs for whatever reason, like to use the bathroom up there. Because I was like not quite able to like move around like good. And Charlie had to like come get me off the tape, like off the toilet after I was done.
Was
And
this
he was
when you
like,
were crying?
no, I was not crying. But he was like, I will not be doing this ever again. As he's like picking me up, like helping me get off the toilet to back in the wheelchair. He's like, this is the grossest thing I've ever smelled my entire life. Like, period. It was like, I know. I
As he's about
experienced
to be a
it.
parent. Yeah, I know. Well, and you forget, like, when somebody goes through that
It's
kind of
supposed
stuff
to be
and they
today.
go through, like, surgery
Or-
and so,
by the way,
well,
today-
he's hanging on. Usually they come a little quicker when it's, like, your third one
Right.
after a
Yeah.
few. This one's hanging on.
What is she, 40 weeks today?
Damn.
I think so, yeah.
Good
It
for
was-
her.
Supposed to be like today, and then so like they were gonna try yesterday.
I mean, eventually, if he doesn't come in, like, one
Tell
more
me
week,
about
they're
it.
going to have to induce, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that how that works?
Yep. 7 days. If there's something up, it's 7 days and then they'll induce.
He's like, no, I'm warm and cozy, and I heard that it's not that warm and cozy out there.
I heard it's
I heard
shitty
about
as
this
fuck out
COVID
there.
situation, and
I'm
I'm
gonna stay here.
trying to be a part of it.
He's got a cell phone. You're like, this shit is garbage.
Yeah, he was
Like,
all
you gotta come
agile. I've been
out.
reading CNN, and I'm not
He texts
okay.
Lindsay. He's like, give me 2 more weeks.
Yeah, he's like,
I'm just gonna random text. Give me 2 more weeks.
she's like, who is this? Your
Hashtag
baby.
incubation. Hashtag you're welcome. Hashtag you'll thank me later.
Yeah. Hashtag, I know you're fucking miserable right now, and all you're doing is get this baby the fuck out of me.
Oh my god.
I
How's
feel
she
for
doing?
her.
Is she
I
doing
don't
okay?
know. I haven't seen her.
I barely saw her on
Yeah.
Halloween. She was only around for a
I will
little
wrestle
bit.
with you for sure.
Yeah, so you've heard my shit story.
Yeah.
Oh
think-
yeah, Travis, I'm so sorry.
I think-
Tell us about your shit
I think
story.
you have. I think you're the only one who has it. So this
do
is.
tell.
I was in
Me and
middle.
everybody else.
I was in middle school. This is probably like the 4th time I've told this story on this podcast. But I was in middle school, and the way we were raised, like with our mom, it didn't matter if you were sick or whatever, unless you were dying, you went to school. Period.
Right.
And so I like wasn't feeling good. My stomach wasn't feeling good. I wanted to stay home. She's like, "No, you have
Go
to
to school."
You go to school, whatever." And it was fine for most of the day. But this is like middle of February. It's snowing outside, and we walked to school. We didn't live that far, so it was not bad.
Right.
But I'm walking home, and I'm in like my big snow jacket and snow pants. So it was snowing pretty bad, and I get
Back in my day.
it's yeah. I tried not to make it sound like that because it wasn't that bad, but we lived maybe a mile and a half from the school, so it wasn't a long walk at all.
Just uphill both ways, though. Hopefully,
Right, barefoot
right?
for sure.
Right,
Yes,
right.
we didn't have shoes
Has to
in
be.
2006.
Yeah, we
Yeah, no
didn't.
shoes.
We didn't have any of these luxuries that these
Yeah.
kids have now.
I was in a flannel.
Yeah, they're fucking just
But so,
walking to
I'm-
school in their Jordans, and we
They
were
got a
barefoot.
fucking land
We're
rover.
wearing
All day.
flip flops so we could look okay with our Hollister t-shirts. It's fucking retarded.
So all day at school, I feel fine, no issues, whatever. I'm about halfway home after school gets out, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, I got a shit. And it feels like it's gonna be like a Hershey squirt. Like it's not gonna be a solid poop.
No.
It's gonna be
Oh
diarrhea.
no,
It's
you
like,
chanced it.
shit. So I was almost like in between halfway at school and home. I was like, either way, like, if I turn around or go forward.
I'm not
like-
gonna make it.
Oh no.
So it was at the point where like I get the feeling and I just clinch, let it pass, and then keep walking. And it got to the point where I could see my house. So it's like a block and a half away in the neighborhood. So it was like the sidewalk through the middle of the neighborhood, and you could see our house right at the end of the sidewalk. And I was like, I'm gonna make it. And then when I clinched, I had this like it wouldn't pass. It's like, oh, come on. And then so eventually I just caved. So I just like looked around,
Heck,
made sure
you
like no
butt
one was
hurts.
walking around.
Butt hurts.
Yeah, and I just let it go.
Oh god.
And all
Buddy.
the whole way home.
Just mud butt.
No, like it went down
Mud butt
out of the
like
bottom of
crazy.
my pants onto my
Yeah,
shoes.
mud butt.
Yeah, and like I'm leaving a trail of diarrhea on the snow-covered sidewalk.
Oh.
So I get home, open the garage, I take off all my like pants and boots and whatever. I leave them right in the center of the garage. And I go take a shower. My mom got home and got welcomed with a nice pile of poop-covered
Oh,
shit.
jeez.
So that's my poop one, and then I've got
I
a
told
good.
you I didn't feel good, Mom.
I said it felt like shit.
And then I got a good pee one too, and this was as an older adult. It was.
This was yesterday.
This was probably.
This is an older adult.
This was probably 3.
I like older adults. They make me feel smart.
Like maybe 3 years ago.
I usually talk to older
This was when I
adults.
was 21. So not
I think
even
I
an
would've-
older adult yet.
Yeah, no, I would have been 23, so not that old of an adult. Still not that old of an adult. I'm
Yeah, I
26.
know.
But I was
I
23.
could have graduated college, but I didn't.
So I was.
Pissed my pants and stuff.
What we'd always do. We'd be out drinking, whatever. And I lived in Loveland at the time, and I was driving down, and I always have to pee, like on the way home. And there was always like a nice spot I found where I could pull over
Babies,
and
come
pee if I
on.
needed to.
I love the love.
And then, it'd be fine. But one night, I could tell I was being followed by a cop. Like, I could see it was a cop behind me. And I was like, I can't, like, pull over. Like, he's going to stop. And
I'm gonna piss my pants.
I have been drinking. So, I reach over, and I had, like, a small little Gatorade bottle. It's like, whatever, maybe I can make this work.
Right.
So, like, as I'm trying to drive and not look suspicious while this cop's following me,
Oh no.
I'm trying to pee in this little bottle.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Yeah. So I'm trying to do the thing, and I can't. I can't one-handed and this is my stick shift car, so I can't like do all this shit and try to pee in a bottle at the same time. So again, I just caved and it just went. And the next day, I had to go out to my car. This is the Ion I had. Mm-hmm. I went out, took the driver's seat off, took the upholstery off, threw it in the washer, soaked the fucking I soaked that car
That's
seat.
the way to do that.
Yeah, so I was like, you can't just wipe that. It's bad.
Bear's having too much fun having a crush on Sarah.
That's fair.
He's like, I
Kind of jealous.
am
It's fine.
busy. Yeah.
I'm also
Like,
got kind of a rough
he's like,
bone
no, I'm
with it,
gonna
too.
kiss
It
her and I'm
wasn't
gonna love on her and
This
I'm
one I don't think
gonna
you've heard either.
Pretty
do
hair.
like all the things. You know,
So-
sorry.
That was okay. I was going to tell a violent story.
I'm gonna tell one more story about people drinking and driving, but it just happened tonight. Can I be relevant?
Sure.
Okay, so I was driving here, and so I went down Elizabeth to college, and so I was taking that college down.
Ow.
And this big pickup with this huge lift kit pulls out in front of me, and I know they're drunk. Because he overturned like crazy, and then he was weaving in.
Oh shit.
So I pulled up right on his ass. Better me than a cop.
Right.
And then I followed him all the way to the dorm that he was going to. And I was like, seriously, better. I'm sure he scared the fucking shit out of him.
Yeah.
I was like, better me than anything else.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you
Like,
get
I
out and like
fucking
flashlight him like, listen, motherfucker?
Hey!
With your phone?
iPhone. Hey, you better live here. No, I was like, I see this and I know what's going on and they're gonna get where they're going, but I would much rather it not be with somebody else following them if it can be me.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I'm
Right.
doing you a huge solid. Repay
Yeah.
the favor someday.
You should have followed him all the way home and got out and be like, okay, so you owe me $40.
Yeah, I'm
He's
like
following you home.
a
'cause you drive
DUI
like
is 10 grand, and so I'm
So
expecting
pay me
only
40 bucks
10%
to
of that.
cover your
So
ass,
where's
or I'm
my
gonna-
thousands?
I'm going to fucking call you in right now.
Like, I will get you so fucked over. No, I was like, I would
Wow,
much
we
rather
haven't
it be
shared.
me than anybody else. Well, and I felt
Dude,
bad. Like, I was
we
like, you're
could do
fucking
that.
up like
You
crazy.
could.
But I was like, I'm
We
on your
could.
ass right now, so nobody else
I
can
would
get
know.
on your ass.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
this is a good-
I'm
good
always
money
like
maker
a tour in
idea.
scenarios. I don't like calling the police for.
I'm not going to call them
anything.
in, but I was like, if I'm
there's
following
other
them
times
and
where
they
I'm
fuck
like,
up, then I can call
"Yeah."
911 on these guys
Yeah.
instead of somebody who is like, oh shit. You know?
Yeah.
Like, oh god.
I don't know. It's a hard call. 'Cause I never wanted like that to like occur to me, especially when we were
My dog's
young
gonna be
and
so
dumb.
jelly.
Well, I don't like psyching people out and
I
people
fucking
being
love
like,
it.
oh my god, what the fuck? Because I know that I wouldn't like that. Right? When I have like a car following me too closely, I like turn all the like amazing. Yeah, he is in love. He's like, this is my Sarah? Don't touch my Sarah.
Sarah Bear.
Sarah.
I think her dog might have an issue with you, Bear. It's fine.
Pax is a little territorial.
He's like, this is why I'm doing it.
Yeah, I can smell him.
I can
on her.
smell him, and she's mine now.
Yeah, fucking dumb.
And Pax is gonna be like, what the fuck?
I know, he's gonna be like, I smell something, but then Pax is gonna be like, fuck it.
He does the same thing when
Pax
Tucker
okay.
is around. Like my boyfriend's dog, he'll be like, I'm looking at you, but I'm also, he's like, he'll like look directly at that dog and be like, your dad's petting me. And it's like,
Oh, passive aggressive.
It was so funny
God,
last week.
he's
It's like
so rude.
her boyfriend's dog loves the shit out of me. Like,
Really?
and John was like super afraid.
I wanna meet him.
Not being a thing.
Tucker?
And
My
John.
boyfriend. Oh, okay.
Both.
I'm all,
Ugh.
okay, yeah,
Okay,
we can do that. We can meet him.
alright.
But so when I was over there, what was it? Last Friday, like I went to like go to bed and then I just didn't have it, and she called me last Friday after the podcast.
I was like, come over and hang out, bring a hookah. I can't. Like, I was like,
Well, I
come
did.
over here.
But they like got all like uppity with it, and I was like both of them were like, they're like both like, oh shit, like what's going on here? And then later, like I went to like,
The first time you met him.
no, that was Saturday.
Well, no, the first time you met him, I was like, let me know when you're here because we're
Oh yeah, they thought he was gonna be like a problem with me, and dogs love me, so it's never a problem.
Right.
And so like he immediately was like, "Oh shit, like you're cool, shit, I like you." Like that was like it was that easy. Like I didn't take anything. He was like, initially he was like, and then it was like, "Oh wait, you're rad." But like when I went
Last
to
week
leave,
was when you refereed the dogs.
yeah, I had to like do the like pull together at one point, and then when I went to leave, like I gave Kate a hug, John got upstairs already, and then they're both like, I was like, "Stop, like
They can't handle it.
yeah."
And
So jealous.
I don't know if they're jealous because they like dick or like if it's a jealousy because it's like a me thing or like if they are
Yeah.
just like trying to combat each other.
Yeah.
They're like,
Between
just
dogs.
shut the fuck.
Pax only gets like a little bit, like, my parents have another dog. When I'm over there and Pax, when he starts to like fall asleep and then he feels like that sixth sense of the dog coming by me, he gets like a little jumpy, he's like, "Wah!" And then you're like, whoa, dude, chill out.
No, Bear doesn't sleep with me at all when we're at
Oh my
home.
God,
But
Pax
when
is
I'm
on
at my
top of me.
parents' house, Bear will sleep inside of a sleeping bag with me.
Yep.
And just be like,
On you. Yep. Yeah, ready.
and I'm like, did you?
But
sleep
isn't that
last
like,
night? Because
like
I didn't.
Oh man, it kind of that reminds me of like the military and all that stuff because all military dogs sleep on top of you. But Pax has always slept on me, like has to touch me in some way. He'll get too hot, but his paw has to still touch me. Like he has
Mom,
to make
where are
sure
you? Where are you?
you're here, right?
Right.
And then like and if he wakes up and he's not touching me, he'll like wake up and be like, "Where the fuck are you?" And then like have to touch me.
He's one of those.
He's
I was
and
like-
it's funny
Well,
too.
and
Like,
Bear
it's-
wakes me up like every morning. He's like, "Are you alive?" And I'm like,
Pax
"Wait, you're at that age where I can ask you the same thing."
Pax,
So
we
I'm
call him
happy.
Cinderella because that dog will sleep as much as he wants to, like as much as he can.
Bear slept all day.
Dude,
In my bed,
Pax
I
will
was
sleep
like, "Do you
all
want
day
to go
long.
outside? Jingle, jingle." And he was like, "Go without me."
Oh my God, Pax! Last weekend, Pax was over, and I can't afford my deposit yet for my dog.
How
I
much
need to
is
get
it?
it. It's $500.
What the
It's
fuck?
$500.
No.
And then I also need to get like a new storm door that has a dog door on it. So then when I have kids at my house, like I could just leave my front door locked, but let him go out as he pleases, right? So it'll be like $700 or $800, right?
Yeah.
So he's over.
God.
And it, like-
$500.
God, it's fucking crazy. It's all right.
No, it's not.
It's stupid.
Because you're not gonna get it back.
No.
They're gonna be like, oh,
yeah.
I saw something weird in your apartment, and so we're gonna take this whole $500.
It's a house, and I just like
Or like
I
your house.
dare
Yeah, I
him.
mean,
I
when
dare.
I lived in that house on Myrtle, like they were like, your deposit's $200, but I didn't have a pet rent, and I was like, fair.
Yeah. See, I don't have a pet rent. Like it's just $500, and then yeah, it is. But
But you pay that. I mean, you have pet rent. Your rent's more expensive.
I
than
do
pet.
have pet rent. It's
So
like
if you had to pay $500
$50 a month.
up front versus $50 a month for 2 years,
I wouldn't have been able to afford to do that. That's
Yeah,
like the
see.
lump sum is not
the
realistic.
lump
Yeah.
sum
And
sucks.
even the lump sum in that when I moved into Avery's townhome and
Yeah.
like, you know, like they were like and this was like so long ago, it was like $200 and I didn't pay pet rent, but I was
Right.
like, can I pay you in installments?
Yeah.
And they were like, okay.
well, that one was easy just for that kind of stuff, anyways.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you got your current.
Brett was like a
situation.
cool dude. The only reason Brett wasn't cool was because I constantly lived with people that I was like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, Pax Pax, when he came over, he slept and didn't want to get out of bed until 1 in the afternoon, and we went to bed early. So I'm like, dude, how does your bladder hold that hard?
He just wants to be with mom.
He just wants to be with
Bear's
mom.
the same way. Yeah,
Yep.
he's like, I'm not peeing.
I'm not peeing until I have to, which is another 4 hours from
Yeah, which I'm like, I don't want this to be like a situation where you're gonna like have a total blowout in the living room.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it's
I
like, you know,
switched-
like when I crash at your house, he like wakes me up to make him go out. Like
he's like, hi, good morning.
he also like
It's time for
typically,
brunch,
I'll
and
crash on
also-
the couch. Like he'll sleep with me.
He's on mimosas, and also I need to go outside.
Yeah. Like he'll sleep with me. Like especially if I sleep on the floor, he's all up in my grill
Oh
all
man.
the time.
Pax
He's the biggest
also
cuddler
loves
in
his
the world.
kennel.
He's like, I need it right here.
Oh god, Pax would sleep on my neck. When he was a puppy, he slept on my neck. His head would have to be on my neck. So now it's like a fucking block on my neck.
Oh,
I can't breathe.
He's 80 pounds. Like, he's only knee
He's
high.
heavier than
But
Bear.
he's a beef. He's beefcake. That fucking dog. I'm so glad I can throw him around though.
it is nice having a beefcake dog when you like play with him.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That was like Andrew's dog, Ty, and I used to like wrestle around with that dog. You know, that
Dude,
160
I remember
pound
how
Great Dane.
like that dog used to scare me. One, because he was so giant and he loved to hump things,
Oh,
and
God,
I was
it's
like,
terrifying.
he's taller than I am.
I'm so
he was a
glad-
big ass dog.
And I
I can't
he
win
used
that
to
part.
stand up on that glass door and just be like, "Let me in," and we're like, "No."
Well, I used to like. I mean, he was so fun to fuck. He loved me because like I'd take
He
him
was
like
so fun to fuck. What?
fuck with.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I heard you.
Damn.
Tell me about
This
it,
is
Dick.
not okay.
No,
Don't
I
tell
won't.
I
us.
haven't had enough shots for this story. Give me a second.
There's plenty
We're
on the
all
table.
gonna go to jail for this.
Not in the South.
In my state, it's okay to marry your cousin, so.
You know that it's actually not
So-
And
illegal here
also
in
your
this state
dog.
either. And the only
It's
reason I
true.
know that's because a dude that worked for my dad did that and put videos on the internet. Not even a joke.
You love who you love.
His name was weird. It was like Arrow with an
In the
E.
nicest way.
No, I didn't like him.
His
at
name
all.
was Eric with a B.
Arrow with an E.
His
Ebro?
mom.
Yeah, but yeah, he was a weird dude. I
Like
did not
E
like
at the
him.
beginning?
He was a terrible
Or at the
mechanic
end?
that thought he knew everything about everything, and he was not good.
Sounds like a dude that would marry his cousin.
Sounds like a dude who
Probably.
only could
He
marry
looked like a
his
dude that would
cousin.
marry his
it
cousin,
sounds-
too.
Yeah, it sounds
Shit.
like they grew up together, and she was like, "No, I understand him in a different way," and
Yeah.
because everybody else is all, "No, that."
When anything has to be said,
No, I haven't
I
any part
understand
of
this person in a different way. No, you don't. Stop.
Oh God! I played Cards Against Humanity with my family. I pulled the card. What ended my last relationship? And I had the perfect card for it. And it said something about, I don't know, somebody being. I forget. I totally forget. I, was
I don't
I
think
was
you
drunk.
forget.
I
think
forgot.
you
It
tried
was
to
okay.
not
I thought
put
that
it
card
on.
was awesome, and I was like, "What ended your last relationship?" I was like, "Oh, this
And
is
it
gonna be
was
good."
perfect
And
for the answer.
It was
You're like,
perfect.
"Don't play it, don't play it."
I couldn't play it because I had the black card, but my parents and my nana played really nice, and I was like, "You guys, you could have played any fucking
You're like
card."
that one time I ate
every
an
one of
apple
them.
and
is
You're like, I win
came
this.
out.
I know I get the black card because I know what ended it. Oh my god.
Yeah, those things. I mean, that's the benefit of Cards Against Humanity. Is like we can be extra disgusting.
Extra real.
Well, we can't, but I also do respect the, like, when you pull one, you're like,
Probably shouldn't.
we're just gonna play something else.
Yeah. You can't play pixelated bukkake with your nana.
This is an Aria card.
Gee.
Such an Aria card.
Gee.
I remember
like
when
he's
he was
played this.
on that for so long.
He was
loves
so
bukkake.
on it. He
He's
loves
all,
it.
my favorite porn is bukkake, and I think it's amazing. I'm like, God bless the woman that you marry someday, and she's
Right.
obviously amazing. But you're also like, are you okay?
I mean, it's alright.
Jen's super cool. Jen is like the same. Like when you meet her, like, you have to hang out with her a lot to really get to know her.
Like,
so when
peel all the information.
yeah, because like when you first meet her, like the first like 10 times, she's like, I'm not trying to be a part of this. Which I'm like that too. I'm like, I don't ask to be here.
Yeah, that's fair.
But then it's like, oh, she's fucking funny, and she is fucking funny. Like Arya's funny, but Arya's not
up,
always
babe?
funny.
He's all about your
Yeah.
fun.
My bud, you in this?
So what is this? What is in here?
Drywall.
He's about to give you a bath.
I know.
He's about to sponge you down.
I know. Well.
Hey,
drywall.
Mr. Romance. calm it down.
Chill out.
Look
Keep
how
it cool.
chill he is with it too.
And he is like, you can
I'm
make fun of
chill.
me. I don't give a fuck.
Because normally we
He's
talk
about to
him,
whip out a sponge.
he gives you like the glare.
Oh my god.
He
starts
does. He
talking
gives
about
me
it.
dirty
Pax-
looks all the time.
Yeah.
Pax, with that egg face he's got, he'll like look at you and then he'll like look at you.
Yeah, Bear's
There's side
similar.
eyes is all.
Oh god, Pax is
Bear does the judgy eyes to me and Kay all the time, where I'm like,
He's like, I'm judging you. Are you guys still drunk?
yep.
Like,
Right, let me show you this one of my mom got of Pax and I the other day.
Travis, I know we still have a vomit story on the docket for you. Oh my
I
god.
got 2 stories actually.
I
Have
know
you
we have
never-
2 stories on the
Like
docket
that.
He's just
Fucking
yeah.
face.
Just wait.
for you. It's a melter.
Yeah, he's a cutie pie.
What is
Oh
it?
my god.
What is with you and my ears?
He always has
He
to
loves
hold me
ears.
like
He
that.
loves
He has-
ears.
Dude,
Huh?
about it.
Huh?
He's like, it's not
What
wet.
if I,
You just gotta let him do it.
what if I nibble on your ears?
He's having so much fun though. He's like, I was at a house all weekend with like 6
Huh?
other people and I didn't get any love, so here I am.
Here I am getting all of it.
I'm gonna give all of you guys a bath and I'm gonna make out with Sarah.
You're welcome.
Bear's like a frat boy right now, so he's all, I'll get
Where's
her.
his pink polo with the
Dude,
collar?
I know, I'm popping his.
He's just being that creepy middle-aged man. It's
That
fine.
would be fucking hilarious.
Well, we
if
find
I
it.
threw him in a polo though.
I'm really thinking
You
about
need 2
getting matching
polos?
PJs with my dog.
Yeah.
You gotta have at least 2. We gotta pop both the collars.
Both
Extra
the collars.
douche.
We go douche level 1 and up it. It's like Super Mario Bros. And you hit the star.
He's like, I'm in.
I'm confused what this cowboy is doing right here.
This cowboy? He's praying, you fucking retard.
Definitely, we know you don't know what that looks like.
It does not look like he's praying.
Or he just got shot
What
in the
did
chest and
you
he's
think
taking
he
a
was
second.
doing?
I don't know.
The one at the end?
No, not
Were
the
you
The
top.
one
standing?
that's on a knee, holding his hat.
Oh, he's praying,
That's what I just said.
obviously.
Doesn't
Well, now
look
it makes sense. But I'm like, what does it look like? He's obviously
Oh,
praying.
no, now it makes sense.
Jeez, respect the situation.
Just saying, that was
Nicholas.
weird.
God.
Oh man, I remember when you
He's-
brought him to the Nard.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
well, I
God.
was so excited to bring him over because I knew Sarah was here, and I was like, oh, she's known him since he was just.
Oh
a
my
sweet
gosh, I
little
know,
child.
and I haven't seen him since he was a squirt. Since you were a little nugget. Do you remember that pit bull some douchebag left at my house that I had to get rid of? Do you remember that night?
I don't.
Dude, I was fucking this guy, and he thought it would be a great idea to bring a dog to my apartment that I was losing. My lease was up in a week, and I was like, dude, I don't know what to do with this dog. And he's like, well, you have to figure it out, because he gifted me a dog.
He's a real winner, that one.
So I had a really pretty pit bull. And she was brindle, just total brindle through and through, tiny. She was beautiful. She was sweet, so sweet. And I had to get rid of her. And I remember bringing her to the hookah bar, and I was drunk and crying, like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this dog? And then I brought her over to Algiers. And 2 girls that worked there that were roommates are like, oh my god, we want to take her. I'm like, are you fucking serious right now? I'm so happy.
I need this right now.
I was
that's
so
good to
happy.
know. Teddy and Hannah ended up with Ellie. I was like, I'll take her, but I don't want to keep her.
Right.
And I took her off that guy,
But
and he was like, we can't have this puppy. Like, what am I gonna do with this puppy?
Yeah.
And I was
Dude.
like, I'll take her from you.
Mhm.
And I was like, who wants a dog?
Right?
Try to shovel on me first.
I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like,
Dick, you would
how
have
bad do you want to hit yourself?
I think you should get a dog.
Well, I think he should get a dog, but I think it's not that dog specifically.
No, I think that, I mean, I'm
At least
like
scared the shit
Pax
out of
picked
me.
me, and I would have never picked his breed. Like I would have never picked him.
Yeah, breed's not like a huge issue for me whatsoever.
But he totally picked me. Like I remember watching his like big old dopey paws like running down the stairs, like running down the hallway and just attacking me, and he never left me. Like
That's fair.
he picked me. I love that.
If that was the case, every dog attacks me for love. So.
You would have so
Well, then
many
you
Yeah.
should be 101 Dalmatians. That should
Remember that whole I don't want to take care of children? I don't want to take care of dogs either.
be- really? Come on.
A dog is different.
Holy
So easy.
And you only have to commit for like what, 10 years?
Don't say that! We're gonna steal it in for like a solid 15 at least.
Oh my god, right?
Well, with Bear, you're very gonna get 15.
I hope
if
so.
I have,
Like, he's looking for her. He's like, I don't even exist in this world right now.
right.
He's over at Sarah. Is she okay? I'm gonna watch the bathroom,
Yes.
make sure she's okay in there.
As active as that dog
Should
is
we
at
be
10
attached
years
to-
old, that dog is gonna live
This dog's the
a while
coolest guy in
longer.
the world. Yeah, we gotta keep her spot warm. Okay, you can get sad because she's not here.
Yeah, it's odd that he's like more about Sarah than he is me, because typically it's all
I
about
know, are you
me.
jealous?
I'm not jealous,
Peanut
I
butter
think
and
it's great.
jelly over there. You are a little jealous because
He's jealous.
He's jealous, yeah. He's 7, so he's jealous.
No, it's good because
I'm
I don't
kinda
have to like sit here and get my everything hairy as fuck. It's just my cat.
Yeah, now he's starting to make excuses.
I know.
No, thank God, man. Jeez.
Get out of here!
Oh, thank God he's not paying attention to me because he sucks. Like, okay.
It's okay, I do better without him anyway. I don't need him.
Yeah, I can like do my. I can. You know what? I'll lick my own hands.
Gross.
There's that. Did you see Bear looking? He's all dull. I got you. But he's all depressed when Sarah's not. He's like, "Ugh, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for
He
her."
does like that new people scenario typically, so.
Well, she's not new, but he doesn't like. You know when. People, like, he does
Yeah,
get
but,
really
like-
excited about new people, but not like this. Like, he's like, oh my God, I want to be around you.
That's
But
fair.
he's like, where'd she go?
She died. She's not coming back there.
She's playing in the day, it's
He's like,
fine.
what do you mean?
She's
She's
taking a shower.
coming back. She's coming back. She's washing her hands so you don't get COVID.
Well, I don't
Coming
care.
back. She's about to come out.
He's like Republican. I don't care. I'm gonna get sick and die. It's
He's
fine.
like, I don't wear a mask when I go to the store.
He is like really sad. It's kind of
He's
crazy.
sad. Yeah, he's pretty put down right now. He's like, oh.
She didn't take me with her.
Can I go pee and he's sad?
Yeah. Oh, she didn't let him.
Yeah.
So pathetic. You gonna be alright, boyfriend?
She came back.
I'm here. I'm here. It's okay. Whoa.
Whoa. Oh my God, if only a human felt like me. Kisses. Here I come. I'm in for it.
Yeah, but if a dude that you just met started doing that,
Yeah, I'd be like, get the fuck out of my ear.
yeah, see ya later.
Oh my God, if I would, yeah, no. No, there's a time and a place. And right now,
When you're all full of drywall.
when I'm full of drywall,
Like,
like,
I'm trying to have a conversation with my friends. Is all up in your face.
if I had
Get off me.
See, oh my God, if I had a man, see, and that's like, any dude I've dated has always been like weird about like my friends. And they're like weird, like, so how many of your friends have you slept with? Doesn't matter, boys and girls. Like,
Oh
so
no,
how many
I
people
think
have you slept
I
with?
go
Like,
through
I'm
this
like,
conversation with most of my boyfriends too.
Yeah,
I
and
tell
you're
Dick
just
about it
like,
all the time. I'm all,
dude,
I don't
and
know.
you're just like, oh my God, and you're just like, and like having to do that kind of thing all the time, and then they get like this, where they're just like in your ear the whole time you're hanging out with your friends, and you're just like, there's a reason why I don't bring anybody around if I'm even interested in them. I'm like, you have to be like real legit if I'm gonna bring you around, because like, I don't need any of that bullshit. You don't need to question me.
No, it's so true. And I know, like, Dick and I have had this conversation so much. Where
So
I'm
much.
like, well, now I've got like and Dick meets most of my boyfriends. Dick
Yeah.
knows more of like the people that I've dated. Like, we were talking about this the other day. I was like, most people don't even realize that I date because they don't put it on social media.
Yeah, this was the first one, like,
This is the first one in
Ever.
like a long time.
you
Yeah.
never run social media.
Which
even
is
with
good,
Alan
which
and
is
all
good.
that.
Yeah,
I mean,
not even without
my
him.
ex-boyfriend, we were dating over a year before we were like, should we be Facebook official?
Oh yeah, I don't
We're
care
like,
about
oh,
the
yeah,
Facebook
baby.
official thing. I think it's more like the posting pictures of them. Even.
Right.
Like, people are like, "Oh my God, are you dating someone?" And I
See,
was
yeah, and
like,
I don't post pictures
yeah,
either.
I guess
Dude, you can't have any of this, babe.
Yeah, this is the first one that, like,
he'll try to get
in,
in
like,
there.
recent,
so
like,
watchful.
because, like, I'm trying to, like, think, like, there isn't another one. Like, you posted it, like, when you went to Lucera with Will, like, one time you tagged him in it, but you weren't, like, a picture with him. Mm-hmm. And then I don't think there's another one that you have.
I know that I had pictures of me and Alan because Nina posted them,
Yeah.
and Nina does not get rid of pictures for shit. So we had all gone to like Lakeside, and we had all these pictures of us together because that's Nina's like jam. She's
Yeah.
like, if she's doing something, she's taking like pictures. Like all that girl wants to do is like make sure the moment lives for like the rest of your life. And then I think the first Bacon and I had like one picture together.
Yeah, there wasn't.
And then I had pictures with Ty back when I was 20. So that was like the last boyfriend that I had like pictures with.
Yeah, that was like I'm like trying to like the other night when we were talking about it, I was like, I don't think there has been in the last like, again, at least since Bacon.
Yeah, there hasn't been like anybody that I've dated that people like know that I'm dating them. And that's wild because I dated Alan for like 2 years.
Yeah.
There was like that time. I remember like when I saw you guys, that like when you guys were like off, but then like not really, and you're like holding hands like right before the nard, then you like let go of each other, like.
No, that was like when we first started dating.
No, that was the second time.
The second time.
And you were like, what? Because like, and it was like I was like, I saw it. You don't have to like hide it at this fucking point. It was because you didn't want anyone to know at that point. Like you guys got back together.
No, well, and I remember the first time you were the person who caught us the first time. Because like we kissed on the corner, and you were coming back from Thai bar, and we were like, "Oh shit! Everybody's gonna know now that I'm dating my boss," which is
Well, I didn't say
not
anything.
a fun conversation at all. I know you're like, "I'm not gonna say anything," and I was like, oh, "We might as well just start telling people that we're dating."
I remember being somebody's manager, and we started dating, and they were like, "Oh, are you gonna tell anybody?" I'm like, "Not until I have to."
Yeah, absolutely not.
Not until I have to. And they're like, "So are you dating somebody?" I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Well, you're the direct boss," and I'm like, "So?" I was like, "This is fucking T-Mobile. We're at Center Partners.
It's gonna be
Was it when
okay.
you were at Center Partners?
Yes."
I totally forgot that you were at Center Partners too until just now, apparently.
Well,
I actually
that's where-
also forgot about that, but I
That
remember
was
that
right
you did.
when I got back from Georgia. Right when I got back from Georgia. I was like,
Because everybody could get a job there. It didn't matter who you were.
no, and then I got promoted like bam, bam, bam. So I was able to just start making money, and then I was a cute girl in heels and boots, like slinging phones. Like, listen, motherfucker, say this right now, or you will not make money today. Say it.
That was such a better situation than I was at Center Partners. I worked at fucking the femur or whatever the fuck it was. The
Femur?
it was.
You broke them.
That's
no,
a
it
leg
was-
bone.
It was something like that. I can't remember what it was called. But it was a student loan like thing.
Oh, okay.
It was gross.
Yeah, were you depressed your entire situation? People were like, I can't pay. You're like, I
No,
don't
so
care.
it was only acceptance or denials.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like we didn't do anything else. It was just that, and we couldn't tell them anything. I could see the whole report. It was either they got accepted or they got denied. One of the two.
Oh, for the loan.
Yeah, that was all we did.
I'm sure, like, it's been a long time since I've been denied a loan.
It was a lesson we applied.
I'm actually wondering when that happens. Well, I think I had applied for a student loan, like a private student loan, when I was in college, and I was denied. And that's when I was like, Mom, will you co-sign with me? And then I've only gotten loans ever since that. But it's what, like, because you do know, you're like, I think, like, if you know how, like, the system, and you know that you obviously don't have credit, or you have bad
Right.
credit, or, like, whatever, you're, like, not so much sitting there, like, what? You're probably
You
like,
should
thank
be.
God.
I love that
Thank
about-
God.
I love that about T-Mobile, because when you go and run a credit check, and they'd be like, "What? How am I not approved?" And I'm just like, "What do you mean?
don't
how
pay
are you
your
not
bills.
approved?"
I'm not gonna
Like,
give
listen,
you
Linda, I can give
something.
you prepaid cell phone service. Like, Ladasha. Nigga, you got a dash in your name. I can't run a credit report when you have a hyphen in your damn name.
There comes the stereotypes again.
Yeah, I know.
That's a true story.
We're gonna get in
That's a
trouble.
true story.
I know,
We're
I
gonna
got
get
you,
in
but-
trouble for this one.
We were talking about
It is
stereotypes
weird, like,
earlier.
I mean,
Yeah.
you think about, like, when you want to, like, name your kid something, and I'm like, I want to name my kid something fucking stupid so that they have a thick skin their entire life, and then you're also like, just name them John.
Any one of our names.
Yeah, any one of our names would work
Because
perfectly.
we all have very generic ass names. for
Sarah
black
Walker
people.
is one of the most common names
Super.
in the United States.
Sarah,
Yeah.
Kate, Travis,
Nick. I know.
Yeah.
Super
So calm.
duper.
Well, I even like I'm like, oh, it's humbling when I'm not like the only Caitlin Garfield in the world because I'm like the star of my own show.
Oh my
Right?
god,
So
I am
I'm like,
literally a
I'm
star
like-
in a
and then I
show.
look at Facebook and it's all.
Do you guys
look at
remember
all
the
these
show
Caitlin
Chuck?
Garfields.
Chuck?
Chuck, remember the TV show Chuck?
No.
No.
He lurked. He okay. So Chuck was this dude that worked at like Geek Squad at Best Buy.
Sounds
There's
about
a
right.
super hot like secret agent that
Oh, I know what you're
So not
talking
real.
about.
her name is Sarah
Yeah.
Walker. So that's one of the things that Michael used to brag about all the time when he like even on the military post he'd be like
my
yeah, her name's Sarah Walker. Did you ever see the show Chuck?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, oh my god.
To this day, I don't even fucking know. Well, because. And not to like bring up dirty, like not to bring up like anything like bad or negative,
My laundry
but that's
isn't
like
really
the
dirty.
one person that I'm like, I remember meeting him and I was never really like partial to him. And then I remember when he was too afraid to come into the Narg and I was all good.
Yeah, right. Yes.
I'm all, I'll fucking kill you.
Good. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna make you the worst bowl. Like, oh yes.
I'm gonna pack this like shit.
It's not even gonna be smokable.
I'm gonna burn it first, and then I'm
I'm
give
gonna
it
start
to
it in the back for you. VIP service, son.
It's already burnt.
Yeah, I'm just gonna now foil it real
Just got the
quick and just
fucking
throw
torch
some
fucking
coals on
rolling.
it.
It's just holding the bowl over the fucking stove. It's like flames.
Yeah.
Over the coals.
Well, we call it smoky.
It's the new flavor
This
of
is
the
our
month.
this is our new smoky
It's
bowl.
just for you.
This is the
Only for you,
This
buddy.
is the new special blend of
Oh
just.
man.
He
It's
just,
just old bowls in there.
he was just
Oh
never,
shit! We should have had like an old bowl
Absolutely.
stash.
Like,
That was like
when somebody
like,
like smokes
yes!
one sat on a bowl, we should have thrown all of that in.
Yes! Oh, that would have been so
We
good.
don't
Would've
even
worked
do
really great for
double
all the-
coals on these bowls.
MDs in our life.
Oh my god.
Gross.
Well, and what
I could
what,
do the hookah bar over again. I would have like a stash
absolutely
bowl.
because
For
it's
certain
kind of
people.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
and I think well, and people loved us so much because we didn't, even though they were like sometimes the biggest assholes. They were like, and it's always good to smoke there, but god damn it, I hate Kate Ladd. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, fucking, I'm trying to run a business. I don't give a shit. Like,
Yeah.
so sorry, I'm not like.
A pushover.
You can go cry, and like I'll make your day better. But usually it was like,
Pay me $16.
yeah, why don't you just pay me the money that you owe me to be a part of a small business?
Yeah.
If you want to be here so fucking bad, pay me.
Weird.
And it's all the
Right.
people that paid me an insane amount of money that I was like, don't pay me. Always.
Yeah, I got.
Right.
I
I
got
mean,
away.
Everybody got away with a lot.
Yeah, and I wasn't paying for it.
No,
I got away with a lot of like a lot of everything.
Yeah.
Like I remember when
As you should have.
I even remember when like Nina couldn't get fucking to-go bowls, and then Ari was like, "Yeah, you can give it to Dick. It's fine."
Right. Oh, I loved that.
The BTG moments when we had to cut them off are always the worst. Can I just like, no.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, I remember when Nina couldn't, and she was so mad. Because this is like when I was like really, really good friends with Nina and Jen, and like I was just always around them. And like one day, like we went in there, like, and Ari was like, "No more BTGs."
I remember him being like, Caitlin, even if it's Nina, do not give her one.
Yeah,
And I was like,
I remember that meeting.
I am not
That
equipped
meeting.
to handle this situation, actually.
Nobody was.
And I'm
Why don't you
not
call
gonna
your
do
sister
that.
first?
I think
Yeah,
the first
you
person
tell
that
me
told
that.
her no was David.
Yep.
And the amount of implosion that happened right there, I was like, I'm not part
Yeah,
of
the rest
this.
of us were also like, oh, thanks.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm here with that, and I was going to smoke that bowl, but I'll just buy one and take it if you like will do that for me. At this point, I was like, I will not be putting up with this whatsoever. Sorry, Nina. Like, stop. It was disgusting.
Well, it was so shitty, but BTGs were like the fucking hot jam, right? Because
Oh
you
my
could get
gosh,
anything
yeah.
you want. I didn't have to buy all the flavors,
Right.
even though eventually that's way cheaper.
What was the one dude
Yeah.
that used to come in all the time that worked at Budweiser?
Yoel.
Wasn't it? Yoel. Yeah. What's he doing now?
I have no
He
idea.
probably still works for American Eagle.
Really?
I haven't seen him in a couple of years now.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he's worked there for a long time.
I haven't seen you
I'm
since I
guessing-
left the Narg, so.
Yep, same.
I'm guessing he's still doing that because I saw him a couple of years ago at Tony's actually doing that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, slinging the distributed drinks.
Nice.
But yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time. Now that I think about it.
Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of people in a long time.
Okay, we have to give
Okay.
Travis the moment
All right, Trav.
to tell us because he hasn't talked the entire time,
Trav, tell
I'm
us
just
about
chilling.
vomit.
and I need to hear this.
I remember
Vomit
vomit
story.
stories. Oh God. Gosh. Oh God. Tell me vomit stories.
Let's hear it.
Gosh, I remember.
Gosh,
really-
tell me.
Oh, the vomit
Tell me, I
stories.
gotta
You
know.
start with yours, and then we'll share. They're the best stories to tell.
You were like just so like, okay, alright.
That's a classic, like, I
I'm
also
already
have
here.
one, but I'm already thinking about it. I have PTSD about it. You tell me yours first. And then I'm going to ruin your night with
I'm not
mine.
gonna tell us.
It's just-
No.
I have a very gnarly one if you
I'm sure.
Was that with you
You're
on this
next.
Because I was also going
You?
to tell your story.
As he takes a shot of Rumplemans, let me tell you a story about.
Actually, I don't even know if you know this one. Actually,
That's enough to make us all have a really
It's
good
Travis's
vomit
turn.
story if
So-
we're all doing a rumble.
Travis has a talking
So
stick.
this wasn't even me vomiting.
Oh.
But it was when I was with my ex, Jordan, and
I forgot all about this
JoJo
girl.
is her name.
I forgot all
It might
about
as
this
well be her
girl.
name.
Because I remember
So-
when I first met you, we were like, dump her. She causes you so much stress. And you're like,
I did
we love
eventually.
each other. We're like, yeah,
It was
you
a very
did. Obviously,
long-
eventually
it was
you're
a long
married
day.
now.
but
And
yeah,
not to
so
her.
when she first met, like my family, I mean, we started dating in high school, and just being a dude, I was into girls in like short shorts, spaghetti straps, tits popping out, whatever.
Yeah, hot shit.
And that's just how she dressed, and she showed up to a family function like that.
She's like in a
My family
Nelly
is the
music
type of family
video.
that will comment on it and say
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So and then from that moment on, anytime she was around my family, she was super like concerned about the way she was dressed. And we went out to Louisiana for my sister's wedding, and I brought her with me. And I was like, she was talking about what she was gonna wear. I was like, well, you know, it's gonna be super hot, so like you're gonna have to dress comfortable.
Yeah, wedding.
Well, that's like it's Louisiana. Like, it's kind of what you have to wear. It's hot as shit. It's very humid. It's very hot. But she's like, no, I can't. Your parent or your family's gonna say something about it. Whatever. So
She wore a turtleneck.
she always had like kind
Yeah,
of.
but
She would wear like
turtleneck sweater.
jeans and like a shirt with like some sort of like
Yeah.
Like
light
Billabong.
jacket thing on.
Uh huh.
And I was like, you need to like,
You're gonna cool. You need to cool.
yeah,
down.
you're gonna.
You're gonna
You're
sweat
gonna
your
start feeling
ass
bad.
off.
Well, then there was one day where like she started to feel bad. She was like getting almost to the point where a heat stroke, which eventually happened, and just like getting dehydrated and just all fucked up. You're out here wearing like all black, way too much clothing for 90 degrees in the middle of summer in Louisiana.
100% humidity.
Yeah, it's just stupid. But she wouldn't change. She's like, no, your family, like whatever. So we're on the way home one night. I can't remember after doing what, but we're all in the car, and she's starting to feel sick, and I was like, Mom, like, we're on the interstate. Same thing as, like, we need to find a place to pull over, like, quick. She's not
Classic.
feeling well. And she's, like, sitting there, and all of a sudden she just, out of nowhere, just throws up. But when she does it, she covers her mouth
And it spews everywhere. Out of her
everywhere.
ears. Oh, no.
So then we
Classic.
eventually,
You try to stop it, it never stops.
Yeah.
no, it just, like, upped the pressure and just went through her fingers in every fucking direction. So everyone's got a little bit of vomit on them. And so we eventually like pull over, and they went into the bathroom and did their thing and whatever. But then they're all inside the Wendy's or whatever the fuck it was, and we're just outside cleaning vomit out of the car. Yeah, it was pretty fucking gross.
Oh, it's the worst. And you feel for those people because it sucks to not feel liked or welcome in a family scenario.
Oh,
when you're
God,
like,
yeah.
all I am is like nervous and I gotta meet these people, and now I'm like anxiety's like out the roof. And then it's like,
And then you throw up everywhere.
and now I'm like, and now I look like a mega asshole. Like somebody who can't hang, somebody who they like are not gonna respect. It sucks.
But the way I see it too is like, if you're gonna be to that point where like you're not comfortable with who you are, like then you've got your own problems.
Your own stuff.
Well, and
yeah.
I agree with
Like
you.
yeah, they might not
because-
like the way you dress, but who the fuck cares?
Yeah, it's okay to be like, I dress like this, and also
There's
it's hot
a
as fuck
time
outside.
and place.
But like I like in that scenario, I would be like, You're right. I probably shouldn't be wearing like a bunch of black in like the amount of clothes that I'm wearing. So I'm probably gonna wear like a white shirt and like a pair of jeans like this and like some flip flops.
Something.
Like I'm gonna have like sweaty ass, but like
There's a level of swass that's appropriate.
You could have worn like a decent skirt, flip flops, and like a shirt. You would have
skirts
been
and
fine.
top. Was she drinking?
A sundress.
Was she drinking?
All you need is a
skirts and
sundress.
tops.
All you need is a sundress. You need a sundress that goes to your
sundress
knees.
would've
You
been
can
fine.
bend over. If you have booty shorts or your swim shorts underneath, you can
Yeah,
fall
just
over,
slam on a pair
and
of,
it's
like,
fine.
spandex.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I've got there's these they're like bikini shorts. I get them at Target. And they're swimsuit shorts, but they're like they're the way that they're cut, they're more like
They're shorts.
they're shorts.
Yeah.
They're shorts. And so it's not like, and they're tight. They're kind of like Spanx, but they're breathable because it's a swimsuit.
Well, the amount
so
of times
wearing
like a pair of
that-
spandex has saved me from like, because
Oh,
I'm
God.
like it's windy out.
Oh my gosh. And
Especially
and
down
I
in Brush, I'm all-
prefer a dress that has some flow to it. Like that pencil
for sure.
shit, like I need some flow to it. So if there's some flow happening,
It's going
and
up.
it's gonna go up. If there's any sort of breeze, like you need some shorts. You need something. It's gonna go up.
It's going somewhere.
It's going
In all
somewhere.
other directions you do not
Well,
want.
it's
You're
like, really-
Marilyn Monroe. You're all,
Oh, you know,
When
you
in all
don't wanna do
reality,
that too much.
all she needed to wear was a pair of shorts that didn't show her ass cheeks, and a
right.
shirt with a little less cleavage.
Oh yeah.
And like
Yep.
you didn't need to dress up like you're going to a fucking funeral.
True,
Like
that's
you just
fair.
need to change it
It's
a little
one
bit. She just
extreme
went-
for the other
but
extreme.
because
Yeah,
of,
but I
she
still
did
look
decide-
hot at funerals.
because of
I'm
the-
not gonna
but because
lie.
of the
I'm banging at a
insecurities
funeral.
there, because of the insecurities that she had, she just took it way fucking
Well,
overboard.
and that's
I get it.
because I think, especially for like younger women who don't know,
Yeah.
like if somebody like comments on something, you're like, well, if I have to be around them, I'm gonna go the entire opposite direction. Because she easily could have just put on like a t-shirt that like was not
A tank top, like she could have done a spaghetti strap under something.
Yeah,
That
she could
would've
have
been better.
layered. We're fucking classic at layering. That was our whole
Those
generation. was to
fucking
wear
early
12
2000s.
shirts.
12
So
shirts.
like, you're just fucking. I got
You're
a tank
fucking
top,
baby
I got
polo.
a t-shirt. I got a fucking polo. I got a second polo on. I've got like fucking 12 layers.
And
on
a
it.
vest, because it's Colorado.
You're just getting her entire.
I know. I just read her closet.
Yeah.
But, and then the other one, because we never got to the cut.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's already told Dick, so he doesn't need to hear it. But I
Oh,
got
yeah.
a nice cut on
Look at him.
Thanksgiving.
Oh my god, why?
So don't play with knives.
Obviously.
Ooh, I do anyways.
But so
I
Michaela
sharpen
was.
my knives just so if that happens, it hurts not as bad.
Well, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter when it's
true.
serrated.
What?
Oh fuck!
When it's
that.
what?
Serrated.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, it's still sharp, but it's not a clean cut. It's
Right.
Yeah,
No,
like
you have to
this.
really
so.
saw it.
But she was cutting stuff up and making this nice cheese board, so it's kind of her thing.
Yeah.
And so I always fuck with her in the kitchen. She doesn't like it, but it's funny. So I
That's
just
what
go
you're
up behind
supposed
her, tickle her, mess with her, do whatever.
Yeah.
She's like, I have a knife. So I was like, what, you think in a fight?
So dumb motherfucker, I have a knife in my hand. He's like, bleeding. She's like, what did I say?
Right.
Well, yeah, she's like, I have a knife. I was like realistically, in a fight right now, if you have that knife and I have two hands, I'm gonna win.
So did you?
And she's like, what? So like, I quickly just grabbed the hand with the knife. I was like, and I still got one hand to do whatever. And I just keep tickling her or whatever. She's struggling, and I stop and let go, but she's still struggling, and she goes down with her hand, and that's where that came up.
So I guess
Yeah.
you did not win.
Yeah, you look like you lost.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I mean, she obviously didn't kill you.
If the fight would have kept going, I'm not gonna punch my wife in the face.
Good call.
Well, that's obviously a very good sign that you guys
Right.
have like a pretty
So
healthy.
there's no like
You
winner.
have a healthy marriage.
Yeah, it doesn't make him
Gag
any
when I'm not
less.
gonna punch
It doesn't make him any less of an idiot to not be trying to
Stab
tickle
me, I don't
somebody with
punch
a
you.
knife.
I love you. You're welcome.
Like I told you, you weren't gonna be okay.
Think about how dumb that is right there.
That means
Tickle
we're
someone with a
taking
knife.
down.
So
Yeah,
dumb.
well, if
How
it
many people
was,
get kicked in the face, punched in the face, headbutted from tickling somebody?
No, I
Happens all the time.
yeah.
like there's like a level like if that was me in that situation and I had a knife in my hand, I would have been a total dick. I would have been like, get the fuck off of me.
Well, I would have been like, let me put my knife down really quick.
Oh, man,
before you
no,
try and
I
play
get-
grab ass with
Well,
me.
see,
No,
that's
she
the
keeps
thing.
it.
That's how I get it.
But I turn into an asshole about it because I know I will hurt you. Like,
Do you remember how I used to punch people when they'd scare me at the hookah bar?
Yes.
So there's that. So like when
Dad, I hope you don't mind me just watching.
Shut up, Jack. He's replying to a comment from like 2 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Holy shit, how long have we been going?
we've been
4
going
hours?
It was like I showed up and then we just like kept going.
Yeah.
So that's like an extra hour tacked on. To
Yes.
this
Yeah, that
whole
was
situation.
3.5 hours ago, Jack.
Oh man. I still don't have feeling in my thumb from when I cut it with my blade. I was cutting a 2x4 and it was 8 foot long and I didn't have a long table. So when I finished cutting it down the middle, the board popped up and I went to catch the board and my thumb nicked it, but I had this ring on it and this ring
God.
stopped my saw blade.
Yeah, thank God.
Thank God. But this, like, I don't have any feeling right here at all. I don't feel nothing.
I don't think
I pulled like some sort of weird tendon out of there. That was weird. So yeah,
That was like
won. I won.
Paul
I won.
many years ago. We were racing toy cars, like probably like 15 years ago. We were racing toy cars, and with all the soldering iron was just all the times we always. I got it. He's in the bathroom right now, so just give him a second. So, I got it. It's okay. But so the soldering iron was always on because we always had we were always moving batteries and like they were always soldered on. So
Yeah.
we were soldering iron forever. And one time the table got bumped and he grabbed the soldering iron to like put it and hit the ground.
Oh my
And
God.
he was all, oops, puts it back. He didn't have feeling in his hand until like a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Have you ever like gone into the oven and
Yes.
fucked yourself up like that?
Yes.
Like you didn't put like an oven mitt on, you just like grabbed
Grabbed
the
it?
thing.
Yes. What'd
No.
you do?
I've worked in an auto
I
shop
didn't
my
have feeling
entire
in my
life.
hand for like 3 weeks.
And
I was
I
like,
learned-
oh my, and I was like, put it on the thing. What the fuck did I just do? And then I had to walk it off.
Oh
Which I
yeah.
think is way, like, you're like,
Who was it that burned Avery's arm?
That was me.
With the tongs?
we were doing a challenge though. So Avery was like, burn me, do it. And I was like, okay.
That scar still appears.
Him and David. They were like,
It's
"We're
kind of like a
getting
proud
branded."
moment
I was
for
like,
her.
This is like a Blood Brothers moment. This is not a proud moment because I was like, okay, I'll do it, but because you're like asking for it, not because you're like,
Speaking of burns,
Oh boy.
I want to just pull the fuck
almost
up
just
on the
went down your
side.
shoe.
No, we're good.
Stomp it out. Stomp it out. Stomp it out.
It's okay. This reason we'll just paint on the ground and not perfect.
Ooh, convenient.
But you know, when they like wanted to do that, that's usually a weird situation. Because if you like switch sides with them, you're like, no, you're fucking not gonna do that to me. Like they were doing it to themselves before I came around, and I was like,
I'll do it for you.
yeah.
You didn't take it as she didn't take it as a touch game, like, haha. It was a fuck you!
Well, and now I was like, if you're gonna be like about it, be about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold you
I
down
want
for
you
5
being
seconds.
like pussies, like I want you.
I'ma hold you down like a
Here
cow.
we go.
Oh my God. I'm gonna tie you up, hog tie your ass.
When
I'm
they
gonna
were
brand your ass.
like, okay, do it, Caitlin, do it, and I was like, I'm doing it,
Right, here we go.
and they were like, and then Caitlin burned me.
It's a little country girl.
Right.
Just branding the fuck out of them.
Yes. Okay.
I'm like, we're lucky we didn't make it my initials.
Right, we should have done that. Giant K. She's just like open at the tongue.
I'm just moving it around. I'm like, shh, 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 shh.
Make it a star.
They're like, oh my god. I'm like, you asked
You
me
wanted
to
art.
do this.
It's like, how did
What
you
am I gonna make it
practice
look
this?
bad? It's just the 2 tongue marks though, and I'm like, that is how dumb that, like, remember when we all used to get like super fucking tanked and go back to the narg and then we were like, let's do some dumb shit.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every night.
That
Monday
was one of
through
those
Sunday.
things. Caleb, fucking do it! Okay. I'm also drunk, so I'm like, okay.
I've pierced 6 nipples.
Yeah, no.
And I wasn't
No
drunk.
way.
I was totally stoned. It was successful every time.
At least they're successful. Do you remember when Taylor, I had this roommate named Taylor and she got her nipples pierced,
Ooh.
and then one of them didn't like take.
Oh God, and her nipple rejected it?
Yeah,
Ooh.
and she was like, I have one boob, and she has smaller boobs than I do,
Oh,
which
God,
I think
thank
is, I'm like, how did this happen? But like,
genetics.
I get it. Yeah, no, seriously.
She's also
was
a
like-
very small girl. Like
She's tiny.
you're probably like 4 inches taller than she is.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
a tiny
She's
girl.
little.
There are some little women who've got some knockers.
Well, yeah, and I was like, dude, she's like, I don't even have boobs, so I got them pierced so people would like them more, which I was like, I don't even know what that means. Okay.
Don't
But-
people just like boobs anyway?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm sure if it's like a tit.
There's no
it's a
requirement
tit.
on this
yeah,
one, so-
tits are tits. Like,
As long as they're not fake
knock
and
them out,
obnoxious.
let me see them titties, right? That's pretty much. That's pretty much the whole situation with boobs.
Well, that's one of those like things like when like girls like get to like again like roughly our age, like oh it doesn't matter.
No.
Whereas like you know when we were like younger, everyone goes like I don't have blah, blah, blah. I'm like, who gives a shit?
Well, I think it takes a
Let me
really
play with
long
them
time.
anyways. It's okay.
Yeah, it takes a really long time because like you grow up like thinking like, well, like my boobs aren't big enough, and that's like a shameful thing, and
Right.
then it's like one day you're like our age and you're like nobody can, I don't care. I'm just happy that like when I do try to move fast, they're not the first thing hitting anything.
I have that problem.
Your boobs hit it first.
My boobs hit
Your
everything.
boobs are way bigger than mine.
I've got
Yeah.
but like
You
like
got
y'all
boobs.
remember my mama? My mama's got boobs.
Yeah.
My mom's got boobs.
Yeah.
My mom's got tits. Like my mom's banging. My mom's beautiful. I found out from I hang out with all my brothers and all my old friends from high school. They're like, dude, your mom's hot. I'm like, dude, I know. And
It
they're
sucks
like,
to have a
they're
hot
like, no, well, it wasn't bad. I didn't realize that my brother's friends stopped coming over to the house and hanging out because I was also starting getting cute. So
Yeah,
I
they
was
were
cute,
like,
and Brody's stepmom was banging. So Sissy's cute, mom's banging. Ayo.
Like
I didn't
nobody's
realize that's what
allowed
it
in
was
the house
like.
anymore.
No one was allowed in the house. No one came over.
Yeah, my
Ever
sister
again.
was like, people would come over to the house for parties, and I didn't know, she didn't even tell me this. Robbie did. He was like, when we used to go over to your house when we were in high school, he was like somebody we went to high school with, and I talked to him about this like last year. He was like, your sister would be like, and Jamie's like insanely abrasive. Jamie's like really scary.
Okay.
And Jamie was like my older sister, or she
Take
was my older
all
sister.
the attitude, but like actually pissed.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Just Kate's not pissed.
drug addicts on top of it.
Yeah,
it's
so
a
like
mess.
there's a lot of attitude, but like take
a
that and
mess.
like actually mad.
Well, and then, like, they were like, Kate's cute. And she was like, if you touch my sister, I'll kill you. And they were like, we believe you, though. And so nobody ever I thought for so long, like,
Nobody
how
liked
much
you.
that fucked up my psyche. Yeah, I didn't even think I was, like, an attractive person.
Oh yeah, same.
And mostly because I was like, it's these boobs.
I know. I thought it was everything about
If
me.
I had bigger boobs, people would like me. And that sucks. Like, my whole, like, high school career, I was like, if I had bigger boobs, people would like me.
Oh gosh.
No, it's because you're
Because
scary
asses
ass
weren't a
sister.
thing then. Yeah, no, Jamie
Like
was
this,
like,
how scary she is. Like she's a little bit
she's
extra, just in
she's
general.
a lot.
But like, I've met her a few times. But like, one time we went to like a comedy show where she had like a bunch of tickets for it for some fucking reason.
No, I had all that. Remember, we got
Yeah,
like
so
the
say
tickets.
you.
Oh
I
yeah.
pointed at you.
Oh, because they were like, we want to give you tickets, but everybody only has to pay $10.
Yeah, it was like $10 or whatever. We went to
They
this
give me a
comedy
whole
show.
package of tickets. Yeah, that was dope. I wish they
and-
would still email me about that.
Well, they can't now,
I know.
obviously. But so we go down there, and there's like a pile of us, and Jamie's there, and we were talking about something. Like I was like just like discussing something with her, and like it was like about like their family. I was like, yeah, like I met your parents. I
Oh,
didn't
because
know
you
your
met
mom.
my mom. Yeah.
And she was all, "You met my mom?" And I was like, "Whoa, like." Yes, I've met
Yeah,
your
she got,
mom.
like, pissed.
That doesn't mean I fucked her. I'm not Neil.
Oh my god!
It kind of felt like
Neil
that.
fucked everybody.
God damn.
Yeah,
And
we
then
pretty
Neil
much
and
did.
Bacon at my high school graduation wanted to tag team my mom.
Oh god.
Gross.
And they were really adamant about it. They were really, I was drunk and they're like, so Sarah, how solid is your parents' relationship? I'm like, it's not my parents you have to worry about. It's my fucking mom. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you think you want to get something from my mom, like,
She's the scary one
she'll
of the two.
fucking kill you.
Like when I was dating Bacon and Neil was like, "Why are you like?" I was like, and I'm like a pretty honest girlfriend, so I was like, and then your friend
Yeah.
asked me why I was dating you and not him, even though I just met him.
Right.
Well, Neil
And
was
Bacon,
that person.
and that was when that friendship ended. I think forever. I don't know if they might have caught up like 1 or 2 times like after that.
Yeah,
But they
I mean,
weren't
I
really
haven't.
friends after
I
that.
actually haven't seen. I know Neil was like staying with John and Zoo a couple years ago for a little while.
Well, he left and then he came back, and like when we were like, oh shit, Neil's still around.
Mm.
Which is funny how hard Neil was. I could make him cry immediately.
Yeah.
Neil is not hard. Neil
No,
is
he's
just
a little puss.
loves like drugs, and then he's like very much like such a crybaby.
He's very
It's
emotional.
very
It'd
easy
be
to
really
make
funny
him
if he was watching
not
right now.
okay.
He's totally still my friend on Facebook.
Yeah.
Really? Is he still hot? Because
No,
I remember
I bet
Neil was
not.
like hot.
He was so hot for like 5 minutes.
Okay,
And then
fair.
you,
That's fair.
and then before
I think you guys are
Bacon,
not alone on that. Like he's an attractive.
he's very
dude.
attractive.
He was,
And then
a
when
real
he'd
hot
walk in,
but then
he'd walk in his black
and
t-shirt and be
then he
like, I fucking own this place. I have the biggest dick here. Flap. And then all the
Flip
girls would
yeah.
be like, oh my
would,
god,
"Oh
you're
my God,
right.
Neil." Yeah.
I know. And then
But
I'd
then
be like,
you know Neil,
and then you
you're
know
like,
Neil,
no.
and then you work with him, and you're just like, you're a piece of
Yeah,
shit.
like I'm not into this shit.
Oh my
Like,
God,
get
no.
the fuck out.
I
I'm not
remember
trying
him,
to look at you.
Neil and Bacon. This is before Bacon dated you. They'd get fucking shit faced, and they come back to the hookah bar and
Yeah,
be
they
like,
were like
Sarah.
best
They're like,
friends.
Sarah. They're like, make out with me. Just
Yeah.
make out with me, Sarah. Just make out with me a little bit. Can we make out just like a little
Well,
bit?
one of them fell for it for a little while.
Oh my god, Bacon and Neil would do it all the time. They'd be like, Sarah, just make out with me. Just make out with me. It's just a little bit. We're just friends. We can make out. I'm like,
That's basically
listen.
what happened.
And I just like, listen. And I get like, and it was so funny. Like, this was like 2:30
I
in the
remember how
morning.
dramatic our breakup was.
Oh my god.
Extra.
I
It's
know.
super
Too
extra
much.
dramatic.
But yeah,
It
they
was
used to
dramatic
be
before
like that.
it wasn't even a broken scenario. I
I remember
remember.
getting in their face, like getting their hookah started, and they'd be like, Sarah, let's make out, and then blow smoke in their face. I'm like, you can't handle it. And then walk away.
You can't afford this.
Can't afford this, and walk away.
You can't afford this.
I mean, no, like seriously,
No, you
even
should
like,
have said that.
and
This
like,
would've
no,
been
even the night that I
hilarious.
stayed over at Bacon's
so
house
Bacon
when I
out
was
all the
shit
time.
faced, like, and he was like, let's hook up, and I was like, fuck no. He still made me a steak the next day for breakfast. So I win!
I feel like I have stories
Ultimate
about
pro!
this, but not stories that I want to put on live air. Not stories that can be like recorded and documented, but otherwise stories that we would be able
I
to
just
talk about
remember
either
when
way.
we went to Child's Cave Inn the first time, and Bacon was like, was when you were dating
Here's not, I
Bacon,
didn't like sleep with all our friends.
and Bacon was like,
I mean, they were all cute. Could have happened.
there.
Everybody's cute. Like, I mean, I can't say that I've not been attracted to like everybody at some point or another.
Yeah,
it's just
I
like
think we went through a moment where we were all cute.
we were all like super like we can do this. We can do this. And
I
then
mean,
we
for
just
years we were like we're the most attractive friend group I've ever met.
I
in
mean,
my life.
right?
Like,
I
all
know,
we
yeah.
did
Yes.
was being like hot kids.
we were just fucking
And
hot.
people were
We were
like,
just
all these kids
having
are just like drunk
drinking
all the
and having
time. We're
fun.
like, we're so sexy. But
like
it was so stupid. Like
It is
everybody
true,
else was like,
like,
no, they're annoying.
I remember like several times like I bring like people that I've known for like either years or just randomly people
Right.
like like my friends like
Right.
and they're like, man, like
your friends
all
are
your
hot.
like, do you know like a fat person? And I was like, I'm like the fattest person.
And we were like, we just
it's
don't,
me,
we were
okay?
like Laguna Beach, but not
It's
as
like real life.
dramatic.
Fort Collins.
We wanted to do like the hookah bar like reality show forever.
Yeah.
Like,
We
this would
still
make
need to
an
do this.
amazing fucking show.
It would have been real fun. It would have been.
I really think that
Well, for the
we
3
should do
seasons,
this.
it would have been live. It would have been hilarious.
It's so good.
It would have just kept.
And
we
all of
could've
the
just kept it
drama
going
that kept
after
happening.
All the drama. It's all back to Kate and Bacon. Just chalking it up. Oh god.
That was
Imagine
just
them all. We're
everybody-
getting all the ratings because we're so stupid.
That was just everybody in that situation.
And then we all like go back into like the like A1. That's
We
like
start
our
Hannah
like
Italian, it's like a
one-on-one
mess.
with the camera is A1.
So
We're like
basically, what happened in this moment was, me and Dick got into like a scooch of an argument, and then we blew it out like crazy. Because why not? We're still friends though. It's totally fine. I just felt
Where's my
like,
beer?
I'm like, how am I doing this without a beer in my hand?
That reminds me of fucking The Bachelorette with that one girl that was just shit faced
Yes.
the whole time.
Corinne?
Yeah.
Yes, I knew exactly who you were talking
She's
about.
like identified very deeply.
Fuck yeah. Dude, no, Corinne was fucking retarded. Like, it was nuts. she was like,
Chugging wine.
such a privileged girl, and she was like, I don't give a shit. She would show up to like the rose ceremony where like people should be stoic, and she'd just be like falling down.
You know,
I'm like, this is
honestly,
what
if I was in that
this
position,
person.
if I was like on the Bachelor scenario like that, I would be hammered.
Well, I
all
think
the
we
time.
all have to
Freedom
take a
now,
self-reflection
fucking-
moment
Right?
when we are in those moments.
I feel like we should do like our own like version of like Bachelor in Paradise, but it's like Fort Collins. It's
I
like
don't think we'd be able
all
to
these
handle it.
single people everywhere, just getting all of them together.
I'll be the
I
host.
just have to be producer on this one.
Yeah.
Me and Travis are gonna have to.
You guys be producers.
I'll be the host.
I'm just
Oh,
cooking the.
fuck
I'm
that.
just like
You
fucking
stir the
cooking
pot.
it up.
Stir
Yeah.
the
I want
pot.
to do this.
I'm gonna tell Sarah that somebody was talking shit about her because we need some drama.
Because
we need the
because Sarah
numbers.
would march the fuck over to somebody and be like, so
We
you were
need
talking
the
shit, huh?
numbers.
You would be hilarious on a reality TV show because, like, not because like you're mean or angry or any of this shit. It's just you just have no problem saying whatever it is. And honestly, I'm the same way.
Yes.
So like it would be
So
like
I feel like Real World versus The Bachelor, like in
Maybe it was
Paradise,
just
would be
real-
probably a way better
Like,
idea.
No, it would be like Are You the One? Remember that show? It'd be kind of like that.
No. What is this?
Have you heard of Eddie
what
Evans? from
sour
Southern
than
Cali?
sour than
So-
sour than
Do you know
sour
how?
than
Have you heard of
Yeah.
Eddie Evans from?
Southern?
We're
I
gonna
think
say
he
it's
intended to say
Southern.
Southern Cali.
Yeah, I got that, but I
Southern
just thought I'd
Brit?
make fun of him a little
Okay.
bit.
Have you
Okay.
heard of Eddie Evans?
Southern.
I don't know of an Eddie Evans.
I don't.
From
Rad Eli. That's his name.
There's just one A.
Just rad.
Google it, bro.
Or
Alright,
Google
if
it.
You Google it and tell us what it
If it's
is.
a
I
dick,
don't.
I
Why
swear
are we
to
putting
God.
in all this work?
If it's a dick, we're gonna be problems.
I don't want
I
no
hope
Google
it is
Waffle
a
shit
penis.
showing up on my phone.
It's on my phone. I'm like, I only
There
brought
hasn't
the
been
work
that
phone
many
with
penises
me. Let
going
me
across
look it
that
up. I'll
one
look it up.
before.
How long does work for you?
Oh my
Thanks.
gosh, it's exhausting.
Really?
I worked all day today. Yeah.
Oh. And you're freelance. Social media, no?
No, I work for a company,
Okay. And you're loving it?
and then I
Are
do fun
you-
things.
Are you
I
struggling
do
with the
like
search
it.
bar right now?
I'm gonna say I like it. It's a struggle a lot,
I'm sure.
but it's hard to work for somebody who's like Hollywood versus like.
So I
I'm not
googled
Hollywood.
Eddie Evans, Southern California. The first thing that comes up was Southern California poop cleanup services.
Oh, God. Somebody. He's watching.
Really ties back into our poop stories.
Bringing it back. Full circle.
Oh, by the way, so the sister that we were talking about who's so abrasive,
Yeah,
that's
That
the one
means she's
that
not
shit in my car.
famous and we're
That's
not
what she was saying.
proud of
Yes,
her.
I recall the names. Okay.
Like,
No.
and bring it back around.
Yeah. Delivered poop?
Poop service?
I don't think we
I've
found
seen
it yet.
plenty of
There
poop
was
service.
one that was really funny that was like a random search. It was like 80s, like I can't remember. Like you search like this like certain thing. It was like 80s. And it was like this like super like flamboyant movie of like it was like
Yeah,
What's up, Red
I went to
What
the
up, red shirt?
I went to the website
No,
and I'm
you're
reading
sorry.
into it. Like, so I went to the website and reading into it. It actually sounds pretty fucking funny. It's just like this is this guy. It's a poop cleanup service, but he takes it very seriously. It's $250 an hour
okay.
for human, dog, cat, rat, mice, bird, and wild nature.
Doesn't matter what it is, I'll clean
You
up
know
your
what?
shit.
$200 to clean up human shit.
Becky
That's
poop
like a
cleanup
percent
prices.
amount,
I have a
sure.
$250 service charge. It may include up to 1 hour of labor. 1 hour of labor does not mean I will work for you for 1 hour. If the
He's all, no.
Then what? Because
That's what we said.
it's poop cleanup services.
Send the hyperlink.
Oh no, he's just
Oh,
collecting. it.
okay.
Okay, so I'm on the right one.
Okay.
So, 1 hour of labor does not mean that I'll work for you for 1 hour if the poop cleanup task is completed in less time. So if it only takes me 3 minutes to if it only takes me 3 minutes to complete your poop cleanup task, the fee is still $250. I point this out because some people think I should find something else to work at in their home or business to complete a full hour of labor.
No. I agree with this.
You
man.
got shit everywhere. I'm cleaning that shit out. I have 6. Are you a frequent customer?
I mean, you can post it up and see what you got.
Like real talk.
I'll click on them off screen so nobody see them.
But like real talk though. You know this guy?
There was one. That was
Are you this
weird.
guy?
Oh. No, I don't know this guy.
No, I was talking about this guy.
No, maybe
Does
he
he
does.
know this guy?
He's got experience with him, maybe?
Yeah, are you a frequent customer? He said he has 6 hyperlinks, so that's what I'm curious about. 6 hyperlinks, that means that you frequent this guy? Your friends? Is he your cousin? Your employer?
Uh-oh.
Do you clean up the shit?
That basil soap is the
Wait,
best.
there's an
Dude,
audio.
I've been so obsessed with the kind of soaps that I buy lately.
Dude, the Myers ones are the best because they don't dry the fuck out of your hands.
Yes.
I bought some seasonal ones.
Mm.
And I was like, I don't go through hand soap this often, so I know.
Sure, like, it's gonna be fall until fucking
Now
March.
left into what do you got? We don't get many weird comments from YouTube actually, so
Bring it on, YouTube.
unless it's Jack changing his name to like Mariah Carey.
That's funny.
He did that for like a whole
did?
night.
It's
Jack
her
did.
moment now.
No, it's funny.
No.
Oh, we're gonna be listening to is that Mariah Carey song.
Fuck Mariah Carey.
I mean, if you want to put it on, you
Take
can.
the wheel.
It's not Mariah Carey.
Take it from.
Yeah, like I hate
Oh,
Mariah
Mariah
Carey.
Carey.
I hate Mariah
I do kind
Carey.
of want to jam some music though right now.
You want to jam to that song?
Just music in general.
Oh,
Okay,
I
we can
kind
do
of
that.
want to do the Tiggle Bitty song. If we
Like we had a
because,
good
I
time the
said
last
and
time
it
you
was
shut
stuck
it
in
down
my
and
head.
just blasted music for a while.
I was like,
Like
drop
that?
them out.
Listen to
let
that.
me
We
see
do that.
them
We cut it
titties.
off.
Tickle
I don't-
We've been
bitty
going
bitty
for
bitty
I don't feel
bitty.
like
4.5 hours.
I don't feel like diving into a poop party. Right
Oh my god.
Let's
No-
put the
no
Tickle
do
Bitty
right.
song on.
All right, well, if we want to cut it, we can cut it. And
I mean, I think we
jam
should
out.
cut it. This has been so
Whatever.
I think we should cut it.
Real talk though, what kind of boom arms are you using?
Something cheap. AKO, Okio.
They were cheap, but they worked really
They're
well.
cheap. They're like $20.
Mine's a New York.
Oh my God, there's an Eric.
You always listen to Dr. Tooch my
Tooch my
body. Tooch my
body.
body.
Eric, you should have come and hang out.
We'll tooch.
So I think these ones are actually newer here because like
These are newers.
these are
And
newers
they
also.
look sick.
They're
They
cheap.
are cool.
Yeah, these are also
they're
new.
they're
They're like
so cool for how much
$15.
they cost. They work
I
amazing.
like the gold.
The gold newers, yeah, those are newers. These
Yeah,
are the
if
same
we
things,
wanna
a different label. But yeah,
really
newers are what it is. So yeah,
Make
nothing
people
crazy.
think we have money. This is the way to go.
He doesn't know what.
No, you can get these kits on Amazon for like $30.
Yeah, they're cheap.
Yeah,
But yeah, they're
but it's
newers
gold.
like are
People
lights
like
newers
gold.
and
Gold
good
says
other shit.
expensive.
Yeah, like,
I
I
work in-
wish-
Newer shit.
I wish this didn't have like a purpose, so just gold. But it's got a
I just don't want you to spit
Okay,
all
so
my
one more
mics.
time. Drop them out. Let me see them titties. Gonna take a long look at the tickle
Tickle
bitties.
bitties.
Alright, well we're gonna cancel the show.
Wrap 'em around and
Show's
see them
over.
titties on. Take a
We're gonna
look at
cancel
those
the
titties.
show.
We're gonna
Yeah.
cancel this. We're gonna cancel it for tonight.
Yeah, for tonight. Because it's been fucking 4.5 hours of just
Too long.
clowns.
Too long.
Clowns doing clown things, it's fine. Alright, have a good night.